they automatically think you're a lunatic or that or that you're really angry or whatever. So those things are really really good. So I use it. I like to use false anger. I like to use false I like to just insult people a lot. I want to get them angry. I want them to start getting the. I want to put them on the defensive. And Are We Not Men is correct. Andrew has told me that when he's on whatever, a lot of times is just to deal with the pure amount of stupid involved. He has to have at least a couple. Like, he can't deal with the stupid because the stupid is so bad it hurts.
I know that feeling all too well. I would have to say, like, during that debate, Non-Fun was just talking so freaking fast that sometimes I would like completely miss like what the fuck he's talking about.
So what you have to do, man, and I do this all the time, is I will literally be like, dude, I did not hear what you just said. You need to repeat it. And if they start, are we not men? Meth mouthing again, dude, I don't know why you're nervous. I don't know. Look, man, you got it. I'm a natural jackass. I'm just naturally. It's not that I live to piss people off, but it's certainly a bonus. And so I will literally say, I did it earlier today. Like, I didn't hear a damn thing you said. You're gonna have to repeat it, and they get mad. It's like, don't go so fast, dude. You're gonna have to slow down. I want to hear what you have to say, because if I don't hear what you have to say, I assume you're lying. And then you put it completely on them. Mr. Mystery says you did well. Your arguments are logically sound, and they were frustrated. It's your bullet points on the subjects. Knowing their lies is the tough part for you, and you have to dig for the info. Yeah. I think all that's accurate. I think, but I think once you have the arguments down, once you have the ability to use that logic, and once you have the ability to
Cable.
Your audio chat.
Since you were too busy to see my motorsports comments. Lol, embarrassed smiley face. JK, I will literally pay you a compliment. My earlier message, awesome serving up the facts.
Yeah, I don't have the letter. I don't have the cutoff for the in place, so it will allow you to use more characters than the TTS will read. So I'll read the whole thing again, ZD Den, so you get your money's worth. $10 from ZD Den. Since you were too busy to see my accurate motorsports comment, sorry, I was. LOL, just kidding. I will literally pay you a compliment. My earlier message, awesome serving up the facts on Chaotic Truths live earlier today. Yes, and I like to deal in facts. If you're not dealing in facts, thank you very much, if you're not dealing in facts, you have to at least be dealing in common knowledge, right? Like, you can argue with me that you shouldn't use a ball peen hammer to, or you can argue with me that a ball peen hammer is just as good as a claw hammer to pound a nail into a wall. But I'm going to argue that it's more likely that I'm going to use a claw hammer because it's more that's just common knowledge. Use that specific.
Well, and you're never going to use a ball peen hammer as a fucking screwdriver. It's like, get out of here with that shit.
I mean, hit it hard enough, it'll work.
I was going to say, I'm not admitting nothing. I have used a ball peen hammer and a chisel.
Breaker. Well, you with a chisel.
But at any rate, yeah. So I think you really do, and I agree with Mr. Mister. I think you did on the fact from what I saw, and I didn't watch the whole thing because I was actually whatever when that happened. I've seen it is that you guys have, you have all of the arguments, the logic, all of that. That's great. It's that next level of being, what Andrew displays, and I think it comes naturally to some people, and other people have to work at it. But you have to be willing. I mean, even look at Destiny, for example. And I'm unfortunately I'm not quite really good at it yet. There's actually a really good video of where it was on Sarah's channel where this guy comes in and he wants to confront me on something I said, which was fine. And you can see me looking at him and listening to him, his whole tirade, and you can almost see in the moment that I decide I'm going to go after him. Because I could have done one of two things. I could have just laughed at him and been like, dude, just shut up, go away, whatever. Or I could have done what I did, which was just completely try and take out, I went after him, I tried to take his head off totally, and but you can almost see the moment I made that actual decision in my head. I'm gonna, as hard as he comes at me, I'm gonna come back twice as hard. And so I'm not as good as Andrew, because Andrew's way smoother. But I mean, you would have had to been looking for it. Like, you can check tape and I do. I like a lot of times when I have a discussion or an argument or something, I will literally go back and watch it and be like, what were my facial cues, or was I doing? I don't really care what the other guy's doing, right? Like, I was already watching them very closely. So
yeah. I think I'm pretty good at being able to achieve that, just knowing the right moment to actually strike with an attack. But I think it comes down to like my confidence level, and going into this debate, my confidence level is pretty low. Straight up, like, I have not been keeping track of this presidential election, and I know jack shit about economics. So it was literally like a course of 4 days before this debate. I had to just figure it all out.
Well, I didn't even know it was going to be on economics. Give me one second while I read this. $2 A2, keep on trucking. I like ball peen hammers for pre and post script. I bet you check your tires. Do you check your tires with ball peen hammers? I know some guys do baseball though.
Just needs a pressure.
Have that ring. If it has a dead sound to it, it's got the retreads in it.
Good to know.
So anyway,
we're talking about confidence.
I got off subject. I got off track there.
Economics debate.
He actually says yes. I like the ball peen hammer for checking. Yeah. All right, makes total sense. So I had no information. Look, the way that I showed up was literally Jack came into Discord while I was in the whatever Discord. I had just thrown a couple of grenades in the
there we go. Unmuting. Pro stream removes. Here we go.
Conversation going, because it was
Professional level content only. Always.
And
Always. That's how we do it here.
It was boring. And then I was like,
Good evening.
the next thing I know, Jackson, my
Back, same Grumple time, same Grumple channel.
Discord
Well,
DMs
same
was
Grumple
like,
channel
hey,
because
go
it's
help
never
Tiki
at the
Jack
same
out. He needs
time.
your help. He's debating these guys. And I guess it was 3v1 when
Maybe
we
work on
started, right?
No, it was a 1v1. But
Should have set the timer.
I see. Who were you debating originally?
Or a little farther up. Why it's not? Why is it?
How did you do?
So a lot of people say that I was pretty decent, but
There we go. Unmuting. Pro stream removes. Here we go. Oh, there's something that's unmuted. There we go. Monitor channel. Or, monitor tab open that was not muted. There we go. Outstanding streamer stuff. is a giant time sink. It's enormous. It's quite girthy also. Not even managing your own. I mean, as far as, you know, if you hit that limit, then you got to start leaving, like evaluating and leaving servers and organizing your servers. Giant pain. 3 out of 10 would not recommend. Tech Junkie is now in the cult. Totally, it's not a cult. But thank you for following and joining the not a cult. Totally, it's not a cult. Where was that? Oh, on Kick. Hello and good evening. I don't know why Transformers was I not following on Kick. It's not a cult. Shh. It's not a cult. So up very first now. Oh man, I don't think I have a scene set up to do this, to do what I'm trying to do tonight. Yeah, I actually don't. We'll make do. Cute. Unprepared streamers, unprepared. A quickie little edit. Oh, nope, not that. There we go. Outstanding. And I should probably join. Pro streamers only tonight. A wild Skags appears. Cult? Nah. Nah, dude. Nah. See, just respond. Nah. It makes it not a problem. Very first thing, just to kind of do warm up. I thought this was interesting. Oh, I did not know your name was on. Okay, I was like, wait, who says it like that? That's got to be, that's a Ranger, but no, he has it. Is that like a Ranger secret account? Okay, that's a Skags. I did not know that's your Skagasaurus name on Kick. Okay. Very first. Very first thing. Got a little pew content to warm up before we get into the meat. The girthy meat of the evening. Just wasn't available on Twitch. This is your preferred pronoun or name, excuse me. Down just a tad. This guy can go down. Why are my levels hosed? Test 1 2, testing 1 2 3. That's not right. Test 1, 2. Okay, that's better. Shouldn't have to turn things up that high though. Okay. You're getting into building PCs, dude. I've been that's cool. I respect people who put in the effort to do like professional cable management, and there's a lot of cases. I guess most cases now have areas to do good cable management. Like I wasn't even expecting it. I was about a year ago got my first tower that I've had in decades. It's got to be. It had to be like while I was stationed in Okinawa was I think the last time I built out a desktop. And I had to do some pretty significant Dremel work to get the video card to fit in. It was a little case. The Angry Sun. I don't know the real name of the store, but it was like a PC parts store in Okinawa. And it had a picture of an angry sun was like the business logo, I think. Or that might have been a toy store. Hang on, never mind. This is over 20 years ago now. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Never mind. Angry Sun. Eh. A wild EOD appears. Sup, sexy. You know what? I didn't even do it on my own stream. The Go XLR that I'm using right now, I had to disassemble all the way down, and there's a lot of like daughter boards and stuff in this thing. It's really kind of interesting. I spilled into it, so I was on like some, I think it was Glenn Lawrence's panel. I might have streamed part of it, but then I was like not live and just on somebody's panel with like the overhead cam doing like we're talking about, I don't know, whatever the red pill topic du jour was over on the Glenn show. This is what I'm quite interested. This is smallest but deadliest guns for bug out bag in home defense. And I saw a little preview of it. They're transformers. These are Rubik's Cube transformers, and I don't think the sub 2K is on it. Oh. Reminds me. This is a thing. So this is a thing. And I never would have thought that this is a thing. So I saw John Wick 4 fairly recently, and I mean, obviously John Wick is the protagonist. Some say he might be the antagonist too. There's another character who has a takedown lever rifle, and this idea intrigued me because I had never even thought like, well, I mean, there's takedown 1022. Why wouldn't there be? But it had never occurred to me. That's something that, you know, can defeat level 4 plates pretty easily. There might be a takedown version of one. Or I guess maybe 458 SOCOM on an AR could too. I mean, I guess maybe, I don't know. But so this is a thing that is very okay. Are there more pictures? No. Oh, gallery. Here we go. Do we need to allow scripts? Allow Slamazon. Oh, no pictures. Ah, There. Look at this. Okay. So here we go. This is just what I wanted to see. So we can get like just an up close. Yeah, look at that. Also, look at that muzzle. Look at the hole. Look at that. Look at that hole. This is a 4570. It's like they run like 500 grain for the weight on the projectile. It's like this might be like if you don't have the cash for a 50 cal for anti-material, the 4570 is getting really close. It's really super close. Stack, where are my garbage people at? We're getting there, brother. We're just warming up with a little pew pew content first. This is
a threaded barrel to accept the suppressor, and a pick mount to accept a scout mount scope.
That's one thing that's you need a scout style a scout style optic for it, which they get mounted way farther forward. They are magnified usually, but that's the kind of thing where, like for a Garand or an AK, that's the kind of correct way to mount an optic, unless you're doing the side mount style for an AK, or if you get like the Krebs top rail or some really crazy new school kind of thing where you can put a normal like a normal eye relief normal optic on it. Yes, Stack, that is beautiful looking. That's a Chiappa what 1886 takedown. As I was saying, I saw in John Wick 4 like a takedown lever gun. Like I might need this in my life. And of all this, common lever cartridges out there, well, I definitely need a 4570 in my life because I don't have one, but I need one, and I have not made that purchase yet. Probably 2025. That'll be on the radar. Getting into new calibers is always kind of like, do I really want to? But something that doesn't take magazines is also very enticing for that, because it's like I gotta have a dozen mags just right off the rip for any new thing. I gotta have at least a dozen mags. I think when I got into the MP5s, I think I picked up 20. I lost track. There's some that are like new in the package still, like a few different types, just to figure out. But something like that, where, I mean, it's a lever gun, so it doesn't take mags. That's a big benefit on quelling the anxiety about getting into a new caliber. And I really dig that. But this, I want to see if that one is in here. Maybe the sub 2K, maybe that one, the Chiappa. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Oh, I didn't have it up anymore. If that is in this video, I'm reviewing survival gear video real quick. This is just the warm up, and we're gonna get into garbage trucks and some security, some comm guy security stuff. I've got just a few things queued up, and I'm gonna try and make an actual like content video out of some of this reaction stuff if I can. So that's where we're at. I'm trying to be a content creator, like not as a much of an actual garbage truck of one. So, here we go.
Ready to upgrade your bug out bag? Let's explore the best collapsible weapons designed to fit snug.
Did you see that? Wait, where did it go? I paused.
Ready to upgrade your bug out bag?
Okay.
Let's explore
that very first one. I've seen that. Now this thing, what in the world?
the best collapsible weapon.
What? What is this? It looks like the turret from The Division. That's awesome, and it has HK slap action. Or look.
Weapons designed to fit snugly in your bug
Oh,
out
he didn't
bag
do an
and
HK
give
slap.
you the edge. So hit that subscribe button and let's get started on building the ultimate survival kit. This unconventional 9mm.
I just got happy. I don't know why. These things, like, I think I've seen some of this stuff in passing before. This is great. Oh, this made me smile. Partially because the novelty, partially because the engineering involved. None of these is going to be the most reliable thing in the world because they can't. They have just more moving parts. So by nature of just having more moving parts, they're gonna not necessarily be as reliable as something that has fewer moving parts. It's just the way engineering works. I'm not saying they're not, and I'm really interested. Trailblazer pivot. Okay, so we're starting out at a $1,800. Well, let's see what he says about it.
Millimeter
kind
rifle
of
is
mag
designed to
sticks?
collapse into a compact package for covert portage or handy storage. The pivot feeds from standard Glock 19 magazines and is threaded to accept a sound suppressor. However, it's the only thing conventional about this firearm. The
Very first question. If you're gonna do something in pistol caliber, if you're gonna make a new firearm in pistol caliber, 100% the right move to make it take Glock mags. I mean, other mags maybe also for like how the Kel-Tec Sub 2000 coming up with a new mag for that's your proprietary mag. You better have a really good reason for it. Like the SIG P365, that was a really good reason for making a new mag. Other than that, even if it's another, like, my opinion, if you're a giant manufacturer, use Glock mags. Maybe a hot take. Chris has a hammer. Good evening, you sexy mother lover. Yeah, just... It's the most ubiquitous. Maybe 1911s. Maybe more. Maybe. Like, single stack original 1911 mags, just because they've been in production since 1911. Over 100 years. You get 100 and... What? 13, almost 14, 100, almost 114 years worth of manufacture. Yes, there may be more out there in circulation. I wouldn't put money on it though. I'd imagine there's more 9mm Glock mags just in existence than 1911 mags. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that.
The patented action of the pivot, well, pivots. The top half swings around the bottom half with the press of a button. The resulting package sports a 16-inch barrel, but a collapsed length is only 5 inches longer. The practical applications are thought-provoking, to say the least. Thanks.
So 16-inch barrel plus 5 inches. It's the entire the top receiver that's the whole length of it. That's not much more than an AR. AR is, I think, the receiver's 8 inches, I want to say. So we were at 16 plus 5, 21 inch package. Not bad. That is for a 16. Well, I mean, it's so a pinned device either way. Yeah, I think the smallest, I want to say it's 24. 24 inches is where I measured, like 24 inches and change is where I measured out just the upper receiver of a, you know, civilian legal 16-inch barrel having upper. So I'm building a case with like foam padding and stuff around that dimension. I picked up a Pelican Air, like 15, 11. I'm not sure. It's 26-inch case, so there's a little bit of padding around the outside. I'm gonna be doing, like, using a heat thing to make. I picked up the heat thing and like an X-Acto knife to do the foam shaping and stuff. We'll be doing that later on. I have new key lights. I have to get those set up, do a few unboxings, and then we'll get to it. But this is fun, and it has HK slap action.
Thanks to the combination of steel, aluminum, and polymer components, the weapon weighs only 5 pounds without additional accessories. The total length of the pivot in the firing position is between 27 and 30 inches, depending on the position of the collapsible stock. The TNW Aero Survival.
That was hot. I like it. I'm not sure about $1,800 for a PCC, but a PCC that folds like that, oh man, that's hot. You'd really probably be better served with like a G17 in an MCK Microroni for any of these cases with that has a brace on it, because that's gonna just be shorter. But a 16-inch barrel, you can run some really interesting loads with like slower burning powder to get a lot more velocity out of a 9mm with that configuration of the 16-inch barrel, or, you know, 16-inch-ish barrel on a 9mm. That's going to be super interesting. And then also having it fold up that small. And then the friggin', you just feel cool unfolding it. It's a transformer. I like it.
Rifle series stands out as one of the top picks for a 10mm rifle without breaking the bank. While it may not be the absolute
I heard 10mm. You have my interest.
cheapest, it offers a fantastic blend of features, design, and price that's hard to beat. These rifles sport sleek designs reminiscent of AR-style rifles, but with their own unique touches. They borrow some elements from the AR layout, such as the safety position, receiver extension, pistol grip, and magwell placement. However, they differ in key areas like the location of the charging handle, the operating system, the receiver design, and of course the barrel design. What's neat about these rifles is that you can easily remove the barrel, which makes them great for takedown and allows for caliber swapping with relative ease. This versatility makes them an excellent
10mm with caliber swapping. I'd be interested because 45 is a little thicker than 10mm, as I recall. I'd be interested if it can go bigger. You wouldn't, not for a takedown, but I'm fully on board now that the best home defense pew pew is a suppressed 45 PCC, pistol caliber carbine. And that's purely for you're probably not going to grab, you know, you got your bedside, you know, tool that you have. But does everybody have Ear Pro right next to it? And then, like, if your wife or, you know, whatever is next to you in bed, does she have Ear Pro on too? Like right next to her? Also, ballistics, in interior ballistics testing, I want to say 5.56 and 45 are your best bet to not go through multiple interior then exterior walls and then tag a neighbor's dog or kid. I'm pretty sure I'm remembering those were the winners. We'll go over that at some point too. And just put, add my 2 cents in putting the debate to bed. I might even do some testing.
In choice for survival situations, earning them a spot on this list. The 10mm caliber packs enough punch for self-defense while also being suitable for hunting medium-sized game like deer. With the right ammo, it can even serve as a reliable option for bear defense. These rifles use a standard blowback operating system.
Defense from bears. So women would not want that in the woods because they would choose the bear, right? Am I remembering that correctly? I'm not as big a fan. It's mechanically simple. Yes, unless the charging handle is ambi, which I would imagine it's not because you have to move it up like an MP5. I would imagine that is not ambi because you probably don't. Well, maybe. I don't imagine it's gonna rotate, this way when it's on this side, and then, this way when it's on the other side. Kind of hot. Interesting that the magwell appears to be Stanag sized. So how big of a mag can it take? Like, could you do 500 Smith & Wesson as a caliber change? I mean, probably not, because you need a revolver for 500 Smith & Wesson. That's how it works.
With a hefty bolt to ensure safe operation, while straight blowback doesn't do much for recoil reduction, the manageable power of a pistol cartridge means your shoulder won't take a beating. If you fancy switching things up, the 10mm variant can be converted to shoot 45 ACP without much hassle or expense. Additionally,
exactly
the Arrow
answering my
Survival
question.
Rifle series also offers subgun pistol versions for those who prefer something more compact than a full-size rifle. Overall, it's hands down the best 10mm option you can find for under $1,000. This is the world's first ever foldable submachine gun. Inspired by the folding rifle in James Bond movies, Magpul's folding gun can collapse into a tiny chunk of metal that resembles a camcorder. It ranks among the lightest SMGs available, weighing in at just 1 pound, similar to an iPad in weight.
That's hot.
Built on a Glock handgun base, it incorporates an extra grip and stabilizing.
Again, top tier, yes. Just, especially if it's using a Glock frame. Obviously, it's going to take Glock mags. Best move, yes. My face is ambi stack, yes, thank you. Neighbor's dog is the cop's job. I mean, or feds. Yeah, you don't want to get mad if you take their job.
Stop for improved stability. Additionally, its extended magazine enables it to fire 49 bullets in one go. It comes in 2 sizes, the FDC, a larger defense rifle, and the FTP model, a pistol. While equipped with a built-in sight, the Magpul also features rails on both sides for additional attachments. A PCC specialist, JRC has earned a dedicated following over the years with well-made long guns. Its 10mm carbines are no exception. And while both the gunmaker's key mod and takedown models are both solid options, the latter is eminently more useful. Broken down, the carbine is a tidy 16-inch long, 6-pound package, which is to say it has the potential to be your constant companion.
Now, benefit about this one, having multiple parts, having just the 2 pieces that go together and twist like that, or something that folds, is obviously, beneficial from a keeping things together standpoint. Benefit of this one, charging handle on the left side. Probably doesn't have a last round hold open though, which it's a compromise. I definitely choose to have that. Like, MP5s can have it, but normal ones don't. And that feels like a big downside because it wasn't in the spec, but they can do it. There's some that are recalibers that are like small run that did have a whole last round hold open. I want to say UMP does too, but I'm not sure.
Constructed around a single-piece aircraft-grade aluminum, the Takedown 10mm is extremely robust and nearly impervious to outside grit and grim. Of course, it's a simple blowback system, which means the action is stiff, slowing manipulation down a hair. At the same tick, it'll run through anything you feed it, which is ideal in a utility carbine. Given it accepts Glock magazines, you have plenty of capacity options at your disposal.
One, just real quick, not a critique on the Pew, but just if I may talk about this as a previous Pew instructor. Okay, so he's got his, strong side hand on the grip, finger straightened off the trigger. He's not ready to shoot. It's outstanding. The thing that I want to mention real quick is using the mag as a handle is not a great idea. Obviously he's using his Magpul AFG angle foregrip as a bench rest on this plastic case thing, like as a bench rest piece. The trick here is if you're gonna use the magwell as a grip, use the magwell as the grip. You'd be able to get 2, maybe 3 fingers at the most, but put them on the magwell. Don't use the magazine as a grip. And normally I'd say, oh, you can't tell how much pressure he's putting on it, but he's literally got like it looks to me like just a half a finger on the magwell with half how far forward his finger is. But it's not even a pet peeve of mine. You are introducing additional forces to pressure on parts that are trying to mesh and flow together. You're messing with the engineering by holding onto the mag. I know it looks like a handle, but it's not. Okay, so it goes straight line there.
Glock magazines, you have plenty of capacity options at your disposal. In addition to this, Just Right Carbine has included some other intriguing features to make it handy no matter the circumstances. Reversible ejection, top rail for the addition of an optic, and standard...
Oh, Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics. Grid is wrapping up soon and would like to raid me. Very much thank you. I don't know. I know I can't raid because I'm under 1,000 subs, but I don't know if I can receive. That would be amazing. I believe if it's a setting that I've looked at, and I think I've looked at everything, then yes, but I don't know. I have like 20 subs. If it's possible with that, then yes. Grid's so sexy. This guy. Oh, TLSKB in the house also. Good evening, sir. Yes, I'm trying to record like an actual reaction for this right now as just a warm-up before we get into the meat and potatoes of the evening, where we OEM garbage trucks. IPA in the house. Good evening. Well, the AFG appears to be so far back because look where the rail ends. Also very busy. Like, usually on a platform like this, you want the optic on the receiver. But being a takedown, well, nah. Even being a takedown, you still want, if you can, you still want to have the optic, even a holographic or red dot. You'd still want it on the receiver, just for return to zero, like maintaining zero. For performance, if you have a monolithic upper, yeah, you can put a red dot or holographic very far forward, and that can help you get on target faster. It can, not always. And you would have to, obviously practice doing it because it is a little different. It's very different. Cursed Guns IPA, yeah, kind of. TLSKB, yeah, man. I'm not the biggest, I'm anti-Google, and there's a lot of rules. Like, you can do static produced content with pew-pews like this. Like, I can't do a live stream. Anytime I'm streaming at firearm stuff, I can't live stream that to YouTube though, and that's unfortunate. YouTube is a little bit clunky. Like the dashboard thing changes every time you stream. It's not as bad as Rumble though. Rumble is the same, but also your RTMP target and stream key changes every single stream. The link for my YouTube channel? Live. It's quite, quite a pain to get to things in YouTube also. There. Wait. Go to channel. Okay, that is the YouTube. It should be linked on my about. Oh, and Skags, I just saw your redeem. What is the war crime that you would like to report? I'll give you a second on that. You know what? I'll be right back. I literally can't do live on YouTube. Can't play a video because that'll get DMCA'd. Oh man, this is rough. I'll be right back. It's under a minute. All right, all right, all right. What it is not in my about on Twitch. Oh, definitely. Thanks, TLSKB. 100%. Yeah. Making a note to add that. Fireman, good evening. Welcome in. Doing a little Pew content before we get into the politics and security stuff. This is a reaction. For practical purposes, though, IPA, you're 100% right. Having a vertical or an AFG like this close is, I mean, just use the magwell. And actually grip the magwell, though. Don't touch the magazine, as we discovered. This is all takedown stuff, like full D up E transformer type stuff. Goodness.
AR-15 controls. Overall, JRC gives you a dual carbine you can always keep in hand. Kel-Tec expanded its sub 2000 Gen 3 line of folding pistol caliber.
Called it. Sub 2K. Did he say third gen? Hang on. Gotta go back.
Its sub 2000 Gen 3 line of folding pistol caliber carbines with a new model chambered in 5.7 by 28 millimeter FN, joining several other makers in the firearm industry that have contributed to the resurgence of this oft-forgotten yet capable pistol cartridge.
Dude, let's I gotta go back here. There's an optic on it. That's always been a thing about the sub 2K. Oh, Mr. Boulay, need to enable the chat redirect in studio. Okay. I'm in studio. Sending a redirect. Okay. Oh, change who can redirect to you. Here we go. Okay. Settings. The community's not a thing. Oh, man. Oh, here. It's in a different spot. Okay. Filters. Oh, allow all channels can redirect to my content. Oh, you know what? I had it, but it was for only channels that I subscribe to can redirect to my content. Okay, yeah, it's good to go. But I just added so anybody can now. Good call. Thank you, Mr. Boulay. Much gold and blessings upon you. My face is indeed voter fraud. How you doing, Mav? Oh no, Mr. Boulay, my mic is overpowering. Actually, let's see how it is on YouTube. Hey, my mic is overpowering. Oh, it is very much lower on YouTube. Let's see how it is on YouTube. Oh, that's a problem. Thanks for letting me know, Mr. Boulay. I don't think I'd done a volume check on YouTube. I'm my mic is over. Oh, that pretty is over. Is very much lower. I can hear myself now. I'm gonna have to look at how to. That's bad. Wait, how my normal is Twitch. How's Twitch doing? Let's do a little quick audio test. My normal is Twitch. How's Twitch doing? Let's do a little quick audio. Oh no, that's bad too. What's going on? OBS is showing me. Oh no, that's bad. About perfect. What's going on? OBS is showing me. Oh no, that's bad. About perfect. What's going on? OBS is showing me. Oh no, that's bad. About perfect. Oh no. See, here I was thinking I was really hot on the sound on the mic, like blowing it up, but no. Interesting. Mr. Boulay, thank you very much, sir. Yes, we're set up now for redirects on YouTube. Zach in the Twitch, good evening, sir. We're doing just a little pew-pew review before we get into the politics hard and girthy, you know, how you like it. Oh man, we'll just jack everything up all the way as a temporary fix. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Oh. Oof. Yikes.
Sub 2000 Gen 3 line of folding pistol caliber carbines with a new model chambered in 5.7 caliber carbine. Gen 3 line of folding pistol caliber carbine.
There's like a fold off to the side thing, I think, because obviously this folds at the hinge. So having an optic mounted on it is problematic.
Beans with a new model chambered in 5.7 by 28 millimeter FN.
There's only a matter of time.
Several other makers in the firearm industry that have contributed to the resurgence of this oft-forgotten yet capable pistol cartridge. The new model incorporates Kel-Tec's Gen 3 improvements to the Sub 2000 platform, notably adding a twisting forend that enables the gun to fold fully with a mounted optic. Compatible with all FN.
The whole thing twists now. Okay. Also, yeah, 5.7, all the ratings, everything 4, 5.7 and like defeating armor and all the good stuff about it. It's all out of a longer barrel. Like I'm not sure if whatever P90 length barrel is a standard one. Not like a, you know, civilian transferable legal non-NFA item one is. That's what all the testing is out of. Like a 5.7 pistol length barrel, like a 4-inch, 5-inch even, it's not getting anywhere near that. And the realistically, how it was used in Splinter Cell as basically a light switch, you know, you just shoot the lights with your suppressor on, that is on a really reduced power round because it's supersonic. It's a little bumblebee round, That's the only way that it's going to be quiet. You have to have like really underpowered rounds.
And 5.7 handgun magazines, each Kel-Tec Sub 2000 Gen 3, chambered for the 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge, will ship with a single 20-round FN Pro Mag magazine. Black, green, and tan versions of the gun are.
That's my reaction to that. Ew. For the Pro Mag. I don't have anything good to say about Pro mags. I've owned a few over the years. They have all had issues. Mostly, like, just falling free is an issue. But then also, I don't think I've personally had any issues with feeding from them. But there's a lot of evidence out there and just video of just silly things. Like on a hot day, a Pro mag on a table. Just from the plastic warming up, just rounds just popping out. Just nobody touching it. Rounds just, you know, pop, 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 pop. That's which, I mean, okay, it's the free mag that comes with it. Takes Glock mags. You should have plenty of them already. Except 5.7. Interested in what mags that takes. Oh, they come in multiple mag configurations too. So the Sub 2K famously can, like, there's different models that take different mags. They're not all Glock mags, or weren't used to not be. Used to could, used to not be. Raging Patriot, welcome in. Oh wait, did it do a thing? Very exciting if it happens. Interesting. I don't know if it did a thing. It yeah. We are looking at transformers that are PPUs as a warm-up before we get into the politics.
Available, each measuring 30.45 inches in overall length when deployed and the stock extended.
It twists.
When fully collapsed and folded, the gun measures 16.15 inches long. Unloaded, the Sub 2000 weighs 4.36 pounds. The 16.15-inch barrel uses a 1-to-7 rate of twist, and the muzzle end is threaded for suppressor use. Suggested retail pricing on the new Sub 2000 Gen 3 and 5.7 by 28 millimeter FN is $511. All right, so let's talk about the Henry AR-7.
The twist thing is the best thing they could have done. There was all kinds of varying degrees of success solutions. Usually the flip to the side optic mount, that was what I think people were going with. But integrating it to the whole barrel, half of it on the fold twists, brilliant. Kel-Tec is the Dodge of firearms manufacturers. You know, the old meme of like Ford and Chevy. Hey, let's go back and let's bring our muscle car offering back to the roots, back to the origin, make it look like the original ones did, and put some big honking engines in them. And then, you know, Dodge, you know, bumping a rail off a stripper's ass, like, okay, follow me now, guys. We put a Hellcat engine in a minivan. Mind blown. Yes. Kel-Tec is the Dodge of the firearms manufacturer world. shitty but affordable. No, dude, they're an innovator. Dodge was also going back in time. Dodge was with one of my favorite vehicles ever made, the first gen Dodge Power Wagon, 1946. It was the first 4x4 available for the civilian market. Brilliant. And I found a guy who makes new sheet metal and makes a crew cab version, and I'm interested in that to probably install just straight on top of a Ram 2500 with a Cummins 12 valve as my next project vehicle. Currently, I mean, I've got a few projects, but the major one is putting a Toyota Tundra first gen and a diesel and mushing them together. I'm probably going to end up doing the same thing, just a body swap of the Tundra onto a like 96 Ram 2500. That reduces the modifications needed for the Tundra, because it's a pretty stout truck to begin with, very reliable. But the only problem with first gen Tundras is lower control arms, very much. And also the entire, like the rear end, the entire drivetrain needs to be upgraded, and then the suspension, all of it needs to be pretty like bumped up. I'm thinking it's going to be less work to just take the rails, just take the Ram 2500 truck and just swap the Tundra body onto it. Because I want a Tundra. I mean, I have a Tundra, but I want a diesel Tundra. And I have Ram 2500s, but I want that engine and the reliability and the drivetrain and the fuel and the like EMP and the zombie apocalypse, all of those benefits of the Cummins 12 valve, but in a Tundra. That's my goal. Super stormy in the house. Kind of a Dodge Tundra. I need to look up the legalities and what it would be technically. I'm pretty sure it'll still be, if I take like a 96 Ram and just do a body swap, I'm pretty sure it's still a 96 Ram. In Texas, either way, if it's diesel, it doesn't do emissions, at least where I'm at. Like, it's just a safety inspection. It's like $8. And that's going away for 2025 too. Yes, IPA, a body swap, taking the body, so the tub, the cab, the bed of a Tundra, and swapping them onto the frame rails and drivetrain of a Ram 2500. Yeah, Stormy, I'm not 100% positive. It's not like it would matter too much which one is technically the truck at that point, but I'm gonna clarify with the tax office. IPA swap a Tundra engine, so a Ram 5.7 liter 2UZ FE. Nah, dude, that wouldn't work. The truck's way too heavy. The other way around, though, because seriously, if my Ram 2500s, especially I got one that's much cleaner and nicer, if the back seat were bigger, like if it was an actual crew cab, and even just that, I wouldn't be messing with anything. IPA, a Ram, second gen Ram 2500 weighs a bit over 4 tons. The Cummins 12 valve diesel, yeah, Ram 2500 engine into a Tundra. Yeah, which honestly, if I wasn't going to do a body swap, it would probably be better to do a 4BT, the 4-cylinder version, just because it's like 400 pounds less. It's like 800 pounds ish instead of 1,200 pounds for the 6BT. The 6-cylinder? No, not a Tundra with a Hemi. No, a Cummins diesel. Like the best. The Cummins, the straight 6, 5.9 liter Cummins 12 valve diesel is arguably, and I argue it, the best diesel engine ever put into a passenger vehicle ever. And it's a tractor engine. It was meant for agriculture. Tundra with a Hemi would be funny though. A Hellcat Tundra as like a trophy truck, kind of badass of an idea. I love first gen Tundras. I've only had one so far, but I love it. IPA, so the mid 90s or for most of the 90s, Ram 2500 had the Cummins 12 valve diesel, which there's guys doing like hotshot trucking that have what 40,000 pound trailers that no problem. So taking the body off of that truck and swapping a Tundra body on it that has a bigger back seat, also the back window that goes up and down, and then also the tailgate that has a key lock, which is important for a different project that I have planned. All of that benefits, and then like the build, the fit and finish, all the build quality of Toyota versus Dodge. I mean, I would like for it to be more Toyota. Dude, stop. Tundra with a 707 horsepower. See, it's if you're not racing, the horsepower number is almost meaningless. The Ram, it's like 150 horsepower. It's 420 foot-pounds of torque stock, and it takes like a screw and maybe removing the fuel plate to turn that up higher. Which engine? The Cummins 6BT IPA. And then the frame and drivetrain from the Ram 2500, which is also where the engine comes from. So no modifications needed. Just straight take the body off the Ram truck, then put a Tundra body onto it. It's a little bit of work, but I think it's less work than beefing up the Tundra to the point where it can support the Cummins engine. Too much spare time? No, dude, it's like I know what I want. Yes, IPA, yes. Take running Ram 1996 Ram 2500, right? Take the cab and the bed and the fenders and hood and stuff off. Disconnect the body harness, So you got frame rails, engine, transmission, diff, suspension, all the bits, and then bolt on the Tundra cab, which it's not a like an easy swap. It's not 100% straightforward, but like dudes have put Jeep bodies onto Ram 2500s. Jeep Wranglers, at least up until the TJs, had a straight 6 also. It wasn't until like 2007 or 8 when they switched to the V6 for the JK body style. And that straight 6 that they had, that engine was originally by AMC, 4-liter. It hadn't changed hardly at all in like 40 or 50 years. Thing was, it's also that one, the Ford straight 6 300, which is very similar. These are engines that, like, if you want reliability and torque, they got it. Straight sixes are also kind of magical as far as the math. I don't know what it is. Let's get back to this, okay? We got looks like there's a few more pew-pews, and I'm interested in all of these. This is the Henry AR7. Wait, IPA, what upper frame? No, the body. Trucks are frame that body bolts to. You, I believe, know this. But yeah, then the frame rails, the entire drivetrain from a Ram 2500. Take off the Ram body, swap on Tundra body. And then also there's no lower control arm issues. Yeah. Ladder chassis. Chassis frame. It's like how monocoque or unicoque cars, like, you know, our Go Fast cars, they have subframes. The frame is still, yeah, it's the chassis is the frame. Have you not heard about like doing a tube frame, or the terms are pretty interchangeable? Do you think they're not? I am in Discord also if you want to jump, Mr. IPA.
What up, Grumble?
Good evening. Oh, hang on. Let me add. Give me just a sec. Add. Okay.
I can't hear you in Discord for some reason. I can hear you on stream.
You cannot hear me in Discord?
It's very weird.
Oh, shit. I'm having some kind of audio issue. Hang on. Let's...
I can see your mouth move.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test. Test 1. Huh. Give me, if you have...
That's better. I can hear you now.
Oh. Wait, really?
Yeah.
I canceled. I didn't apply any changes. What the crap? Test. Test.
But I can hear you now.
You can hear me in the Discord call now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, I'm using ARMcord, which is it's an open source Discord client that was written for ARM processors. There's a few little quirks. This feels like a quirk.
Yeah, kind of. Like when I joined the chat and before I realized what was going on, your next to your name was a muted microphone, and it was almost like you'd hit the mute button.
Super weird.
Yeah, very weird. It was like you were deafened.
You know what? I didn't hear when I dragged you in. I didn't hear the like somebody joined the call thing either.
Yeah, super weird.
Super
anyway,
duper
so,
weird.
Like, dude, I'm having a really goddamn hard time understanding what you're talking about. Okay, so like, there's the motor itself, and then there's the chassis. Okay, the front, like. Generally speaking, forget the nuance here, okay? Generally speaking, the VIN that is on the B pillar of the vehicle, right, and on the underneath the glass, underneath the front windshield, that is the vehicle you own. right? So if I own, and I'm just making shit up, right? My 2007 Tacoma, okay? Or sorry, my 2007 Tundra. It doesn't matter what engine I put in it, it's still technically legally a 2007 Tundra.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the entire drivetrain, and it doesn't have an ECU because it's a Cummins 12 valve. It's a mechanical diesel.
It doesn't matter how much of that's. It doesn't matter how much of it you swap out. You could swap out the engine. You could swap out every last suspension component. You could swap out the ECU. You could swap out the entire driveline. The only thing that matters to law is what VIN is on, under the glass and on the B pillar.
That's what I'm gonna clarify with the tax office, is to make sure.
I'm 100% confident in that because I have swapped engines out of cars before, and for insurance purposes, they are still whatever the original frame was.
Well, that's the thing, is that this is not. It's the parts that have the VIN on it are the parts being swapped. So like the body being swapped, because the truck, it's effectively still like a, let's just say 96 Ram 2500, that 100%, that's what the truck is. But it's then just swapping the body. So I mean, if
no,
you
no, what? No, time out. This is where I'm lost, dude. I have taken a 92 Mustang, okay, and I have put a GM engine in it. It is still legally a 92 Mustang.
Right, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about taking taking like a 2004 first gen Tundra, right?
Okay.
Unbolting the body from the frame. Right?
Time out.
You with me here?
The body from the frame, okay?
Yes.
So trucks are ladder chassis, right? There are two
Thanks,
frames
Mr. Boulay.
attached to one another. There is the cab, right, which is, and there is the ladder chassis, which is the lower portion of it, which holds your driveline.
The cab isn't a frame. It's the cab.
Right, the cab is what sits on top of the frame. Yes.
Yes.
That's
so. It's usually like 4 bolts. Seriously. For the cab.
So you're talking about removing the cab.
Yes, this is I've said this like a half a dozen times now. Yeah, the body. So the cab, the bed, and then obviously the fenders and hood are separate because it's a truck. It's a frame vehicle.
Right.
Taking the body. So the cab and bed and fenders and swapping them onto like a 96 Ram 2500. I think the long bed standard cab makes everything line up as far as the wheel placement so that I wouldn't have to do any welding or anything to the frame. But and I think that's going to be the least amount of work.
This. Let me equate this guns, right? You're talking about swapping a lower AR onto different furniture. Is essentially what you're getting at.
Well, that's the thing.
You're talking about swapping the serialized part of an AR onto a different, onto a different barrel.
Wait, is this the part you're getting caught up on? Because it literally doesn't matter for which one it is. That's why I want to clarify.
No, that is what it does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Swap the barrel.
No, it doesn't here.
If you swap the swap the lower onto a different barrel, that matters because the lower is the only fucking thing that matters.
For practical purposes,
right?
It doesn't matter here. If I have both titles and I say, "Hey, tax office, which one do I register this as?" It doesn't matter because if it's a diesel, it's for emissions and everything.
The thing that has the VIN stamped on it.
No, what I'm saying,
has the VIN stamped
IPA.
on it
What I'm saying
matters.
I'm saying it does not matter for practically. For practical purposes,
no, but legally,
it does not matter because you want me to
and-
register is this one or this one? Which title are we using? Because it's this
That's what
body
I'm
on this
telling
frame.
you.
And for
Bro,
like
that's what I'm
for
telling you.
inspection, for none of that stuff, it doesn't matter because it's diesel. None of that matters in
Grumble,
Texas.
what I'm telling you, Grumble, what I'm telling you is the only thing that the DMV cares about, and for tax purposes and for licensing purposes, what is the VIN of the vehicle? And if you're taking the cab off of a Tundra, okay, what you're taking off of the cab is the B pillar and the glass and the VIN that's underneath it. Okay, so those two things both reflect a J stock number, or depending on what year it is, right? But those two things both reflect a Toyota VIN. That's the only thing that matters. The DMV is never going to check the ECU and figure out that it's a Dodge ECU.
That's why I want to clarify with them to see, is that the case? Because I'm actually swapping parts onto a Dodge.
Yes, I'm telling you, I'm confident. I'm 100% confident in that.
That's cool. I'm still going to check with them, though, dude. Because I would agree with you, but I'm going to check with them because I don't want to, like, do anything super that's going to get me super illegal. It's going to get me caught doing anything, you know.
I mean, you're right. I mean, yes, I understand where you want to do your due diligence. But I'm telling you right now, that is the case. It is going to be called a Toyota Tundra.
I tend to agree with you, but I want to make sure because it's seriously the parts with the serial numbers getting swapped onto a whole different truck.
The only
dash,
difference, the
pillar behind the door, and the firewall are where the VIN goes, and those parts are all getting swapped on.
No, you're swapping all of it off. We're talking apples and oranges, right? All of the VINs, right? So the firewall, the one on the back of the vehicle, the one on the B pillar, and the one under the windshield are all the same VIN. Yes.
The number is the same. Yes, I mean it's just in different locations.
Correct. The VIN number is the same.
Yeah, I didn't say they weren't, or why? I don't get why you're saying this right now.
Legally, that's all that matters. However, and this is where the caveat comes in, right? So now I'm after talking to you, this is a little more clarification. There are some states that will ask you to put a blue VIN on it. A blue VIN is literally a different serialized number on the B pillar.
For a custom or majorly modified?
Yes. Yep, exactly. Yeah, for a custom. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, well that's kind of where I was going with it. Like it feels like to me it felt like you were getting way caught up on a little tiny detail because again, for practical purposes, where I'm at, it doesn't matter because I'll have the title for both. And then it's just, hey, DMV, or we don't have DMV here, the tax office. Which one do you want? Which one is the correct one to use in the situation? Because just for like inspection purposes or anything, it doesn't matter. It's diesel. We don't do. It used to be just safety inspections, not emissions at all, for diesels or vehicles over either 15 or 25 years old. Definitely antiques, not. But I think anything over 15 years don't do emissions either.
Sure. So yeah, like I said, what? Okay, so now having talked to you, like I understand a little bit more of what you're talking about, right? In where I live in Minnesota, what you're talking about is called a blue VIN.
You blew the VIN.
I don't know how that varies state to state.
I don't know either. That's why I'm gonna.
So yes, that does warrant checking into. What I initially was understanding was you're just talking about swapping a fucking engine. Who cares?
No, which that is an option, but it's a lot of work, and that's why I was saying that. I mean, from my research, it looks like actually swapping the body, which is not a small job. It's not a small job at all, but it looks like that would be a lot less work than. Everything involved with getting a Tundra. I would not have
expected that.
Well, it's going from so a 6BT is a 1,200 pound mechanical diesel engine. The 4BT, the 4-cylinder version of it, is 800 pounds. Even with a 4BT, you need 2 inches of suspension lift and 2 inches of body lift just to fit the engine in the engine bay. And then you got to deal with the whole drivetrain that is not ready for that kind of torque. And then you got to deal with the suspension at the back of the Tundra, which the one I have has like 1.5 leaf springs on each side versus 98 Ram that has like 6. Ram 2500. We're talking like a competitor with an F-150 with a 3/4 ton, like heavy duty truck. But that's my favorite engine. The funny thing is they're just about almost identical for efficiency, both the 4 and 6 cylinder. Because the 4 cylinder has to work more. So it's not as efficient as the 6.
Yeah,
but you save 400 pounds.
That size, yeah, absolutely.
But you're saving 400 pounds. So still a benefit. The funny thing is the 4 cylinders are more expensive if you want to buy one. 100% all day long. Because they're very popular for swaps, especially into smaller vehicles.
Right.
Like Tahoes and Wranglers is what I've seen mostly.
And again, when you're talking about a vehicle that size, yeah, that matters. Yeah, if you swap it into something that would traditionally have a V8 into it, like a gas V8, yeah, that makes a big fucking difference.
Oh, IPA, hold on just a moment. I believe we have a raid from Mr. Grid One Motorsports, aka the Unreasonable Man over on YouTube. I don't see it yet, but that's what it looks like. Welcome in, fellow enthusiasts of fun things.
Of vehicles and stuff.
Like Grid tries to put on like a politics show. If I ever jump on his show, we end up talking cars and stuff. We were both on a panel today. It's linked in the Discord. We were both on a panel today where there was about at the time it was about pew pews, and there was just a lot of nonsense going on. And Grid was kind of up there alone talking some common sense, so I had to jump in.
I mean, hey, if somebody wants to talk about pew-pews and racing shit, like, I'm all in. Let's go.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
Grid. As a guy who loves both, let's go.
We're on my Discord, Grid. If you more viewers and subscribers. Well, yeah.
Grid, let me put it this way.
I just got started on YouTube.
I own more
and doing
guns
Twitch for
than
like
I know
5 years.
what to do with, and I have more cars than I know what to do with.
I believe that. Wait, you have like 3 of each.
Don't you? No, I have what 5 guns in my safe upstairs, which is just my like self-defense shit.
You don't have to get into your numbers. I was just harassing you.
No. Oh
wait, here we go.
Cars I own 6. Guns, it's more than 6.
Oh, wait. Grid. Good evening, sir.
Am I in the right space?
Yeah.
It sounds like it based on what Grumple told me about you. Yeah, you're definitely in the right space, buddy.
Cool, man. How's it going?
Living a dream, man. Grid, this is IPA. He's a more libertarian on side of the house, but he's into pew-pews and revs and all the fun stuff
cars,
that we talk about.
Pew-pews, and alcohol. So
and personal liberty and freedom and all the good stuff.
And freedom and shit. Yeah.
Freedom and shit.
Yeah. All right. That's cool. Yeah, so I'm about to call it a night, but
Right on.
Grid,
is there any reference to like Grid Life or?
I get that a lot. So, no, I existed before them. I had a motorsports. I had a race team called Grid One Motorsports. We raced mostly in the Pirelli World Challenge, but I also did the Pikes Peak hill climb a couple of times. Like maybe 3.
So like even bigger than that. Okay.
Yeah, well, I did mostly pro racing and some club racing and road racing. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, and I owned some shops. I owned I just did stuff, and then one day I decided not to. So.
Which Grid? We also we have a few things that we need to talk about. Maybe on stream, maybe off stream. I got a business idea that's going to involve not a speed shop, but for something else. And I just if I could pick your brain on
Boobs and
owning an
wheels.
automotive business at some point.
I still have a business plan that I wrote out when I was in Denver, and basically it was, I mean, there are no females present. I mean, there are probably some from my stream, but whatever. So basically, because everybody loves boobs and wheels. I mean,
Oh yeah.
So I had an idea for this shop that only did like bolt-on and accessory stuff, right? Like tent wraps, wheels,
Okay.
maybe slotted rotors, or air intakes, that kind of stuff. 2 hour, 3 hour install, maybe. Yeah, just accessories. And and that would be the back shop, and in the front it would be like a coffee bar, staffed by smoking hot women. And
Oh, like the bikini coffee shops? There's a lingerie coffee. Yeah.
well, I can't go bikini because I'm just not that degenerate, but definitely, tight fitting uniforms.
It's like you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you're not degenerate enough, you're not trying.
Yeah. But certainly, I know I know how far I need to push it to sell stuff and still have people come in with their families and stuff. So, and that's, it's just I was like, this seems like it'd be a really good thing, and the whole thing came out of this shop open near my shop that sold, or pardon me, that did like rent to own for wheels. I was like, how the fuck do you?
Wait, by wheels, you mean like rims, like actual wheels?
Yeah, rims.
Oh,
yeah.
Not
Rent to
No,
own.
he means Grumple. He means fucking wheels. They're not rims.
I always say wheels. I'm not cool enough to say rims.
Well, some
bruh.
people, I probably not you. Some people say, "Oh man, my wheel," like talking about an entire motor vehicle, but you mean
Oh, yeah,
just the
yeah.
part
No,
that
no,
is the wheel.
I will say a car.
Is rent to own. Man,
No,
that's an
He means
interesting model.
actual wheel, not.
Yeah, rent to own. It wasn't interesting. I was like, how do you do that?
Yeah, that is
Oh,
interesting.
You know what the
Oh,
benefit on that
wheels.
is? Especially if they're not
Yeah, what happens
providing
if
the
you turn
tires.
them?
If somebody gets behind on payments, they go repossess the wheels, they get the rubber that comes with it.
Yeah.
So you have a
Well, you see,
side
that kinda puts
tire
you ahead.
shop. Yeah.
That puts you ahead half of the time, right? Because if they're over 50% tread,
Yeah,
you
that's
get
what
the
I'm saying.
good tires.
Unless you're also providing, the wheels and tires, and then you just get and then it's a lot.
Well,
you-
right.
you
Then
would-
you're taking more
yeah.
risk. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a
I
super
mean, it's just
interesting
an
business model.
Right, it was, and I mean, they seem to do like really well. So I don't know. I just thought it was hilarious, and so I used to drive by that, and I'm like, what you really need is boobs and wheels, because I'm telling you,
Rent to own
people-
boobs.
well, no, we can't do that.
Like,
Not,
call me crazy, right? Most people doing aftermarket stuff, like simple bolt-on aftermarket stuff, are A, either do it themselves, or B, perfectly cool with leaving it there for a
oh,
day or
they
two.
don't do it. I used to think that too, and I literally had people come to me on a daily basis asking, "Could we install this air intake kit? Could we install," especially some of the more complex ones where you have to like take off the bumper covers and
Yeah, but they're not cool just leaving it there for like 2-3 days.
oh, cool with the oh yeah, I mean, and sometimes, but that costs me money, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't need 3 days worth of titties in my face.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. But look, if you've got, the idea is you'd have a place where dudes could come in and hang out while their car is getting worked on. They would spend more money up front because everybody wants to impress the girls, and it was just like, I was basically, the idea was to hoover the money out of idiot pockets.
Sure.
that's great.
No, I get it. You need but that's almost more like you need a dyno for.
Yeah,
seeing,
yeah.
like-
Actually, that was the other thing, was put in a dyno in the back, and
See, there's where you might impress people,
so
right?
many-
'Cause
there was
you
so
are going to
many
get that,
dynos in my area that
No.
you had to say.
but you are going to get that incel who goes, "Okay, perm me up the sheet. Mine says fucking 592 to the wheel or some shit." You know?
No, wait, grid. Okay, this
Mhm.
business model, or this business model. Okay,
Mhm.
with the coffee shop in the front. You don't want to have the dyno in the back. You want to have the dyno with like a window that's visible from the front to see the cars on the dyno.
No, you don't do the you don't do the no. Dude.
No?
Most shops with dynos have that the grumple.
It's
No,
too
but
much
I mean,
noise
so
up
it's
front.
towards the
You can't
front
enjoy your
and visible.
You can't enjoy your latte, bro. So the dyno's all the way back, and a proper dyno cell, because then when you're selling the service, you're like, look, you can go downtown where they're sitting in the back of a fucking shack and they got the dyno barely bolted to the floor, and you're going to get inconsistent readings. Here we have a proper dyno cell. That dyno's installed properly. It's got proper airflow. Everything's great. You get all kinds of, you have Maha or whoever come out and certify it and do all that cool shit. And then you have video cameras from multiple angles, and you have a nice set of view screens up front, maybe a little private viewing room for the dyno
cameras
customers.
then, yeah.
Cameras maybe, but also I want that fuck you my ears hurt because I tried to plug them with my fingers.
Well, you have to pay extra for that.
But that's what I want as a car
Yeah,
guy. I fucking
I
want
understand
that.
it's what you want. That's why I get to charge you for it.
It's like those restaurants where the waitresses
fair
whip
point.
you.
Fair point, Grid.
I'm a fucking mercenary, dude. What are you talking about? I mean, you're no. Look, there are a bunch of different types of customers, and the guys that just want a flat, come in and want flash tune, they want a wrap, they want some decals, they want.
Yeah, but that's a dickhead. You can send it to him over the internet. Like, here, go buy your $400 fucking ECU tool, and here's my fucking tune for $300.
Yeah, but I'd rather sell them on like an Ecutech where they have to come down, it's coded, it's locked, only I can tune it, only my guys can tune it, and then they're locked to me for fucking life.
Sure.
Not a fan of Mega Squirt then, eh?
No, well, I'm really not a fan of it because I've never known anybody with Mega Squirt that didn't carry a laptop in the car with them at all times, just in case.
Well, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
you're talking about
once you said it, it's like set and
that,
forget.
like the hot data guys. Yeah.
I'm an engine management kind of snob, and I'm just now okay with the latest generation of Haltech. Like everything before that was just trash, and I never trusted.
Oh God. Okay.
Like
I'm not even gonna. I'm a mechanical. Cummins 12 valve intensifies mechanical diesel only.
see, my journey into cars was way after any of the stuff you guys are talking about, right? Like I became like a car, I don't know, in the local car community back in like 2010-ish. So like to me, this is all foreign. Or it's not foreign, but I have a vague understanding of a lot of it,
Yeah, I retired in 2015.
Okay.
Dude, I thought you were only a few years older than me, man. I suspect it's.
I retired at 45.
Yeah, so like
Oh,
growing
no,
up
then
talking
you
about
are
that
very
stuff,
close.
or like, or even like before, even before like what the fuck am I trying to think of? All right, it'll come to my mind. But
It's all right. I mean, no pressure, man. It's just I am about to go to bed, so I'm being way more funny than I normally would because I'm tired. Actually, that's not true. I'm pretty funny all the time, but whatever.
but like long after like speed density, right? I guess that's what I'm getting at, right? Like it that to me is where I grew up in quote unquote grew up in the car world.
Yeah. So when I was coming up, we had everything had a mass airflow meter on it, and it was really interesting because you talk to these GM guys, and they'd be like, "Man, I don't get this speed density stuff. Alpha N, which of course they didn't have turbos either, but it's got to be Alpha N, or we gotta have that mass airflow meter." And I'm like, there's literally no racing car on the planet that uses a mass airflow meter. Why the fuck do you want one on your car? And and that would give them pause, and I would then I would hit them with every significant Porsche race car where not limited by the rules has been fuel injected since like 1968. So that should be your first clue that you're fucking up by using carburetors. and I mean, I'm harsh, man. I mean, I would tell people I fired customers like all the time. Like I would literally, like, if you didn't want it, and especially when I was dealing mostly with Porsche, those guys had zero input on their car.
Thanks, Mr. Boulay.
Occasionally we'd let them. Occasionally we would allow them to pick the color. Occasionally, but generically, you know, they were paying us a shit ton of money to do their car because they didn't know how to do it or they didn't have the ability to do it. So me listening to somebody for 6 hours telling me how to do something wrong is unproductive and it's a waste of my time. And so so customers that did that I would fire them. I'd be like, dude, come get your shit. Get out of my shop.
I was gonna say they should pay extra. Like that's the, you know, like you see the meme on the internet.
Oh yeah.
Like customers that don't want to watch, it's $145 an hour. Customers that
if you want to help, it's
$165. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no. So that's a good and that's kind of accurate. There was an asshole tax for 100%. 100% there was. I've never denied that.
Was it 100% tax?
If you were, I mean, sometimes we went that low. Sometimes we went that low. I mean, usually it was at least double. Like if you were an asshole and and I was going to charge you 2 hours of labor and you came down and rode my ass and had my guy, you know, was standing over my guy's shoulders and just generically in my fucking way, I would bill you double the hours.
It's like my alignment guy, right? Like I take my car to my alignment guy. I bring him a 12-pack of Mountain Dew. I sit there and I hang out with him like a friend, and I shut the fuck up and let him do his job because I know he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, yeah, right. And that's the thing. And a lot of times you have to educate the customer too, because the customer thinks they know shit, and they don't. They don't know shit. And the worst thing, and I used to tell people this all the time.
Michigan Christian, thanks for hanging out from the Grid Raid. Very much appreciate it.
Like we did a great night. A Subaru, which was at that point in time.
Kind of politics from a prepper perspective,
point in time,
and
it was like
GPUs and like military related, mostly common sense.
And like
at that
point, that is a shit ton for a Subaru. I mean,
and it was a brand new car.
Not wanting to depend on government.
25 grand of Subaru better bring you 700 plus horsepower.
Same, it's just my perspective, and that's what I bring to streaming and when I go and participate on other channels and doing
for the
content.
Street. Yeah, it was good. And
you have a great night.
But it, you know, and we had a prototype AEM ECU in it because I worked with AEM. I did a lot of beta work for them, and they actually built me an ECU for that car. They didn't make one. And they built me one for it. And anyway, we can get into the weeds on that shit. But and the guy never had a
that's weird to hear you say that needed a standalone back then.
Well, yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. So like, I always hated the access port. I mean, Trey Cobb's a really cool guy, and I remember back when he was doing RX-7, he was even cooler than when he went to Subarus. But I never liked the access port. I never thought it was that great.
Never was.
You see that, you know, like all the GTR guys that run access port, they run it right up until they run it as long as they possibly can, and then they realize, fuck, this shit's not.
It was the VCR of VCR versus Betamax.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. And but you know, and that's really was your only option for an STI. If you wanted to tune in STI, you had
for sure.
Later we had open source, open ECU and that sort of thing, where you could go in and do your own flash tuning. But guys fuck that up so much, man. Like you have no idea the butchery and how many bricked ECUs that came across my desk. And but you know, we would do this build, and this guy was like, we did this build on this Subaru, and it was like a 3-month project. And after like the second week, I told the guy not to come back, period. until I had called him and told him his car was ready.
How often was he in?
Dick. He literally, like, the first 2 weeks that that we had the car, he was there like every fucking day. And I'm like, dude, no, this isn't how this works.
Especially when you spend that kind of money, it's going to take several weeks.
And I'm like, well, it wasn't that. No, he wanted to come by, and he had all these. He would read on the fucking internet. So he would go to Naziok. I don't know if that still exists, but he would go to Naziok, and he would talk to all of these supposed experts from all over the fucking country. And they would tell him, oh, you got to use this. Oh, you got to use that. Oh, those pistons suck. Whatever. And I'm like, you're literally paying me a shit ton of money because I know what I'm doing. And you want me to take advice from some randos off the fucking internet. That makes perfect sense, actually. So, and I told him, I said, look, you got a choice here. Either I'll put your car back together and you can get your shit out of my shop, or you can go away and leave me alone and don't come back until I call you. And that's how that worked.
People don't understand that, like, doctors firing patients, shops firing clients or customers. It's a thing. Like, I don't want to deal with you anymore. Go away. People think that, like, just like the cake baking, like, people think they have a right to your goods and services. Like,
right.
Nah.
Dude, you have no idea how I operate in my shop. This is gonna sound really fucking weird, right? But here's how this worked. During business hours, the doors were locked. The doors were always locked. But even when we were there, the doors were locked. If you came by, we would not answer the door.
It was on a basically unmarked building where your shop or shops.
It was unmarked. Yeah, there's no sign.
Sounds a lot like my alignment guy Jeff. Like it's if you show up more than like 3 minutes late for your fucking appointment, he's fuck off, pound sand.
Yeah, dude,
hey, Wobbly.
It was
Anson.
So if you called me
My Little Pony
to do work, I wanted to know who gave you the number and told you it was okay to call me. Right? Because I vetted most of my customers pretty carefully. And now this was all through the tuning shop. Like the body shop, I had a guy that ran the body shop. Who gives a fuck about that? That's dealing with insurance companies and shit. I'm talking about specifically the tuning and the race shops. If you and so the conversation would usually go like, hey, I got XYZ car, I want to do this, blah blah blah. This is a project you'd be interested in. I'd be like, yeah, maybe. But hey, man, here's the way it works. You have to come down here. We'll set up a time. We'll have a meeting. We'll go over everything. We'll go over your budget, your expectations, your timeline. We'll do all of that. And then if I like you and you like me and we think we can work together, then fine, cool. You can bring your car down. If they brought their car down to my shop on a trailer for that fucking meeting, I would literally I would literally tell them to go the fuck away. I didn't tell you to bring your goddamn car. I told you to come down and we're going to have a meeting for me to decide if you could bring your damn car down. And because look, some people don't work together well, right? And like I have a very specific personality and you may not like it. And you may hate the work that I do. You may not like the fact that I always use, X brand of AN fittings and you want some other brand of AN fittings, and I'm not fucking changing.
You should have been the guy. It sounds like you should have been the guy that built my Evo back in the day.
I built a fucking badass Evo. I built the baddest ass Evo on the planet, actually, at one point. It was cool. I got pictures of it somewhere, maybe. But I built the first built Evo in the U.S. outside of Reese Millen.
Quick question, and it might be me being just a noob about it, but
sure.
Okay, so Evos, did they not ever have like torque steer problems because they're transverse?
Well, no. Well, they did, except they had they have three limited slip differentials.
Correct. Yes.
And
Wait,
and
how?
if you were really
If it's transverse, it would
we
have
have,
two.
Well, okay,
One for the
okay,
transaxle and then one at the back, right?
Correction. If you're not talking about the 03 and the 04, because the 03 and 04 didn't have a center diff.
so
Why would an Evo have a
uh,
center diff?
it's got transfer
Torque
case.
vectoring.
But it's transverse engine, like a Subaru. The-
05 through 15 had
No,
torque
no,
vectoring,
Subaru's
which had a center
longitudinal.
differential.
Yeah, Subaru's longitudinal. It would have a transfer case like a truck, like where you got
Correct.
that's your first
Correct. So
differential and then front and back.
So like,
But an Evo is
torque
transverse.
Okay,
so how
so
would it have three?
So no. So
I'm learning now.
Hang on, Grumble. Let me explain.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so
I'm
your
gonna break
your average 4-wheel drive vehicle will transfer power from front to rear, rear to front, right? Your more advanced ones will transfer horizontal, like laterally, right? Like left to right, right to left.
You-
Torque
you-
vectoring is individual wheels.
So all right, so
That requires a front, center, and rear differential.
so the 03 and 04 GSRs had a front, a center, and a rear limited slip differential. Now they were mechanical; they weren't electronic. The later models, some of them had the electronic center diffs. The Evo 7, which were Japanese models, came with the electronic diffs, and the 07, the Evo 7, 8, and 9s all came with active center diff and active.
If I'm
yaw
not
differential.
wrong, 0304 didn't have center differentials. That's why the exhaust was
They had to have
different
a
from
center. It has
05.
this, yeah.
From
No,
05.
the transfer case had a differential in it, and it was limited. It's just a limited slip though. It's not a it's not active.
But why
What
is
you're
the
thinking
transfer
of
case
is
in the
the
middle?
active center diff.
Why wouldn't it
Okay,
be with the
'cause
transaxle?
so the
Or
way it
just
works
for
is all right,
space?
0304 and the 0304 had a different exhaust system than the 05s because of something where it was routed differently.
Yeah, because of the active center diff, and you have to, and the way you have to bleed that and everything.
Okay.
You asked me how that works. Okay, so the transfer.
Yeah, I
case,
don't know about Evos now.
So,
I'm
you know
learning.
how? So have you ever seen a GMC Cyclone transfer case?
No, I know Cyclone's a badass truck, but I mean, is it
All right,
is it
no,
significantly different
it's-
where you got your transmission and then your transfer
it
case
has
bolted right in the back
has
of it,
a
right?
Differential in it. It has a differential in the transfer case.
Yeah.
It splits power front to rear. Okay.
Right, much like a GTR, like with the Atezza
Exactly.
system.
Yeah. And,
But
and the Evo has an even more advanced version of that splits power front to rear as well. Okay. So now it's the Evo, unlike the STI, which I think this was smart of the Evo because it sucks in the STI. The STI electronically, the 06 and up, can electronically you can split the torque to almost, I think it's 80 or 90% rear wheel torque.
I believe it's 80.
Front wheel drives,
yeah.
front wheels are basically doing nothing.
Oh, on an Evo you can?
Oh,
No,
on
on
the
the,
STI
on
you
the
can.
STI.
Oh, in the STI,
That's why
yeah, because
STIs
it's a
can do
rear wheel
filming.
drive car that's got a transfer case for the front.
No, technically by default it's 50-50.
Oh, I mean, it's like longitudinal. It's the primary is going
So
back, but then the transfer
heard
case
that-
brings it forward. It's for all-wheel drive.
Yes, I've heard. The numbers I've always seen was the rear only gets, and the Evo only gets about 40% of the power.
Because it's front
60% goes-
biased. Yeah, because it's
No,
longitudinal.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the STI. Yes, you are
the
you are
STI.
correct. As a
Yeah, the
guy who sold
STI is
an
something
ass
like-
ton of Mitsus, like yes,
Yeah,
it
Oh.
is 60-40. You're
Wait,
correct.
hang on. Am I just misunderstanding the terminology here? Is it logically a center diff but it's actually on the transaxle or like bolted to the transaxle?
It's bolted to the transaxle.
Okay, then that makes.
Yes.
I was thinking like, why in the world is there a center diff, like a diff in the middle of the car? There's the transmission's not going that way. What the friggin'? What is it attached to? That's what I was thinking in my head. But I'm a simple monkey.
Yeah.
So
there's
okay, that makes way more sense. Okay, you got me.
The
You got Grumple.
Active center diff and the active yaw control, which we could have fitted to the 03, we just didn't.
Yeah, because previous iterations of the JDM Evos had yaw control.
Yeah, and the later ones, the later US cars.
Yes, the 10s had them. Yep.
Yeah. So the active center diff and active yaw control could send, could literally in the Evo could send something like 60% power to any wheel.
To any one single wheel. Yeah.
So if you had one wheel touching pavement, you were moving. Or if you had one wheel with grip, you were moving.
And the Subaru used basically, from what I understand, torsion type differentials, where the one that gets the grip, that's the one that's getting the power rather than.
Well, the WRX does. The STI had electronic diffs.
But you got to remember, it was 2 wheels at a time, right? It was front, back, 2 wheels at a time, left, right, 2 wheels at a time. It wasn't individual wheels.
Yeah, so the active center diff and active yaw control would actually switch power while you're driving. A computer did that. Front to rear. It would change the bias front to rear and left to right, and it could if you were taking a hard right, the accelerometers would tell it that you were turning right, and it would put more power on the front 2 wheels and more power actually on the left
front driver, yeah,
and pull you through the turn. It's really, you ought to read up on it. The active center diff, active yaw control is cool. Amazing.
And if you left some of the electronic bullshit on it, would break the rear passenger wheel so that it would even further like drag you around the corner.
Yeah, it would.
I personally wasn't a fan of that. I turned all that shit off because I know how to fucking counter steer, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah, it was just it was really a great system. But I mean, I got into tuning all of that and understanding all of it, and with the Evo, because we had a customer with an 03 Evo who drove it for 1 week. He brought it to me. I tore the whole thing apart. I caged it. I did a complete carbon fiber interior from a rally car from the UK. We bought all the stuff from the UK. It had no, it was fucking sick. And I have no idea how much that guy spent on that car. But it was awesome. It was like everything that I could throw at an Evo at that time. I had to machine my own fuel rails because none existed. There were no aftermarket fuel rails at that time, so I had to machine my own.
Oh, that's the best kind.
Right? And it was cool. So I did a lot with it. I mean, I've done a lot with a bunch of different types of cars. So mostly Porsche and some of the Evo and RX-7.
Did you use a boring tool like a lathe, like to do boring inside of stock, or did you use a pipe for the rail? Just out of curiosity.
When I did so the titanium fuel rails, we used a piece of bar stock titanium,
and you bored
and bored from each side. So it was, we bored, flipped, bored, because the drill bits are only so long. And with titanium, once you get so far, you start getting a lot of flex and stuff. With the steel, no, wait, I'm wrong. Sorry. With the aluminum ones, we bored from each side. With the titanium ones, we started with titanium tube. We machined the cups and then welded it all together so that the titanium fuel rails weighed like nothing. Like they honestly felt like.
But how much weight does that save you?
That was my question too. Was that for weight savings or for a different reason? Like, was titanium better for something else, or was it strictly for shaving that fractions of ounce?
Cool. Oh yeah,
it is. 100%. It's badass.
It was 100%.
100%.
You're talking about ounces. You're not talking about. You're not talking about wheels where you save 20 pounds over a course of 4 wheels, or an exhaust where you save 16 pounds.
No, it's not even ounces, dude. That's grams.
Seriously, you have no idea the length. I would take an engine block, and we would figure out everything that we needed to bolt to it, and then we would cut all the other mounting lugs that came factory on it off and
That's
smooth.
nuts, dude. I mean, I used to do some SCCA stuff, and I understand ounces, right? But like, that's crazy.
You have no idea how far this goes. So, so when we build a cage now, we actually order the tubing from Canada. It's called gauged tubing, and they literally bore it somehow to the exact diameter or wall thickness that it has to be. So that, I mean, exactly the entire length, so that so that it's exactly, because usually,
That's
so if
very
it's
GTR.
095 wall, huh?
It's very GTR, like the Nissan GTR. It was like, what are the exact rules and what's the max we can push everything, the exact specs? Okay, that's
Exactly
the
what I
GTR for
do.
that year.
That was my job, bro. That's what I did. So I would read the rule
hot.
book every year. I would
mean, again,
literally read
that's-
the rule. Go ahead. I'm
That's
sorry.
fucking nuts to me, right? Like, I've got friends that have, you know, like gone balls to the wall, road course, you know, or sorry, like, time attack, you know, fucking plexiglass window kind of bullshit, like well known for it kind of stuff. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you know the friend of mine I'm talking about. But like, that's crazy to me when you're talking about ounces.
Well, I mean, but we would literally like keep a bin of the stuff that we cut off and took off, and it would be
Send you a
100
message.
pounds by the time we're done. I mean, and you're talking about like, so like, which car should I pick on? I'm not gonna pick on the Challenger. That's too easy. But when we did the RX-8s, right? So they're already aluminum doors. They're already thinner glass. I mean, they come from the factory. They're a fucking race car, right? And we just took everything out. We obviously did all the got all the soundproofing off, all the deadening, painted the, you know, caged it, painted it, all of that, right?
I just sent you a message. I don't know if you know him or not.
I got you. Gotcha. There we go. Okay, we'll do that. And let me see. Brian Gates.
Heavily, like, professionally into the scene.
No, I don't. I can't say. I mean,
Started with Evo, went into Porsche. Started with Evo, went into Audi, and then I was into Porsche.
Yeah, if it's recent, I don't
GT3s.
really.
GT3.
really
Yeah,
don't
he's been
know.
racing for about 20 years ish.
Oh, I should know him. Whatever. But yes, I mean, I don't know, man. I did a lot of weird shit in the name of doing cool stuff. It's just the way it is, really. I mean, it's
Engineering weird shit in the name of Go Fast is, I mean,
you got. I
what's
mean,
the part of human
we would
condition, I
literally cut. We would literally go in and remove, like, we would cut doors apart, remove all of the insides, make aluminum insides, weld that back in, weld the door back together, and put it back on.
Plexiglass.
Welding aluminum to steel. Oh, you wild man.
No, they were aluminum doors.
Oh, still
Yeah,
welding.
but just
aluminum
welding,
is still
aluminum,
wild, man.
just
man.
welding
So they-
aluminum in general. Like,
Yeah, I was like even way more impressed. Welding aluminum to something else that's not aluminum, but welding aluminum is
Well, yeah, we
always
weld
going to be
aluminum,
impressive to me.
welding aluminum to aluminum. Fuck that. That sucks.
Yeah, it's always going to be impressive.
I've done so much aluminum welding. It's not even funny, but magnesium is really the cool stuff. So
Welding magnesium?
yeah,
You could you use magnesium to weld, like
I was gonna say, doesn't it have like an extremely low temperature?
no, well, I mean, you don't want to. You have to make sure there's no magnesium powder around because
yeah, the powder is very high burn.
it's
Yeah.
reactive. But if you're just just welding magnesium, it's not a big problem. Inconel is cool to weld. It's just really dirty.
I
So.
like weight wise, does that? Because I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about magnesium. Does that save you weight, or what's the functional purpose?
I mean, a lot of gearboxes and like Porsche engine cases were built out of magnesium for a while, and A lot of gearbox cases were built out of magnesium. I mean, magnesium's an
I mean,
interesting.
are they
metal.
stronger? Are they lighter? Or sorry, are they lighter? Like, what's
They're
the
like
benefit?
ridiculously light. They're just it's
Okay.
comically light compared to even aluminum.
So I like the bicycles. Racing bicycles are made out of aluminum. It's just tubes.
Because, like, to me, when I think about back when I was doing like some actual racing, I think titanium, right? Titanium is the end all be all to me
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to strength and weight.
So titanium has some. All right, so it's a toolbox, right? You reach in, you pull out what you need, and you use the right thing for the right job. So like you wouldn't want to use titanium for like a roll structure or something like that. Titanium, actually aluminum is better for a roll structure than titanium. Titanium would break or crack.
It's too
or
rigid.
shear.
Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah.
And titanium has a nasty habit of work hardening over its life, so you don't want that. Not in a roll cage, but like if you wanted to say like a titanium push bar, that's pretty cool. There's some new alloys of titanium as well. Like people are that are. What's interesting, I guess I should start with. The interesting thing about titanium is the number of alloys and how very few people really understand how light actual titanium is. Like if you give somebody like a titanium strut bar from like whoever the fuck makes one now, they're gonna be like, yeah, that's pretty cool, but it's not gonna be that much lighter than an aluminum one. You'll be like, yeah, it's cool. I don't know if it's $400 cool. But some people it is.
Sure, but let
You
me
get like
put it in
actual-
perspective for you, right? Like my suspension had titanium components to it. Like my exhaust had titanium components to it. But like when you're talking about going to something like I don't know what the benefits are to something like magnesium when you say that shit.
Yeah, so
I'm
but
obviously
it-
not talking about like. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Just quick, the
if you
first-
go to an even,
Go ahead, Greg.
go ahead.
Okay, so just
So-
very quickly, the very first gen, when BCM started
Mhm.
making their rails for ARs, they were using a magnesium aluminum blend, and it was like
Mhm.
it became the gold standard, and it was the lightest thing on friggin' wheels, or for rifles.
Yeah.
The thing is that it wasn't the only reason they stopped doing it, and good. I think you can only get it with the KMR, with the key mod. I don't think you can get the one with M-Lock. That was the magnesium. They released the Alpha one that's just
That was
aluminum.
really goddamn old. If you're
And
talking
it
about
was-
fucking Keymod still.
Well, I mean, key mod was really popular for a little bit until M-Lock, and then
15 years
this
ago,
is
yeah.
this is the standard now.
I'm not even 15. right?
It wasn't that long ago.
It seems long ago.
It was maybe closer to 10 years, somewhere in that mid 2010s when the
I mean, I think I
Keymod
built
and
my
then-
first
M-Lock.
AR like close to
But the
15
very
years
first
ago, and
ones
that thing's Keymod.
I have so many friggin' key mod things, and
Things.
it's like really, yeah. This it just didn't win for the standard
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
M-Lock. But so that was like the bee's knees. That's still, I think, one of the best rail you can get, except for it's not M-Lock. So then they released the Alpha, which was just aluminum, just like everybody else, and M-Lock, and I think they only lost maybe an ounce or two as far as the weight saving. So that the magnesium didn't. It was super cool, and I loved it just from the engineering aspect of it. They made a magnesium alloy, and this is the standard. Like BCM BCM is the standard, the gold standard for like a lot of stuff. I'm pretty dead set on that. And rails is one of them.
I mean, I think
Go ahead,
that
Greg.
there's a lot of different things, right? Like it's all in understanding the alloys and taking the time to do the research. And like I consider the biggest portion of my job, I considered every year the thing that the number one thing I needed to do was read the rule books, figure out how far I could push them, and then what I thought the mid-season, what I thought the change arc
You're the
would
guy
be.
that the rules changed every year because of.
No, I've actually I know for a fact that I changed. I'm the root cause of several rules in World Challenge.
That's
Oh, I don't doubt
that's
it.
a goal.
There are multiple
Be
guys
the
every year
reason that
did
new rules
exactly
get
that.
made.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
there are
IPA.
guys
Just
every year
100%.
did that.
Be the reason that new rules get made because you
And
broke
said,
something.
how much can I get away
100%.
with, right? Until somebody at a regulatory board said,
I got
no new class.
Literally, I kid you not, I was protested almost every single race.
That shit
Somebody
used to
thought I
happen
was
like
cheating
oh,
every
dude,
single race.
that used to happen like every year in like SCCA.
No, I mean, well, I mean, technically it's SCCA, but it's World Challenge. So, but I got protested every single race. Like every single time we showed up, they would, people would be looking at my car from the moment we rolled it off the trailer because, first of all, they knew I'd done something to it because I always did something to it. Or them. I had more. Well, obviously we were a multi-car team, and like I had, and I came up with some pretty good workarounds, what some may call cheats, but
I mean, it's within the rules. I get it.
A lot of gray in the rules.
There is, and there was, and there still is. Yeah, absolutely. And everyone continues to push that line further and further and further, and there continues to be more and more classifications and rulings for that kind of stuff.
The most egregious thing I did is back in 2001, I was running the Mazda 626s for Merco Racing out of Morgan Hill, California. And
oh, yes, he is way before my fucking time.
Yeah, I go back, man. And so it's a legit sedan.
Like, oh yeah. It's a full-size sedan for sure.
So when you're out there and we're racing against like Civic hatchbacks and Integra Type R's and Proteges, and we're a fucking limousine out there, like driving around. I think we were the only
front-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, you're talking about like a 100 and some odd inch wheelbase. Like that's a full ass sedan,
car, right? Like this is a real. It's a limo, and so I believe we were the only V6 car, and we had, and I forget what the weight had to be, but it was, I think it was, we had to weigh like 2,700 pounds or 2,800 pounds, and I built an aluminum front bumper support for it. Because not because we actually needed it. We could just bolt the bumper on and it would look like a bumper, but we needed to be able to push with the car, because as we all know, rubbing is racing and contact is encouraged, not discouraged.
Oh, see, I've never done bumper to bumper.
Oh yeah. So, and touring cars, it's a 50-minute sprint race. It's a fist fight from flag to flag. Like you just go out there expecting to not come back with the front or rear bumper. That's just the way it is.
That's why I've never done it.
Yeah, we literally put the bumpers on. We literally put especially the rear bumper. The rear bumper was never attached with anything more than zip ties.
I was just gonna ask, like, it's just zip tied on, right? Because screw it.
Yeah, but not like the goofy drift kid zip ties, but like legit. Like where there would be bolts, we would just put zip ties because we knew that we were going to get hit, and we just got tired of replacing bumpers, and this was before plastic welding was a thing. So nowadays we wouldn't bother; we would just weld that shit up. But and so I built this truss frame front bumper out of aluminum tubing, and we could push with that like. And basically, it was a copy. It was more or less a copy, clone, whatever, of the Rocket Sports Racing front bumpers from Trans Am. And so I did that. I pulled all of the braided hose out of the car, replaced it all with Teflon based or Teflon hose with the Kevlar outer sheath from XRP, and I saved 40 pounds in hose weight by changing all the hoses out.
40
And-
pounds is not
God,
insignificant.
I'm looking at my car.
It weighs a lot, man. Sorry.
I'm looking at my car right now versus like you mentioned Civics, right? Like, and I'm looking at like old EK Civics and fucking shit. Like my car is like almost a foot longer than that. It's fucking insane in terms of wheelbase.
Yeah. So I moved so I had an AccuSump sump because we're not allowed to run dry sumps, and I moved that. And it was beside the driver, and that just wasn't optimal for weight. And so I took the AccuSump and moved it to underneath the car behind the rear subframe to where you could look.
When did that change?
When
did that change?
What do you mean?
When you couldn't? Okay, so you said you couldn't use a dry sump.
We could not use a dry sump in touring car and World Challenge at that time.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, when did it? Because you can now.
No, I don't think you can in touring car. I doubt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed a touring car. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the so we ran the AccuSump all the way to the back of the car, put it underneath, where we could visually check it just by kind of looking underneath the bumper, but it was really protected and all of that, so that was good, and it moved the weight where I wanted it. I flush so that generation of 626 had the windshield set inside, so the rain would come up, and it had like these integrated rain gutters like all those cars do. And the problem is that's not particularly aerodynamic for us. So I actually built standoffs and raised the windshield up and then glued it in place because we had to use this factory glass windshield. And I glued that back in place and smoothed it out so that it was completely smooth over the top of the car. And then
plexiglass.
And then on the back of the car, I couldn't use plexiglass. On the back of the car, we could use we did use a plexiglass window, but the problem was that since we were such a huge car, the volume of air that would enter through the windows couldn't be exhausted quickly enough. And I needed air over the rear wing. So what I did is I took a 4-inch hole saw and I drilled holes at the bottom of the windshield so that as the airflow came over the car, the boundary layer of the airflow would pull the air out of the cabin, reducing that air pressure, and then suck it down onto the rear deck so that then it would the rear wing became useful, which it never was before because we could not have the rear wing couldn't be above a certain height. And so nobody's rear wing actually worked except for ours, which was weird since we were a front wheel drive car and a rear wing didn't really do shit for us, but whatever.
All the downforce.
The downforce. So I actually dialed the downforce in for low speed corners and it worked. It was great because it worked about 40 miles an hour. So the 40 to 80 mile an hour corners, it was magic. We'll get to that. I changed all the speed rate.
I don't fully understand the physics behind it, but for lay people, you're essentially talking about like predecessor to
magic.
vortex generators.
He's talking about magic.
Yeah, we just couldn't use vortex generators. So
right.
Yeah. So I mean, I took the fenders because the car had been banged up at Lime Rock, and so it was already in a body shop. So I took the fenders and I took a mallet and a 2x4 and I beat the ridge of the fender down to push the front fender line down. And that effectively widened the front fenders by about, I don't know, 1/4 of an inch on each side, maybe a little more. But more importantly is it lowered the entire front of the car slightly. And then I made the hood fit. And then because the gap was slightly larger, we taped the hood shut, which also sealed off the front of it and improved the aerodynamics there. And also the cooling. So we qualified on pole position, which we weren't supposed to do. We ran up front, which we weren't supposed to do. And we did all these things that basically everybody's like, "What the hell? What happened with these guys?" You know, because I only did 3 races with that team, and we, you know, out of that we led at Laguna Seca, went out with a broken brake caliper. We were leading at Portland. We actually took a second at Portland with a broken transmission, and we were outside pole there.
Welcome to the.
So anyway, it just basically, you know, we were kicking kicking ass with a car that we weren't supposed to kick ass with.
Definitely not a cult.
And so the following year, literally,
welcome in though.
The rules were, you could not tape any opening. So you couldn't tape the hood, you couldn't tape the trunk, you couldn't. All the windows had to be solid. There could be no no openings in the windows.
You mean for
basically
taping like taping seams between like the hood and the fenders type things?
Exactly, yeah.
For aerodynamic
tape body
purposes?
gaps, yeah. I got called on that once. I tried it because I saw, you know, those like hyper mileage guys. I saw that. I was like, oh, I wonder if that would hit. And then I showed up one day and they're like, yeah, no, bro, not happening.
Yeah, you can thank me for that.
Did you cut it or did they make you peel it all off?
No, it was just masking tape. I just peeled it all off.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, we have. I mean, it was just. It sounds kind of extreme, but I mean, we did everything to that car. I mean, you know, and we had a really good driver, so it was worth it to do whatever we could to the car. Make it work better. We were the only car that, like at Laguna Seca, you can the videos still exist. You can watch it. Like all of the other front wheel drive cars, because they're coming down onto the front straight, and they're carrying so much speed, they all push way out and into the gravel. Except us, we had, because of the wing and everything else, we literally just tuck in and come through like a Corvette or something. It's hilarious.
Yeah, understeering in that corner scares the shit out of me. Like, I've never actually raced on that track. I've driven it just for shits and giggles because I was you know, at a Grid Life event. But like, it scares the fucking shit out of me thinking about that.
Yeah, I did I've done a bunch of work at Laguna. We actually I mean, you know, we led that race until the brake caliper failed. So it was pretty cool. And David had to do a whole lap of that track with no brakes.
I was only ever out there with a friend at Grid Life, and I got to drive it. Like, you know, just it was like a guided tour kind of a situation.
Yeah.
But I know what you're talking about, and that's scary as fuck thinking about that.
Yeah, think about driving Laguna Seca with no brakes.
No thanks. Oh man, that chicane. What do they call it? The corkscrew, the tornado. What
corkscrew? Yeah, corkscrew.
That
no brakes.
No thanks.
No brakes.
Do not want.
Well, yeah, and the elevation changes in that track. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, and he lost the front. He literally lost the front brakes on the front straightaway. Now, what's annoying about that is the prize money for that weekend between what Mazda paid and what SCCA paid was about 30 grand. And my cut of that would have been about 7, 8, something like that.
Damn.
The AP brake guy was in the pits standing next to me when the call came in that the brakes had failed. And he's like, "Are you running, whatever calipers?" And I was like, "Yeah, we are. You just looked at him." He's like, "Oh, did you guys replace the brake crossover pipe?" And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Oh yeah, we've had a lot of trouble with those braking this year because when they were assembled at the factory, they didn't put the silicone in right, or they used the wrong compound or something, and so the harmonics would actually cause a fracture in the crossover pipe from one side of the caliper to the other." And I'm like, that would have been super awesome information yesterday. Like, if I'd had that information yesterday where I could have fitted new pipes or put silicone on it, that would have been awesome. But we did not know that. And so that one piece of equipment that was a preventable failure cost me $8 grand. I was pretty unhappy about that. So, yeah.
What a giant pain in the taint, dude.
Huh?
A giant pain in the taint, like.
You know, right? Yeah. Oh, and I mean, there was
This
a
is
lot that went
easily
on.
preventable.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was nothing to prevent, and we went over the car like a fine tooth comb. Like it was like we were ready for a win. Like we were like we're winning, and then nope, nope, not today. And it was so awesome because when we qualified outside pole, and we qualified in the morning when it was cooler, and we knew that as the day got hotter, we got faster, and the other cars started dropping off. And so it was like, and the race was going to be run at 2:00 in the afternoon. So we knew that, it didn't matter if we were like right there in qualifying, we were going to smoke them in the race, and that's exactly what happened, right up until the aforementioned brake issue. But yeah, it was really cool.
A 626 is such an interesting, like, you chose to do that in a series that was like.
I didn't choose the car. So basically, I was working for a Porsche.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just I was reacting that it was for an ask that you had a job to make.
Yeah.
To do a 626.
Yeah,
Okay.
no. So the cars already existed. Basically, there was a guy in California, Albert.
Whenever you can come back,
Merco.
IPA. Come on. Please continue. Yeah, IPA. He jumped off his internet. He's in my Twitch chat. Just his internet died.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off here shortly, but at any rate, so I basically, I had a contract. Well, I was working for a Porsche shop in North Carolina, and we had done I think we had just done Daytona, and we did okay, and at the 24 hours. Well, we had won the year before, I forget. I think we'd won the year before, and I was just kind of I wasn't unhappy, but I wasn't like super happy. I wanted to kind of do my own thing, and the opportunity came up to go do this work with this Mazda team, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go do that for a while. And so it was basically a mercenary, and they paid me X amount per week that I was there, and whatever. So it was really interesting how it all worked out. At the end of it, I had some issues with the team owner. The team owner was a good guy, but he was a terrible race guy. Like he could not understand. He was not operating on the same level I was, and so I left the. When I left the 626 team, I went to work with the BMW team, and while I was still with the BMW team under an NDA, under all of the things, I couldn't, wasn't supposed to talk to anybody about basically anything in racing. At the same time, a job came up in Denver to go run the SCCA Formula, whatever they call it, Formula SCCA, Formula whatever, and to run that program and basically to source all the parts, work with the teams. It wasn't really what I wanted to do, but I was like, why not? And so I basically started thinking heavily about doing that. Somewhere in there,
Smash T coming in hot. That's the best first.
Somewhere in there,
ever.
I had a
your pin,
epiphany that maybe I should take some time off from racing.
Meme tweets are the best part.
That lasted about 3 hours, and I remember that I got a call back from the guy from SCCA Enterprise, and he basically said, "Hey, we would love to have you. We don't think we're a good fit for you. We can't pay you, what you're worth, and it would be a massive pay cut for you to come work for us." And so he said, but there's this other place that's actually looking for people right now, and we think that's where you need to be. And I sent that guy over your resume. He should be calling you. And sure enough, that guy called me, and the rest is sort of history.
That's great to have that kind of context. It's like for that exact situation, like, hey, I want to hire you, but can't. But this guy's going to be good for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really strange because at the time, Mitch, the fellow that hired me or that wanted to hire me, he just didn't have the budget, and he's like, "Man, I can't bring you out here and pay you, anywhere near what you're making." I'm like, "Well, I got some room." And he's like, "Yeah, just he's like, and he told me what he could offer me, and I'm like, "No, I can't do that, man." And I thought it was over. I was like, "I'm okay, fine, we're done. There's no point in talking anymore, right? Like, we'll see each other at the track. We'll be cool, but see ya." And I was ready to go back to mercenary work, but so he hooked me up with this other shop. I went out there. I worked for them for 2 or 3 years, and then I went out on my own. So that's kind of how all that happened.
Hot.
I did some really cool shit there too. But I got to go to bed, man. I'm tired.
Yeah, Grid. So for everybody who's, I'm gonna shout out your channel on Twitch. That's the only thing I can do, and I'm gonna link it. But this is talking to Grid One Motorsports, aka an unreasonable man. Grid raided me on, or the equivalent of whatever it's called on YouTube, raid, and very much thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I just got started expanding into YouTube. I haven't even put up any static video content. I've only just been live streaming to it. I haven't done any static content yet. I very much thank you for the boost.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Always love talking. Our interests are very aligned on a lot of things.
Yeah, it seems like.
It's just like, hey, what do you want to talk about? Any of it. It's all good. It's all good. We're good. Anything you want to talk about, from what I understand about you, sir, in our brief history, is pretty much anything that you would like to talk about. My channel also is a place to talk about that stuff too.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in that rare retired mode where I spent my day to day prepping my airplane for paint.
I have a buddy who who is also another content creator. He's also primarily on Twitch, doing kick, not live streaming on YouTube. But if you're a flyer, he is a prior Marine aviator. He flew Harriers.
Cool.
He's in my he's one of my mods. I'm a mod for him. It's a really tight our political leanings. It's a really tight community of the ones who kind of got started on Twitch around. Twisted Aviator, aka Nader Hunter. He's a storm chaser now. He's doing real storm chase and getting the footage over to the weather services type stuff. He's retired also. And he's also in our age bracket. Not
cool.
Yeah, in his 40s, retired dude. So yeah, I'll you're gonna meet him at some point. But don't let me keep you up, dude. I've been trying to finish this, reacting to these Transformer pew-pews for.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna.
Yeah.
I haven't even got to the Biden calls us a garbage yet video.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you have fun with that. I see that you have an AR-7 up on the YouTube video that I came in on, and I actually have one of those with some mods. Actually, I have a heavy barrel for it, and
there's some really cool. This actually, I'll hang on in the side chat on this. Here's the video, the video that I'm doing. I'm doing a reaction to this right now. This is essentially Transformer PPUs that there's some really cool stuff in here if you're interested, or like watch my reaction video. Oh, hey.
Yeah, I'll watch that, and I'm gonna go to bed, man.
Appreciate
I
it.
still have to call my wife back too, so I got a lot of stuff going on.
No, don't let me keep you. Thank again, 100%. Thank you for the raid. I very much appreciate it, and thanks for hanging out with me for a little bit.
Have the rest of your night.
Good
man.
times, dude.
Yep. All right. See ya.
Yep. Later, man. Clockwork Happy. No, we're not ending. No, sir. I'm gonna turn off the. Oop, we turned that off because I'm the only one in it right now. I don't need me on the screen twice. Although it is funny, because we look this way, and now we look out. We look this way, and now we look in. Oh, hey, I know you. I've seen you before. Oh, hello. I am going to put this on because I literally had 3 videos queued up for like reaction and then whatever else happens during the stream. But we are going to put this on a little bit faster. See how it goes. Oh, Clockwork Happy, you heard AR talk and your brother helped you build your own. So, oh, yes, no, this is the correct place. So I think I'm on other creators' streams and content more than my own. What we do here is take how does this impact at the most local mindset, taking like the basically prepper lens and then viewing politics, current events with that, and then also some pew stuff, veteran stuff, prior active duty comm marine here. So we do talk about one of the videos I have queued up is actually a comm thing, talking about Meshtastic, and there's the thumbnail has a Flipper 0 in it. And I'm gonna, it's only, oh no, this is 26 minutes. Okay. No biggie. Either way, that video is something, and then also the politics. We've got Joe Biden calling us all garbage. I want as little government interference in my life as possible, and I really am not a fan of paying taxes. I registered my first LLC. Finally, this past year, 2024, we are actively working on how do I avoid taxes? See, being a content creator, being a streamer, that's a real easy way because you can get 1099 paycheck. And from what I understand, just one 1099 paycheck for you personally, or one check incoming to your business, either one of those in the calendar year is enough to unlock the whole US tax code versus doing a 1040 EZ with your standard deduction. And this is neither a financial advice stream nor a cult. It's definitely not a cult. It's not a cult. Please don't. It's not cult behavior. Oh, that's sick, man. My brother is a vet, but I'm not. But I've worked with organizations for you boys, so I love that chat. Yes, sir. You are welcome here. 100%. I don't ban. I've banned 3 people out of my channel. It's as free speech as Twitch. You're on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube right now. Twitch is fairly limited as far as free speech platform, and things that are risky, you're not going to get banned, but the message might be deleted, just for safety of the channel, so that I can continue doing that kind of stuff. Ranger and Rogue also a very libertarian type person. I'm not sure where I'm at these days. I'm somewhere between libertarian and constitutional conservative. That's kind of where my wheelhouse is at. Mr. Ranger is a very libertarian. Also, IPA, the guy who was on the call with Grid and I just a moment ago, very libertarian. There's like you're in a welcome space here. You can talk about, if you want to call me an idiot from the chat. I mean, okay, cool, but I mean, I probably am. It's fine. Somewhere between gay and gayer. Yeah. That was that movie with Jim Carrey, right? I digress. Still trying to react to this. We have a Henry AR-7.
Because this thing is a serious contender when it comes to survival firearms. And I'm not just saying that because it's my personal
like
favorite for this kind of situation.
Too. Like,
people often don't give it enough credit for how effective it can be. The AR...
That's one of the things I've heard about it, is because of the super thin barrel, which is for, like, obviously weight considerations, that it's really not all that accurate. Also, mounting an optic to it, so the receiver, even though there's a pick rail on it, as you can see right here, the receiver does fit inside. Everything fits inside the stonk on it. Like the barrel, it unscrews a little collar, and then like the receiver and the mags, it has 2 mags, and they both fit, like all of it fits inside the stock. I don't like, there's not really a place for an optic to go in the little hole. In the hole. Clockwork, you're libertarian? Just I don't know here. I don't advertise my Discord too much. It's mostly content creators on it, realistically. But here, there's going to be links to a lot of other both content creators, content stuff, and like I try and organize my Discord kind of like my OneNote is. It's like a second or third brain. It is kind of a mess right now. I'm trying to consolidate down some of the like standard text channels, consolidate them into forums that have just topics for the different things. It's a giant mess. But there is links in there for a lot of other content creators also that you probably will be interested in. If you would like to, you're welcome. Anybody else who is liking this type of content. Also, yeah, we talk cars. We talk mechanical engineering. Cool. We're talking about PPUs. We're talking about personal security. We're talking about liberty. We're talking about freedom. And then we're also talking about politics kind of through that lens. That's what we do. And thus, we continue.
AR-7 is chambered in a .22 LR and boasts a blowback semi-automatic action, so you can get those follow-up shots in quick if you need to. The gun's a blast to shoot and comes with 2 8-round magazines. 8 rounds are more than enough for most situations, but extended magazines are available and are reasonably affordable. When packed, this thing is tiny, like seriously compact. It weighs just 3.5 pounds and breaks down into 2 pieces. You can...
Also, it floats. The whole thing broken down and then packed into the stock, which has like a rubber seal around it, butt pad kind of thing. The whole thing, it floats. Clockwork happy. Okay, cool, man. I wasn't sure if you took Collins and stuff, but I did that. Thanks for the link. Yes, I do. And if you promise, if you pinky promise not to drop any slurs or toss stuff, which maintaining toss on 3 different, I'm only live on 3 platforms right now. It's YouTube, Kick, and YouTube. If you would like to jump in and talk about what we're talking about right now, or anything, you can distract me like a friggin' squirrel, dude. It's not all that hard. Grid came in, so we started talking cars. That's when... It's mutual, though. Whenever I jump on his show, we usually end up talking cars, too. Yeah, if you want to jump in, just waiting room. You should be able to get there even... It's all manual. I don't... you to assign permissions, but you should. I think I changed everything to where, without permissions, that you can see and join the waiting room. Oh, there you are. Good evening.
Hey, yeah, promise I'm not a weirdo.
Quick,
But
what's your favorite
I
slur?
can't-
That's a
I
test.
can't say
don't.
that. I'm gonna get banned from Twitch.
Ah, outstanding. No, that was the correct answer. There we go. Oh, actually, it was up the whole time. It's like Scooby-Doo. So how you doing? This is Clockwork Happy. Yeah. I can't.
Yep.
I can't see what your name. It begins with O. That's all I can see. On
Clock is good.
on the Discords, because streamer mode, and it's horrible not being able to see names. It's like, this really needs to be addressed. But good evening. How you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Did you have something specific?
Not in specific, but I saw your tags and kind of like what you were chatting with your buddy about, and I was like, oh.
Maybe
Oh,
this is a
shit, I'm,
place
like,
where
super
I have
into that.
maybe there are friends that I didn't know I had yet. Yes?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, no, outstanding. That is the best kind of thing that the tags, I think, are for, because we were talking about cars. I've got like a rifle review thing that I'm trying to do on screen, and none of that's necessarily, hey, small government and leave me alone type things, or Transformers too. Talking about Transformers sometimes.
Kinda. I mean, like, weaponry and small government, sure, like you can link those together.
Yeah, it's like,
you know,
kind of goes hand in hand, just together forever.
Yeah, because
Ranger and
I'm in a
Rogue thinks you're a
state
fed,
that, like,
and I have
doesn't
not
allow
decided
that.
yet. You might just be a glowy girl on the internet.
Oh,
That's
God.
a guy in real life. Yeah. So guy until proved otherwise. No biggie. Nothing personal.
Hey, brother, it doesn't help because I'm like 6 foot tall too, so like it doesn't help my case at all online.
Okay, so you're still shorter than me by a good bit, but yeah, that doesn't help.
God.
6
Oh,
foot
that's
chick.
great.
Oh man. What are we getting into?
Okay. So tall chick likes weaponry, works with vets. I could understand when you're like, oh shit, she's glowing
Please-
from a mile away.
Please-
Oh no.
Please don't be offended. I'm not sure the way to ask. Do you have a penis?
If I did, I'd helicopter it all day long, but I don't.
That was actually the best possible answer. 6 foot. Okay, yeah, no, okay, so we're past that. Outstanding. Would you like to comment on... Oh, you know what? That's why... Okay, I have on my list to get StreamYard going, because sharing videos into Discord on Linux, that's another thing too. This is a Linux channel.
Oh.
Yeah, nerd comm guy type stuff. Sharing audio from the videos, like, or from just any kind of sharing things in Discord, it's upsio. It's a no-go. And I thought that it used to work, but apparently in like I forget what year. It was like 2021, 2022, somewhere in there. It stopped working for me, but apparently it's never worked for anybody on Linux. There's like some workarounds. I very much swear it worked before.
Because I'm like, my bones hurt. I'm old. I'm 35. I haven't heard anyone using like Linux in a long time.
Also,
Like since my 20s, I was like, wait.
I'm a little bit older than you, but it's so since 1996 at home, primarily I've been using Linux. At that point, it was Slackware Right now, for my daily driver, I mainly use Linux Mint, which it's like, this is the distribution, or at least it used to be, the 2020 long-term support version was very much, put it on a laptop, give it to grandma, and you'll be fine. Just set automatic updates, and it's fine, and you'll be great. Right now, there's a few things that I've not been as happy with the new long-term support version, but for the most part, things just work. It's kind of like how Windows used to be. The argument was
no,
things just
I
work.
gave
Or
up.
Macs.
Like the last PC that I built now, like I went on the straight like I buy power PC, and it was like,
oh yeah, no,
just
they've
give
been
me something
around
that'll
since
work.
the mid 2000s. Also, yeah.
Yeah,
Good company.
I was like, just give me something that'll work, that'll play my games. I don't care anymore. Just as long as it works.
I so about a year ago, I purchased my first desktop tower. Last one I did, I built when I was stationed in Okinawa, and I mean, like, quote, building a PC. The fitting stuff together, I mean, yeah, that's an kind of an art and fun, and like doing, your cable management and everything. The more important part is choosing what parts to use. It's the choices. I just chose.
Oh yeah, and like graphic
kinda what was
cards
the
these
best.
days, like to get the most like updated graphics card is insane, dude.
My
Like, you
last.
can't just pre-order or purchase.
No.
You've got like scalpers who will buy like over 100 in bulk, and then sell them on like fucking eBay. Like,
yeah.
it's crazy. So mine is pretty outdated. I mean, it still runs. Like, I can play Baldur's Gate. It gets a little laggy, but I can still play it.
Did you do the gay bear sex thing?
Oh, I totally did for the achievement. Yeah.
There's an achievement for it?
There's an achievement. So my friend and I in our co-op, I was like, you get the tentacles, I get the bear. We split this 50-50.
You get there's a tentacle?
Oh yeah, it's weirder than the bear.
That
It's way weirder.
okay, I'm not sure. I'm at a loss. I didn't know
Both were terrible, but I feel like I got off better than her.
I didn't know it was gonna take a turn in this direction. Whew. I'm not sure if I kind of liked. I didn't get too far, like, really into them. I kind of like the original, like the other Baldur's Gate games. This one is obviously very much more popular and has a lot more branching endings, and apparently a lot of different ways to solve problems.
A lot of different ways. Because I play like D&D with like a group of people too. So when I started the game, I was kind of playing it that way, and missed so much stuff.
I think that's
because I was playing it like too seriously.
I think that's the best way. Historically, I'm a horrible save scummer for things like that, to try and, like, make it the best possible. But it's like, you have the most fun if you just, like, just let it ride. If you're not, at least for a first playthrough, I guess.
No, my first playthrough, like, it got to the point where I hadn't long rested for so long, where the game like forced me into one, and it was like, you have to rest. I was like, I don't have to do shit. But it was like, for story progression, please rest. And I was like, oh no. Oh, you actually want me to do this? Oh. My
Well, I mean,
bad.
that turns into challenge accepted. Like, how long can I go without it now?
Like, I went like almost the first whole act. But I usually like I'll play as a cleric, which is just like absolutely OP in any of the games, or even like general Dungeons and Dragons.
I played 3.5 for D&D, like in the barracks, like 20 years ago.
Oh, nice.
I've tried a couple, like I've had a few very short temporary games since then. One of which was an on-stream one, and it was interesting, but it was 5th edition, and like we kind of just breezed past everything. I was kind of just making up as I go. Oh no. So in 3.5, the way that I play, I have to be part rogue, generally, for like the way that I play, because it's just, I play an intelligence rogue, generally.
Okay.
So it's like all the skills. No magic, nah. I mean, yeah, maybe devices or whatever. But like all the skills, and like combat's an afterthought. It's just like, well, I mean, it's not necessarily an attack if I use like a rope to go and cut a chandelier and that falls on somebody, then, you know, whatever that damage is. It's not my weapon doing the damage. That kind of thing.
Oh, see, I love that. See, I usually play like a cleric, not a paladin, but I'll max out like strength, right? So my AC is crazy high. And then I had this one D&D session where like I plopped myself in the center of this dungeon and popped like spirit guardians. So I've got the, you know, the circle of guardians around me, and things were bum rushing all around. And I just
based on context clues, I figured out what that is. It's like a shield that's on the ground around you.
Just like spirits around me, and I'm like, have fun, boys. Like unstoppable. And they have they put that in like Baldur's Gate 3 too. So like I'll max out my cleric and then pop in like Shadowheart and just walk through things like I don't have to do shit.
I think I played one cleric in a 3.5, not a 5th edition game, and the cleric had like, I want to say an 18 Constitution that I did for some reason. Like other numbers were fairly normal, but somehow I had an 18 and I put it in I don't know why I did this, but cleric, not like a fighter, became the tank essentially.
Yeah, that's
like,
in my game right now. Mine became the tank, and I'm like, how the hell did this happen?
This isn't supposed to be this way. Let's like.
Yeah.
Why is the paladin behind me?
Yeah, dude, exactly. I was like, I don't know how this happened, because like I played you ever play like Vanilla WoW or any games like that?
I played Vanilla WoW when it came out, and then I lost interest at about level like 25 or something. And I'm so glad that I never got to endgame, because it was kind of a dumpster fire. No summoning stones, like Molten Core raids, like the 40-man raids where like, I hear horror stories about, it's probably a little bit exaggerated, but where like a quarter of the raid is AFK. Like,
yeah, that's probably not exaggerated. Like I played up until Battle for Azeroth.
Oh, that was the third time I quit in BFA.
Oh,
yeah.
It was so bad. It was so bad.
That was when it was leveling up the neck thing, right? It was BFA. Am I remembering right?
Yeah, I was playing this like mythic 7 key, and just sat there and was like, "Oh my god, I hate this game." Oh my god,
Legion was so good. There was a few very distinct. Cool. Legion, okay.
Legion was the shit.
Yay or nay, the two detrimental things was having to level each weapon separately if you played more than one spec, and then friggin' the legendary like gear mechanic, and you can have two, and that was great. The friggin' them being random drops. So if I was mythic rating on a rogue at the time, well, a rogue and an Aflock and a Boomkin, but you know, no, don't worry about that. So if you're mythic rating on a rogue or doing anything on a rogue, you have to have the shoulders. It's like a 25%
pauldrons were the shit
DPS.
in WoW. Everyone just wanted massive pauldrons left.
Not the look, the friggin' legendary. All 3 specs of Rogue had to have the shoulders.
Even in Transmog, if you didn't have pauldrons, you weren't shit. You had to have big pauldrons.
That's where the art, like your helm and shoulders, is where all the art came. If you were doing Transmog, it was like those were the 2 detrimental things about Legion. That was the only bad things. It was seriously the grind for multiple weapons, but then the legendary weapons, or the artifact weapons, but then the friggin'. If you don't get your legendary, if you were in a really competitive guild, you'd just be benched until you got it. And if it took you a friggin' year to get, it was on my Rogue. It was like 3rd from the last legendary that I got was the shoulders. And
it was a pain in the ass. And like, don't judge me, but I jumped from WoW to Final Fantasy.
I like the combo points mechanic. Besides that, I don't care. I don't know what. I've seen FFO or what Final Fantasy 11 and 4 or 14, I think. Or the
14 online, yeah. The raid mechanics are so much fun. Like honestly, dude, I have so much fun playing this game.
Are all the mounts chocobos?
Nah.
Nah? Oh.
No, like they've got Ifrit, they've got like a lot of the old school like Final Fantasy.
Ifrit, that's like I'm remembering that from Final Fantasy 6, which was also 100% the best Final Fantasy ever. The entire series, all JRPGs, not just the Final Fantasy series, even peaked once the Ghost Train got suplexed.
Oh, dude,
Sorry,
you can
there's
fight
nothing topping
Kefka
that.
in this. You fight the Ghost Train from 6. Like they imported that as a raid. Dude, they imported the Ghost Train as a raid. It is a bitch, but it's so much fun.
Well, I mean, that tracks because that was a giant pain in the ass when.
Yeah, it was a pain in the ass.
In 6, that's.
And they have that as an actual raid, and then Kefka as a raid boss too.
Okay, I'm interested now. I don't have time to play any MMOs, but I'm interested now.
Yeah. It was cool. Like I'm not like a simp for it, but like they added it where you can play the dungeons like solo for people who like don't have time, and you can go through it with NPCs. It takes a lot longer, but you can do it.
And I mean, obviously it's an MMO. It's an action game. It's not like
and it's free to play up until I want to say like the 3rd expansion now. They don't charge you what's called monthly fees for like the first 3 expansions.
That was always the thing, like WoW being $15 a month, and having to purchase the game.
I've got a guild full of like military vets, or because I'm in my 30s, so like 30 to 40-year-olds.
Oh, you're old.
And we're like, we don't have time for that shit, right? Yeah, as a chick, I've aged. Like, we don't have time for that.
I used to be very against, like, just, for the purity of the concept about, gold buying. It's pay to win, but I'm quite a bit older than you, by the way. But now being that, time is my most valuable asset, 100%. Time and dirt are the 2 most valuable assets, period. Yeah, buying gold, which it's not buying wins, it's just buying gold to reduce some grind time.
There's a big difference between, like, because in Final Fantasy, in WoW, you can, like, buy carries to go through raids. In Final Fantasy, the mechanics are too tough, like, you can't do it. It doesn't work that way. But buying gold, fuck it. I don't give a shit.
I believe Blizzard thought the same. That's why they made it like a built-in thing you can just do now.
Well, Blizzard, I mean, was feeding their testers meth rocks in the early 2000s too, so I don't really think they care about a lot.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of new. Like, I'm not I don't do gaming channel content, but yeah, like the Blizzard Activision. Not a fan. No.
I had a buddy. He went AWOL first, and we're like, Bobby, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? But he was a tester for that, and like, oh no, Blizzard is. I don't generally say this, because like I am a huge fan of like laissez-faire capitalism, right?
Ranger, not a gaming news channel, you degenerate.
Yeah.
I'm
like,
somewhat laissez-faire. I'm pretty laissez-faire, honestly.
Yeah, like the best product for the best money, right? If you're feeding your testers like meth rocks to keep them going, probably not the best.
Well, I mean, like, the best, you know, just
possibly gonna miss some. Oh shit! Sorry, I just saw Ranger's the woman on internet fed.
Yeah, that was
a mile away, brother.
Comment. Ranger, you're not live. Just wait. Mod Lounge on your Discord. Oh, make me jump over. Why don't you put in? Oh, hot! Congratulations, man. You got a payout.
But I do remember when all that was coming out about Blizzard, and they were like, "But look, we have a statue of an orc that says equality, so we're pretty good, guys."
Qua? It says
You never seen that? It's like Sour Fang. It's like this big statue of an orc, and they're like, "It says equality. We're pretty good."
Oh no, Ranger! The last thing, the thing that I just saw was like your in Mod Lounge was your metrics, but don't mean. So I quit like hard around the second raid tier BFA. So I've quit WoW 3 times. One was like while leveling in vanilla, and then I got back into it for BC, like a month or 2 into BC, and that was like, hey, this is the good times. Then about the second raid tier into Pandaland, I quit again. Oh, it sounds like you know what I'm talking about.
So
and then
bad. It was so bad.
It wasn't fun at all. I was like, I don't like this. I could do better with my time. And then I got back into it for Legion. And then Legion turned out to be like, hey, this is Wrath and BC level of awesome.
Legion
Minus the
was
2
fucking cool.
big things. The storyline was cool. All of it, like everything was cool. All the raids were good too. Like tier 8 in Wrath was like little meh. Remember the like the jousting tournament and all that like that one? That was 9. 8 was Ulduar, I think. Ulduar was badass. How does I Colgarn? Well, you don't. That's the trick. That's
so
the secret.
so I had played through, like you said, Legion was the shit. Like oh god, what was it? Sargeras had been reopened. That was cool.
Yes. Keep telling your story. I'll be right back. I can still hear.
Everyone fucking hated. Go for it. Mr. Pandaria, everyone hated. Everyone. I haven't heard of a single fucking person who was hyped about that. Battle for Azeroth, I got through the first like 2 raid tiers. I was working on my Pathfinder, like finished all the Beast Tribe quests, and then I remember like I said, I was on this Mythic Key 7, and like halfway through I stopped and I was like, oh my god, I fucking hate this game. Oh my god, I hate everyone I'm playing with. Oh my god, this game fucking sucks. and I haven't gone back. I can't. I won't do it.
Sometimes I have to climb up out of the bunker for just a minute to go do a thing.
Dude, no worries.
Okay. I think the highest, so I don't remember if it was in, I don't think, it wouldn't have been a BFA. The highest keys, I think I maxed out at like 23 for Mythic Plus keys. That was only on my Rogue and Lock though.
See, I was on my lock. Like, my brother's a ranger, and we had started this guild, like Iron Rangers, right? And I had this one little shit heel pop in, like trying to tell me how to play a lock, and I got so pissy that I like dedicated my being into the game to get better, like out DPS this like one random kid on the internet. And then halfway through, like I said, I was in a key and I was like, why am I doing this? I hate this.
Friggin'
this is not fun.
In Legion, I'm fully admitting. So I played sub. I switched to sub because like I liked Outlaw. I love the dice roll mechanic, but sub was like broken for. It was very much like a Demon Hunter, where just 100, like the first 30 seconds is just busted, like 2 million damage in the first 30 seconds, and then it kind of tapers off.
This is why I love
Affliction
Final Fantasy,
locks
because I
were even more
main
broken.
as a Dragoon. Like, you don't have to switch your tune. Like, you can max out every single job under the same tune. And
But do they have raid
main
lockouts?
Dragoon on it. Yes.
Okay, well then,
So
I
you
mean,
have to have, like,
having more
item
than one
levels,
tune
all
lets you
that.
do more than one. I mean,
Well,
it's having more
you
than one
have
tune
to
lets you
have,
do
like-
it more than once. Because some of us, you know, were that addicted and did
Yeah.
multiple raids on multiple tunes for,
Yeah. So
and
like
then
there's
running
like
your friggin' keys.
yeah, there's item lockouts where it's like, let's say you can get 3 a week, then you have to wait. So theoretically, yes, you can create another tune so you can get more. But I love it. Like, I main Dragoon, and it's kind of
So
like
a
the fuck around,
Dragoon
find out
historically rides like cavalry into a fight and then dismounts and then fights. Is
I
that
just jump around.
is that what a Dragoon is in this context?
I'm like
'Cause I don't-
Dragon Slayer, so I just jump a lot. So I've got a lot of like keybinds where I'll like launch backwards, and if I pull it off and land onto a platform that's like, let's say, not collapsing, I'm the coolest motherfucker in the realm. If I fail it, they're like, oh, stupid Dragoon, and I'm like, hey, it's me. Someone res me.
It's
But if
me,
I pull it off, it's amazing.
Dragoonio.
Like, you seen the meme of the guy like in 3rd place, like biting the metal, shooting off champagne? That's
Oh,
me.
and chugging the champagne.
I
Yes.
love it. Yeah, like I'm 3rd place DPS, but I'm still like, hey, check me out. I'm so cool. Like, I'll play healer too. I don't like to a lot, but I'll do it.
I technically mained a healer, so like I so just for the cred, I did play when WoW came out in 2004. I was stationed in Okinawa at the time, and it was like, it's just a game. A bunch of us were playing it, and not really impressed. I mean, it was the very early leveling is, especially in vanilla, was super boring.
Oh, it's terrible, especially if you played like human and you drop off in that fucking pig pit, dude. It sucked.
Oh, I was a super cool guy and did Night Elf for my first tune back in vanilla.
Nice.
And as soon as you get off the giant tree, Teledrassil or whatever it is, like it's not entirely clear where to go to level next, and like the quests aren't necessarily as clear. At least this was very first cut. This was like version, just released. Hardly any patches in. Like maybe a couple months into the game being out.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good time. People have rose-colored glasses 100%. That's why the vanilla thing is.
No,
it's a hybrid.
It was brutal. When I first started playing, I remember signed up, got dropped into the Undercity. And my brother, he was deployed, and he's like, "All right, kid, meet here." And I'm like, "I don't know where the fuck here is, dude. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I just came off playing like this Korean MMO MapleStory.
I thought you were going to say Ragnarok Online, because I played the closed alpha for Ragnarok Online. It's like the most Korean grind fest MMO ever.
Yeah, Ragnarok and like I said, MapleStory. That was my shit when I was a kid.
Oh, this shit was like when I was
maybe
20.
I am a fed because
yeah, you're a fed.
like this group, like, oh,
and a young fed
we'll get
too.
you the pedal staff, and I was like, thank you so much. Back when it was it was like Skype and IRC.
IRC is still around. Did you mean ICQ? Because I think ICQ is just now shuttering and closing down.
No, it was
It's
like
been around forever.
IRC. It is? Oh shit.
Yeah, IRC's. So funny thing, Freenode, which was like where a lot of open source collaborators and like a lot of things. It had a hostile takeover 2020, 2021-ish, where some guys like, yeah, I own this now. And it was a whole legal thing. So most of the volunteers and everybody who made Freenode work went to libranet.chat, I think is their site. And a lot of channels migrated over.
Oh, that's what? Because I remember, like, being a kid, there was, like, there was AIM first.
Yeah.
Skype, and then there was, like...
MSN.
IRC. Yeah. Oh, God.
Obviously, MSN.
Yeah. MSN. And you're in a shitty mood, you just put, like, a very long away message. like I remember that, but... Huh. Look at that. I think, God, I had like TeamSpeak client for a minute too.
TeamSpeak, Ventrilo, Mumble were the things. I think not in that order. I think Ventrilo was the oldest one.
No, we had God, back in like the old like guild days.
Dobry.
I want to say we were using like, but no, IRC was only chat client. God,
so I've been running Linux since 1996. That was right around the time. Like I wrote like getting into. I was on both Windows and Linux in the mid 90s. So Mirk, MIRC, that IRC client was the first place that I started doing like scripting or any kind of programming at all. Which I'm still not really all that great. I still script and like because I need to for work, but I don't do like compiled programs.
Oh God.
But I script for automation for work stuff.
I mean, I remember as a kid like writing Java just for like MySpace and shit. It's like my page has to be pretty.
Zach AP or Zach AP, good evening and welcome in. Yes, I'm sorry, I just see an alert here. Yes, I do. I've been stuck on this doing a react to the smallest but deadliest guns for bug out bag and home defense for...
Sorry.
Oh, it's been like a couple hours now. It's been paused there. Hang on. We're gonna do a thing. Mr. Bill knocked on my door, so let's see. I've never done this. I've tried it a couple times. Yeah, you can throw videos in my hang on, I'll link in my Discord. I mean, you can put it in chat. I don't publish my Discord, but there it is. If you want to put in the like for stream, yeah, submit content to review. It's in the like the voice channel area. If you want to put anything in there, you're welcome to. Or you can put it in the chat. I'm very distracted right now. I'm trying to use your microphone. Can chat hear your call? Yes.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, dude. I did not mean to like.
No, you're fine. Like this is Grumple has stuff planned. Let's see how we can distract him, because this is how it works. And then so on screen now, I've never done this before. Is we have collaboration. Oh. Allow. We have collaboration between Mr. Bill and Grumple. I only want to test it for the purposes of testing it. Otherwise, I mean, Mr. Bill, just come jump in the call, man. Can you hear me? Test 1 2.
Me too.
Can you hear me? I hear you, Bill.
No.
Test 1 2.
I don't hear Bill at all.
Oh, there we go. Yes, you're not going to be able to hear him because we're in this like Twitch pop out thing. This is really cool that it's a thing.
Yeah,
but,
I can hear myself on your chat.
Yeah,
Twitch
like
has a voice pop out?
Well, it has a collaborate thing kind of built in now, so that you don't have to have like a Discord call. And that's what I've tried it a couple times.
Or whatever, and they wanted to talk to each other or whatever, you'd be able to do that.
You know, Bill, only I and the stream can hear you.
Yeah.
What is it? You're Clockwork Happy, right? Or your clock, you said. No? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Clock cannot hear you. So we've tested this. What's that, Bill?
Sort of make sure to see if that works. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I've never had I've knocked a few times on people that I kind of wanted to test it with, and it's never
worked out.
Worked. Yeah, it's really cool though.
Yeah.
But dude, jump on Discord.
Yeah, kick me out, or I'm not sure how I would kick myself.
Okay, I'm just gonna close it. But yeah, if you wanna hang out, just jump in Discord, dude.
Oh, there's the box.
Oh, that's really neat because I can see it on your stream. Like, I didn't pop on volume because I would just echo and be a nightmare, but that's really cool.
Well, that was interesting. Did my camera go all blank just briefly on the Discord call?
Yes.
So when I closed the pop out Twitch collaborate knock thing, that's when that happened, like right when I closed it. That's interesting. Oh, is that chap? Yes. Yeah, you can link, I mean, if you link something that's toss or super ultra cringe, I guess I would say, you're not going to build up any friend points, but I'm not going to ban you or nothing. That'd be silly. Screen first, save. I mean, I have a few videos. Or wait, is it quick? Is it short? Might just do it. And then friends can also react.
Commodities. Our world is quite...
Dude, this is a 2-hour video. This isn't a react. What? Oh no, the meta. No, that's funny. Oh man, it's a 2-hour video. Even playing it at 2 times speed, which is I'm honestly getting on board with. It's almost hard to listen to things at normal speed anymore. Like 1.5 is kind of my jam. Blame Ranger for that one. Maybe I don't have the bootstraps for it. Super interesting. A Mark's Complete Guide to Capitalism. Yeah, 2-hour video. No, dude, not. Oh, Salty in the kick chat. Good evening, Salty. Welcome in. Oh, Cosmic Protocol banned. You banned me out of your chat. You're an interesting dude. But notice you're not banned here. It's fine. Super weird, like, when you weren't live for... Nobody was there. I haven't said anything in your chat in, like, quite a while. No biggie. Do whatever you want to do, dude. No skin off my back. We're, you don't do weird shit on my channel. I haven't been in your, like, I haven't done anything in your channel in as long as my logs go back that I can scroll back through, which is about a month. You banned me on Friday night, dude. What? It's, I don't know, super weird. Cosmic Protocol band is in my chat. He's another streamer on Twitch. Banned me, like, for out of the blue. It was on a Friday night, close to midnight, when he hadn't been live in quite a while. And I, for much even longer, haven't interacted with him. It was super weird to be banned, especially when I then recommended him for a raid from another streamer. But, you know, do whatever you want, dude. It doesn't impact me. It's fine. It's cool. You Win TV, Kamala 24. Are there 23 others? Are they clones? No, Cosmic, I don't care. It's fine. Dude. Whatever, dude. I you know. I happened to sub to your channel, just like, hey, you new streamer in the space, cool. I got a founder badge in your channel. I said very little on your channel. I don't care why you banned me. I don't. It doesn't impact me in the slightest. It was just interesting. Amanda Thomas over on YouTube, good evening. We are right now laughing at kind of a suggestion to do a reaction to a 2-hour video on Marxism Guide to Capitalism. That's yes, Cosmic Protocol Band. I subbed to you. I have a founder badge in your channel. You also did dismiss that. You attributed me subbing to somebody gifting me a sub, which you can't get a founder badge if somebody gifts you a sub. Yes, I think I had like 2 months. I don't sub, or I don't maintain a lot of subs right now because I'm between contracts. So my cash flow, my personal cash flow, doesn't allow me to maintain subs to the like, I don't know, 40 channels that I would like to. Good evening, Amanda. Wait, Zachap, it's a whole playlist. What? It's a whole playlist of 2-hour videos about Marxism, commenting like Marxism perspective on capitalism? Oh, it sure as shit is. Pardon my French. Oh wow. This sure is a playlist. Oh man. Oh, okay. I don't. So talking about economy is honestly a very small part of what it's like on the smaller side of what I do and like to talk about and things. But wow, I'm gonna save this. I am. Because no, Zachap, this is if I'm interested in talking about economics, this sounds like it would it's definitely going to be content. This is going to be content. I'm not 100% laissez-faire, but I'm not really close to 100% laissez-faire capitalism endorser, enjoyer.
See, I am. My little brother's fiance is like self-admitted Marxist. Which when I laughed, she got real mad. But
oh, they do. They do.
she got
that tracks.
Really pissy, and I was like, what are you gonna do? And she was like, what do you mean? And I'm like, what are you gonna do? What do you offer to the greater good? Like anything? So, but if you can't like DM me that on Discord, because I'd love to see that. But she got real pissy. But I was like, what? Again, all I asked is, I'm like, what do you do?
What do you do in the system, or what is?
Yeah, and this is like, what do you do? Like in this utopia. What do you do?
They all answer, oh, I'm going to teach leftist theory and concepts, or make, underwater. I'm going to do underwater basket weaving or something. Not.
It's just like I'm going to make equality, and I'm like, okay, but.
None of them have ever says like I'm gonna work in the salt mine because that's where the communist.
Are you gonna be in the
society
fucking
said
oil
I have to
fields
go.
getting your hands dirty, or is that peasantry to you? Is that the proletariat? What do you want? What are you gonna do?
The funniest thing is some like. So I can think of two actual avowed Marxist-Leninist people in at least the Twitch space. One who I don't think I ever talked to, but I don't necessarily like. He's saying some interesting things. The other one I've interacted with a bit. It's been it's maybe close to a year. Well, I'll just name names. Yeah, non-smoker. He is an avowed Marxist-Leninist, and I love talking to the guy. It's been only a very few times. I haven't talked to him in quite a while. I think last time I saw him live, he mentioned, "Hey, I want to talk to you about something," and we just never set it up. We never got it going. But the thing is that they are very anti-woke, like actual legit Marxist-Leninist.
Oh, dude, like most Marxists I've met are like fucking wild when it comes to that. Like,
isn't that
very
weird?
like segregist, like over the top, and I'm like, holy shit! Oh my god, are you guys good? Like,
and me being a non-wokeness enjoyer is like, hey, we have some things that we agree on. Let's build a bridge here. This feels like this is a good time. Let's talk about this stuff. Oh, yeah, and then shout out to Turbo Jerko, RIP Turbo's Twitch channel. Let's get it back, y'all. He goes live on Kick, still the same name, Turbo Jerko. Little wild guy. He claims Marxism. I like talking to him. Like I'm a mod for his Discord. It's like I like the guy. We just don't talk economic policy generally, and even if we do, it's like, hey, he's another creator. We're just like, I'm just helping another creator. It's cool, even if we disagree. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and I think that's I like that, like, within the economy, is you can have people that you absolutely, like, fundamentally
vehemently disagree with on
they
a
exist
lot of
in their
things.
sphere, they have an audience, they make their money that way. Great, go for it, dude.
Wait, if I need a wokeism breakdown, hang on, let me look. What is this? No, Zachap. Zachap, join my Discord and put all this stuff in. Like, no, you please put this stuff into my submit content. Like anything else you got, because I'm gonna put these two in
Isn't this Exhibit AY?
Because I love this kind of. I work for a high school now, and you would consider, like, most of the time, kids now, or like Gen Alpha or whatever, are viewed as like hyper woke. They're not.
No, it's like the newer. So I guess the Zoomers and then Gen Alpha. It's like the two generations. It sounds like the Gen Alpha is, or is it so not the millennials? Because I'm Gen X. Yeah, I'm that old. But
I'm millennial, like 35 and such. Like,
yeah, the millennials, we're kind of the woke thing festers. I think I don't remember if it's the one after them, the Zoomers, or then the Gen Alpha, that is like very anti that.
Millennials, we're mostly just depressed. We like, what is it? Oh my god. When everything was gonna collapse in 2000, they're like, the planes are gonna fall, everyone's gonna die because the clocks are resetting.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, because of the 2-digit, 4-digit thing, it's gonna be like, oh no, they're gonna think it's 1900. And...
yeah, we've gone through like so many of those where it's like, okay, and what's next, dude? When the government was like, there's aliens, I'm like, great, are they gonna pay taxes? Because I'm kind of tired of doing that, dude.
Was it when, like, okay, the federal government releases, hey, yeah, y'all, Area 51, like, aliens are real, by the way, and then it, due to the political climate, it just wasn't even a big deal, and it didn't even last.
Gave a shit.
Nobody cared even a little bit.
I'm sitting there, I'm like, I have chickens to get my own eggs. But at the same time, milk is like $4 a gallon now. I don't know what you want from me. I'm so tired.
Yeah.
Like, are they paying taxes? No. Then I don't give a shit about the aliens.
Well, they have H-1B visas, you see. So they can get sponsored.
And like I work in a
jobs.
super like high gang populated area too.
Where
And
you
those-
work.
those
Oh,
kids
fun.
Don't give a shit. Oh yeah, they like we have a legit, like it's been on the news, like national news. I work in a very high risk area, and these kids don't give a shit, dude. Politics, left or right, they do not care at all.
Do you think, just because you mentioned it, okay, I've got to ask now. Do you think being a tall chick, I have to imagine that you work, or where you work, you have to walk at least to a parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that being a, as you said, a 6 foot tall chick, do you think that gives you an advantage in the area, or is it just like not even a concern, like a covered parking, like a closed garage kind of thing?
No,
Situation.
to an extent, because someone keeps leaving change on my door handle, and it's starting to freak me out real bad. So
I don't know what that means, but that's
I don't know what it means. I don't like it though.
Do you have, I mean, check your back seat before you get in every single time, as I'm sure
I
you do. 100%.
Yes. Yes,
What-
100%. It's starting to freak me out a bit because every time I go and I look at like my door handle, there's like change on it, and I'm like, what the fuck kind of brouhaha shit is this?
That's not, yeah. Just check your right front tire for a plastic water bottle.
Yeah.
Also, I know that's a thing that, let's say, ne'er-do-wells do to vehicles to get somebody to stop and get out of the vehicle after
I'm
moving.
pretty cool with a lot of the kids involved in that. Because I like grew up in a shitty circumstance too. So I can deal with those kids. The
Oh, no,
change
the
on
plastic-
my door has
the plastic
been
bottle,
a
that's-
few times. That's
that's a-
different, yeah.
No, the plastic bottle on the right front tires, because you're on the opposite side, so it makes you get out and go walk around the vehicle to go and look and then deal with it.
Yeah, I haven't had that, which is nice.
Yeah,
like
just go
being my
check
height-
your-
So like Maybe
Maybe before you get in your
fights
vehicle,
before.
just check real quick and see if there's anything messed up with the tires on your right side before you get in your vehicle.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
as a safety thing, don't. It's just grumple advice, grumple life advice. No biggie. Just
No.
little
Like
nuggets here and there.
I get it because like I'm tall and like imposing,
Oh, yeah,
right?
that.
But at the same time, like I've had kids though. So I broke up a fight and I had this like student square off with me. Like rolled her shoulders, like squared up, and I looked down and I was like, do you want to do this? And she froze up a little bit and was like, not with you. I was like, that's thank you.
A female student squared up with you and then was like, "Oh, wait, nah."
Like, are we gonna? Do I have to fight a child? Are we gonna do this? And she went, "Not with you, miss." And I was like, "Thank you. I don't want to. Appreciate it."
I've been more lately somehow. So there's a book written by an FBI hostage negotiator called Never Split the Difference. This is a great book. I forget the author's name. But there's another, I don't remember if he's FBI, but he's a hostage negotiator that's been in my YouTube short doom scroll feed lately. And it's almost everything he says is gold advice. And it's all in very short form. Like, it's very concise. There's a lot of ways to just reset situations with people?
There's a lot. Like, let's say boy fights. Boy fights are easy, dude. It's boys. They'll get pissed. 1 or 2 punches thrown, and it's done. You can break it up real easy. Girl fights are personal. Girl fights are vicious. Like, I had a kid one time, we break up a fight, and one walks up to me and she goes, "Hey, Clock," hands me a chunk of hair, and she was like, "Give this to the bitch over there." And I was like, "Ugh! Ugh!
What?
Gross! Fucking yucky!"
Like chunk of, not extensions, but like ripped out
Like
from
hair.
human follicle.
Hair. Yeah, follicle, like chunk of hair. Girl fights are personal and violent. Boys, generally, they're roughhousing too much. It's between friends or whatever. They get in a couple licks and they'll back off. Easy
And
to
then
break up.
afterwards, I mean, not always, but a lot of times, boys or men getting in fights
Yeah,
are
they're
going to
fine
be
with each other after.
they're going to be like friends, or even better friends after. If they weren't friends before, afterwards, there's like, I mean, as long as it wasn't a one-way beating, if it was an actual fight, there's going to be an earned respect between them, and they
they're gonna
probably
be
be
fine.
friends after.
Girl fights are gonna be 4-on-1 in a bathroom in the handicap stall.
With razor blades and Vaseline and
With-
press-on nails getting all unpressed on, and
We did. We
Yeah?
had one in her bun.
Alright.
I had razor blades in her bun. Like I said, brother, girl fights are emotional. They're very different. And me being a female, like breaking those up, I've had a couple times, like I said, where a student squared off with me, and I was like, "Do you want to go?
is
what we're
this
gonna
what
do?"
you intended
Yeah,
for
like,
your
is
next
this-
course of action?
You really want to do this right now? And they'll be like, "No, miss." I'm like, that is what I thought.
I would have bet $1 otherwise, but I mean, oh man, you surprised me. Congratulations, you win. No, miss. That's the best answer.
Yeah, no, miss. And I'm like, okay. But then now I'm getting change left on my door, and I'm like, what brouhaha is this? What are you doing?
So, Addis, please don't dox anything at all, or when or where or anything like that. But it's at a school parking lot where, like, the change is getting left on your doorknob or your door handle. What
Without
is the
doxing,
you can dox the denominations of the change, or does it
I'm
change every
out-
time?
oh, it changed. I'm outside of LA.
Oh
have
no!
you
I said
heard
don't do
of, like-
that.
Well, you know Brown Familia.
No.
So
Brown family.
our gang, our gang is an offshoot of Brown Familia, and like super active. But what's crazy is like the gang members in it, when they're in school, very calm, very respectful, because they don't want to like attract attention.
That is very meta level. Like what? Okay, so high school level, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, got a little
Yeah, so
out of focus
actual
here.
like gangbangers, they don't fuck around too much because it'll attract too much attention. It's like the wannabe kids that act up.
Okay, that tracks. I'm tracking.
Yeah, so
That's
at this
how-
point, I'm like,
I mean, that's how most things are, just at life in general. People who are the thing generally don't advertise or have to. I mean, is if you are the thing, you just are the thing. You don't have to try and make waves about it or advertise it or anything or make a big scene because you already are the thing. If you want people to think you're the thing, that's where you get people making like big waves and out of stories. This is a big thing with like the veteran community. You got your nobody who's been there and done that is, unless it's Seals writing a book about it, is getting into like all big deal about it.
Yeah, like I had a couple people like try and join the Final Fantasy Guild, and immediately I was like, I don't think you're a veteran, dude. Like I don't want to call this out, but I don't think you are. So I had a couple other people like suss it out, and I was like, I fucking knew it. I knew it.
That was the best possible move, because if like somebody who's not part of it calling, I mean, it's like anything else. Somebody who's not part of it calling out somebody who is for maybe being fake, it's not a good look for the caller outer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it myself.
Versus,
but I was like, this sounds
policing your own. Yeah, no, you did the absolute best possible thing.
there was I was like, I reversed image searched this and it's on Pinterest. I don't think that's you. No, I'm gonna ask someone else to call this out, because again, as a civilian, I don't have the rights or the fucking balls to do that. So I was like,
You did the right thing.
Thank you. I mean, I think that happens a lot more, like, online. I don't know why, but
it does take a lot more balls to try and pretend to be something you're not in person than online, because especially if you don't like have a camera on or anything, even if you do have a camera on, but it in person where you're within arm's reach and you can be checked immediately. I mean,
yeah, because like,
I don't mean like you're fact checked. I mean you getting checked, if I may say it like that.
And like I said earlier, so I'm a civilian. My brother's a ranger, but without doxing, I've worked with a couple of organization.
They don't dox.
Like a couple ranches for veterans with PTSD. Working with horses, and one of them was fucking wolves. Like, that was cool as shit.
Working with wolves? Like...
Yeah.
They're just puppies. They're cute little puppies. Just...
Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah.
They're just puppies. They're adorable.
Where I'm like, this thing's gonna eat my fucking face off, and my brother's like, nah, that's just a dog.
Yeah, you just can't have a male, because the male will try and challenge you all the time. Like, literally all the time. If you want a puppy, a wolf puppy, you have to have a female.
Yeah, I actually, dude, cool. I had a German Shepherd wolf before. Cool as shit, man. But like you said, with men, she was not cool. Women, she was cool.
Isn't it funny how the dog can tell what a woman is and Democrats can't?
Yeah.
Super weird, right?
Hey, did you see that clip of the it was that chick, and they panned to the dog and they're like, "What's your dog's gender?" She was like, "It's a girl." And they're like, "How can you tell?"
Okay, there's probably a lot of videos like this, but yeah, it's like,
yeah, it was great.
I mean, kind of like everybody. I mean, it's a girl because it has an innie, not an outie. It's plumbing, dude. But whatever. Oh yeah, by the way, this topic is like super contentious on not Kick at all for some reason. But I think
that's why I
YouTube
kind of
and
got
Twitch,
quiet. I was
yeah,
like, oh no.
we want to kind of talk around it just a little bit and not say like some of the specific words that. Yeah, I mean you.
That's
You get what I'm saying. Okay.
So my aunt had a friend, the 6'5" woman. She was actually funny as shit, like hardcore Republican.
Wait, 6'5" is
Adam's
actually
apple, big as my
slightly
fist.
just a hair taller than me. So now you have my attention. 6'5" woman is like. Was she a descendant of Abraham Lincoln, noted vampire hunter?
Could have, like, I'm talking, brother, like Adam's apple size of my fist.
This woman had an Adam's apple the size of your fist.
I'm talking
Wait.
around it to get around the filters.
Oh,
you know.
Okay. Yeah, now okay.
But like hard.
Thank you for letting me know, because I was thinking,
Yeah.
okay, this is like.
I'm trying
Whoa.
to guide you through it gently.
Yeah, that was you lubed it up correctly and appropriately. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Yes, we're all on the same page now. It did take a minute, but I do eat raw meat and crayons, so like as my staple foods. It can take a minute sometimes.
6'5".
I got it.
Big ass Adam's apple. Like big bitch. And like one of the coolest people I have ever met. Because she was like,
Captain, good
I
evening.
don't give a shit what happens. Just leave my taxes and my weapons alone. I was like, oh. Yeah.
See, people like that, we can, like, seriously, we can be friends. I have a few of them that I consider, of that, type that I consider friends. And, like, yes, yeah, it's the, like, 100%. If you're not, like, if you just want to be left alone and you're not pushing an agenda for a certain thing, yeah,
just don't be an asshole.
We can be friends, 100%.
Oh, dude, she called me out once too. She was like, nice fake red bottom heels, and I was like, God, you're a bitch.
Are you talking about what, Louboutin?
Louis Vuitton, yeah. Yeah, she totally called me out.
Louis Vuitton, Louboutin, I think
Louis
it's
Vuitton.
the shoes with the red
French,
soles.
Yeah.
That are like
totally
a
called me
grand.
out. Yeah, and I was like, "Well, I'm like 20. I'm poor. Don't fucking judge me."
Wait, the captain is Cruiser? I did not know this. Y'all are wild. Good evening. Also, Cruiser, the captain. I didn't know you were the same person. Ah, that's interesting. We're having conversation right now. I was supposed to review and react to 3 videos. One of which is the Joe Biden calls us garbage one. But been distracted by having some great conversations in between. Not sure if we're gonna actually finish even the first one today. And it was a 10-minute video.
Sorry.
Not on your fault. This is way better. Anybody who can, which I have linked a few times, if you would like to join the conversation, welcome. We're having a good time right now doing this, and this is great, both for content and I'm meeting a new person for me, and we're having a good time. But if anybody would like to, always welcome.
I love chatting.
So the 6'5" woman.
Yeah. Totally called me out on knockoffs, and I was like, ow. Like, on one hand, she's
That's
talking.
so funny.
She's like, the best thing ever was she was talking to my stepdad, and she's like, man, I miss having a D. Like, out of nowhere.
Oh, wait, hold up. What?
I'm trying to, like, censored for YouTube and Twitch.
O'clock. Just hold up. So we're getting rated by Echoplex Media. Outstanding. Thank you for the raid. Hang on. I'm gonna do a dramatic reading because I don't have text to speech. I keep meaning to do text to speech. I'm gonna do a dramatic reading of what Frosty Tools says about Echoplex Media, who just rated on Twitch with 5 new souls for the cult. It's not a cult. Don't. That's not. It's totally not a cult here. Just don't believe that. It's all fake news. 100%. So, Echoplex Media, where leftist politics meet conspiracy theories. Grumple monkey spin emote. One moment they're analyzing Bay Area local news. Grumple 2 best country. It's a Texas flag. The emote. The next they're diving into the depths of satanic panic. It's a wild ride, but hey. But hey, at least they're playing Cult of the Lamb along the way. Outstanding. Echoplex, you can just, if you would like to join, talk for a minute, or not. I mean, it's late. I understand 100%. I'm going to put, I should make this a Discord command, but I don't because I generally don't publish my Discord. However, I've done so numerous times tonight.
Come on, join in.
Yeah. Super weird. As long, or just anybody who's in the, what, it didn't send to Kick. But it did send to Discord and YouTube, or excuse me, Twitch and YouTube. Anybody who's in right now, just pinky promise, no slurs, while I'm live. You can do them later. Cool. And it's all good. But 100% Echoplex, thank you for the raid. I very much do appreciate it. I do check in on you from time to time. Like I check in on everybody. Check content to review. Salty, is this Toss? Salty, I'm trusting you. I just saw the... Wait, streamable? What? What is this black magic wizardry? Okay, can or do share? There we go. So you can see it. Audio is not going to work. Can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
This is 45 seconds. -1. Salty recommended. This is allegedly me versus PPG, who is a banned streamer on Twitch and keeps making new accounts. And keeps getting rebanned. His nonsense also actually got somebody else clapped.
PPG versus Grumple right here.
Oh, no shit.
What,
Give him a kick, Rafa. Kick him in the nuts, son.
Oh, wait, that's Salty. Salty is an Australian. Wait, what? There wasn't a clear winner in this one. So Salty, I know kangaroos are nuisance animals in Australia, and kangaroo meat, like ground kangaroo meat, is cheaper than ground beef. I know this for a fact.
Fucking PPG versus Grumple
It's
right
kind of
here.
like venison, no?
Give him a kick, Rafa. Kick him in the nuts, son.
Have I had kangaroo? Once. It wasn't in Australia, though. I don't know. I've had a lot of venison. I would imagine, I mean, because they are wild animals, that it's a very lean red meat. However, so the joke is that, like, kangaroos are deers that have been to prison. Because they're like... Some of them are
PPG versus Grumple right here.
jacked.
Give him a kick, Rafa. Kick him in the nuts, son.
Salty, out of these...
Wallabies?
Oh, these are wallabies. Okay, which one's me and which one's PPG, so I know. Salty, I saw Rocco's Modern Life in the 90s, okay? I know how tall a wallaby is.
Oh, God.
His friend was a cow.
Is it heifer, right?
I believe his name was Heifer.
Fucking PPG versus Grumple right here. Give him a kick, Rafa. Kick him in the nuts, son.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the tails are way too narrow to be kangaroos.
I guess, but so like kangaroos in Australia are like nuisance, right? Like
Yeah,
deer.
they're nuisance animals,
Like,
and
they're fucking
they...
everywhere.
Yeah. They're like seagulls. Or hogs in Texas, especially.
Oh,
Oh yeah, in Texas, at county seats, like a lot of county seats in Texas, you can still get $10 per for bringing them pigtails, like hog.
what are the little ones
hogtails.
called? Javelina.
No. No, absolutely not. That's an entirely different animal. Javelinas are rodents. They just look
But
like
they're
pigs.
the little. Yeah, they're the
They
little.
look like small pigs.
Yeah, and
or
they're
hogs.
everywhere. Because my dad started bow hunting.
Oh, bow hunting javelina is a fun sport. 100%.
Yeah, he started doing that.
Wait, are you in Texas? No, now or
No.
Okay,
So
then
I have horses, and my buddy, like, we long haul to Texas a lot. And there's been times where we'll be on the road, and it looks like middle of the night, right? And it looks like the road is water, and it's just hogs running across. Like, it's
yeah,
bad
people
down there.
people don't understand. Like, if you're out in the woods, just say you're hunting whitetail in North Texas, especially. You need something other than your just standard, like, yeah, like a 270 bolt action rifle. Cool. Yeah, that's great for whitetail hunting. You need something else too, because it's not uncommon for hogs to roll up while, especially if you have
Oh, yeah,
feeders out.
and it's not just like one.
It's like 30.
Yeah.
And yeah, I generally bring an AK while I'm hunting whitetail.
No, in my state, we shot down a coyote. It was fucking with, like, local farms, right? And one of the colleges nearby held a protest about it.
Wait, when I heard shut down a coyote, that, to me, that meant like you ended
Oh, we
somebody
marked
who was
it.
human smuggling across the border.
No,
meant
it's just
an actual
a
coyote.
yote with like, yeah, mange, like this mangy fucking yote. So we marked it, right? And then they didn't know it was us, but the local college threw a
Why were they
protest about it.
Why was it? Wait, hang
They
on.
were like,
In order to have a protest, you have
national wildlife.
you have to have something or someone that you're protesting against. They just had a protest against, like, hey, somebody did a thing I don't like. Is that?
Coyote. Yeah. Me and my buddy, dead silent. We were like, oh, what monsters would do that? That's fucking crazy. Oh no. Oh no, my chickens survive another day.
So, fun fact, like, armadillos carry leprosy. It's only an issue if you don't cook them, like, well done.
Okay, I've heard that. It, like, for real?
Yeah, they do. They're also, like, almost dinosaurs in themselves. Like, 9-band armadillo is like the small mammal of Texas. Like the official small mammal of Texas. It's like, you know, having state birds and shit, but Texas goes one
Yeah, because,
better.
like, they don't die, man. Like,
Yeah, they're essentially they're like dinosaurs or crocodiles. Like, they've been just the same for since, like, the Cretaceous period or whatever. They carry leprosy, but you won't catch leprosy if you cook them well done. However, no, armadillo eggs you can prepare a lot of different ways.
they lay eggs?
Armadillo eggs are a real thing.
Are they like platypus?
Well, not exactly. Hold on just a moment if you would. I need to.
No, I'm actually fascinated by this because I thought they were marsupials or mammals.
I mean, just so 44. Welcome in. It's definitely not a cult, and you shouldn't join any cult at all.
Yo.
Because of the nature of your name, I had to say it like that, and not sorry. Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're marsupials. They are mammals, especially the 9-band armadillo. Wait, hang on. So wait, Amanda Thomas on YouTube never knew that. Have y'all never been to a restaurant like at a Tex-Mex place or like in Texas or somewhere southern or southwestern, I'd imagine, and never seen armadillo eggs on the like appetizer menu?
Oh.
Oh. I mean, if you ever see him, you should probably take the opportunity. It's kind of a delicacy.
I mean, I'll eat the shit out of them for that, but I didn't know they
And
had
I guarantee, this is a grumple guarantee, you will not ever catch leprosy from an armadillo egg. It's physically impossible.
Is it kind of like they don't have to be pasteurized, or?
Well, the most dangerous part would be if it's wrapped in bacon, and then, I mean, presumably the bacon would be cooked enough, so...
Because, like, okay, so I have chickens, and I don't have to pasteurize the eggs? Like, and they don't have to be refrigerated.
If you have chickens at home, no, you, like the natural, chickens, backyard chickens...
They have, like, a membrane.
Yeah, there's a membrane on it, and that gets like lost when they go to market, when they go to the store. Like if you buy eggs from a store, they're not gonna last as long. But backyard chicken
like for
eggs,
longevity.
you don't even need to put them in the fridge. You just put them in like a dispenser, so you get first in, first out.
Yeah. Yeah, like my eggs I have now are just like on the counter in this kind of rolling thing, like you said, first in, first out.
Yeah, no,
But
the funny thing,
armadillos?
yeah, the funniest thing about the armadillos is the jalapeno in it, or the armadillo eggs.
The little round. See, now I can't tell if you're fucking with me. The 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 little things that like curl up into a ball.
Yeah, armadillos. I mean, they're like the roly-polies of mammals.
They have eggs.
It's like Sonic the Hedgehog, but with no spikes.
I'm tripping out here. I'm like, I didn't know they had eggs.
And yeah, armadillo eggs are a kind of a, I don't want to say, yeah, it's a delicacy and usually an appetizer in the kind of Tex-Mex region and maybe surrounding areas. Probably not towards the east, because I mean, Louisiana, they do their own stuff. It's all crazy.
Well, Louisiana's
but
fucking weird. Like I
West,
solo
yeah,
camp
maybe.
across the states.
You solo
And,
glamp?
Not glamp. Oh, I mean, it's not in my car, but camp. But yeah, so like I camp.
Well, I mean,
like,
you're a
across the
chick, so I
states.
assume it's glamping. Is that wrong?
I mean, I have a tent that like
Was that racist?
expands off the back of my car.
Wait, was that racist to say that, to assume because you're a chick you glamp?
I mean,
Not-
I
I'm
have
not
like a
apologizing.
pump that like turns it into hot water, so maybe that's glamping. It's kind of
Ooh.
nice.
Not a chandelier though in your
No,
glamper
no
van.
chandelier.
Okay, then probably not glamping. I don't know where the actual cutoff is between like just kind of like bougie and or prepper
I think like
style
okay, so like I've
versus
got
glamping.
like an SUV, and like from the hatchback, my tent expands out of that. If it was like a Sprinter van, I'd consider that glamping. If you have a toilet, that's glamping.
I think that's a great line for delineation. If you have a toilet, that's glamping.
If you have a toilet, yeah.
Which also, if
I
there was a toilet, I wouldn't consider it camping even. Wait, Salty, where did you follow? Salty wasn't following me on Twitch. Outstanding. No, love you, bruh.
Also,
You
holy
jerk.
shit, yeah, I gotta follow you on Twitch too.
Oh, well, thank you, Clockwork. No, you're new. I know. I've known Salty and I hate to use this as a phrase, but work together helping some other people like.
I don't know. Salty said
Super
they'd be
interesting.
on Discord in a minute. I haven't seen them.
He was the guy that was his voice on that, not kangaroos but wallabies, like.
The wallabies
I get it
beating the
now.
shit out of each other.
Yeah, no, they weren't. They were just getting like really tired and kind of half-assing it. So I get where he was going with it, because I'm old and PPG is dumb. And PPG
Have you
has
seen,
threatened
that-
me. He's threatened to shoot me. He's like challenged me to fighting
Oh my god.
a lot. And he's another content creator, and he's banned on Twitch. But he is on Kick, and he keeps making new Twitch accounts and keeps getting banned. And I keep warning people, you're gonna get caught up in this. And unfortunately, one of our mutual friends, Turbo Jerko, caught a Twitch ban because he was participating with the PPG nonsense. I don't dislike the guy necessarily. He has some wild takes, but he just keeps ban evading and making it like, dude, literally, you're never gonna get unbanned on Twitch, and you're now toxic for anybody who's live on Twitch, or anybody who wants to be live on Twitch, because you can get reported for shit you do off stream on Twitch now.
Is he like a political or game
His name is
Streamer
Political
or-
Person Guy, and he is a not Marxist, but also not I don't want to say not intelligent. I don't not want to say that. Yeah, like as soon as Kamala became the candidate, he was like, "Oh no, Kamala is so good." Like, ugh.
Oh yeah, the cop.
Also, he threatens to end himself like multiple times which is very toss on most platforms.
Oh.
I don't get it. That's who I was being not I was being compared to, but that's who the salty video of the Wallabies fighting was supposed to be. Him and me, because I offered him like, hey, if you really want to get down, I was putting together like a Twitch ball fight event a few years ago, like very slowly, but I handed it off to somebody and just get in contact with him and you'll be in. Cool. Fine. You might not get me, but you'll be in because a few people want a piece of me. Like in real life. It's fine.
Jesus.
Well, I was initially figuring, hey, yeah, if you really want to talk about it like that, yeah, cool. Let's make it, we're content creators. Let's do it for charity. Let's make it content and then do it for charity. The unfortunate thing is that wouldn't even be feasible because there wouldn't be enough viewers or revenue from it to make it worth doing, let alone giving any money to charity. So it would have to just be for funsies. So and then to make the content.
Politics on streaming get very emotional.
Yeah.
Like over the top, at least from what I've seen. And so I've got a couple buddies who are streamers, and I typically stay pretty anonymous online.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, like I'll use a VPN or my screen name that you see now where I'm like, just call me Clock. Like, please, nothing more than that. Even let's say if we're streaming like Final Fantasy Online, again, like pretty quiet with that, but politics, they get.
There are some people,
get
especially
pissed
like
about it.
in the Twitch ball space, and I imagine it's worse in some of these other spaces, like on YouTube or whatever. But there are people in the Twitch ball space, and it's very much more generally the progressive or communist or anarcho-communist or whatever. These people that they take pride in getting channels shut down and or even escalating up higher to like swatting. Like they
there was
they
you
brag
remember
about it.
when
don't feel
when
bad
that
at
Harry
all.
Potter game came out and
Oh
people
yeah.
were trying to get like YouTubers banned for playing it. And I was like, dude, it's a fucking Harry Potter game. No one gives a shit.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, that was huge back then when the Harry Potter game came out. A lot of streamers,
on YouTube?
if anyone played
too?
it, oh yeah. Oh, it was huge on Twitch and YouTube. If you played, it was like, what was it, Legacy of Hogwarts? People were like, "You're a turf. You fucking
Yeah,
go
I
die
bought
in the
it.
fire." And it was like,
Just to support.
it's a
I've never
Harry
played it.
Potter game. I mean, it was okay. I played it for about 30 minutes and was like, I'm bored. But I even like Zeppla, like one of the nicest female streamers I've ever seen. Super sweet, like got death threats over it, and it was like, holy shit, are you guys good?
Oh no, the answer is no, they are not.
No.
They're very not. If you're sending death threats to a streamer over like totally benign content, including the game, that streamer is
Over a
playing
game.
about wizards because of the author of the book upon which it is based. No, you're not good. No, they are not
I
okay.
mean, she's not. She's like a sped writer at best. She's not that good. Like, no one gives a shit about her, dude. They just wanted to play a game about wizards. Like, it had nothing to do with her or her politics. They just wanted to play the wizard game.
I bought it because of politics. I didn't actually intend on playing it. I mean, I might.
See, I wanted to play it because I was like, I want to be a fun wizard for $60. I want to do this. And then, like I said, 30 minutes in, I was like, I'm not having fun being a wizard.
Oh, it's because you gotta like.
boring.
I think the I don't know, but I think the trick is that you have to go to like video game wizard school for 8 years in order to have fun.
Yeah, see, I wanted to learn the death curses and just fuck around in it. And then it turns out I had to put in the time, and I was like, I don't want to do that.
Wait, so like you can't be like whatever the equivalent of a Sith is in the game?
You can, but you got to put in the hours. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I want it now.
Oh, I was like, oh.
I was like, I want to yeet people now.
I want to
Don't make me go to class.
abracadabra, whatever that.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah,
No, no.
I just
No,
wanted to do that right off the bat.
the banished, like you can't say it. No, I want to use that as my like main A button. No,
See, that's why I like
that's what I
Baldur's
want my
Gate, is I
mouse
can do that
one.
from the get-go. Is the second someone looks at me sideways, I'm like, huh.
Yeah, mouse one, abracadabra, right? Like
Yeah, it made me play nice at first.
it's a
I
sandbox
like Baldur's
game.
Gate, 'cause
You
I
should
was
be.
like,
Sorry, but like that was the best thing about Fable 1. I played it on the original Xbox.
was fun.
Fable 1,
Yeah.
where you could genocide a whole town. Literally. And then move on to the next one. If that's what you wanted to do,
Oh, yeah.
there's nothing stopping you, and there's no like rails. Yeah, you're not going to get any quests or get any experience for whatever it was. I mean, you maybe get a little experience for like, you know, all the fires you set or whatever.
Yeah. Do you remember
But-
if like you chased after the chicken, they'd call you Chicken Chaser? And I was
Chicken
like,
Chaser
oh,
was the
now
best
that's
title.
A death wish
Yes.
for you too. Call me that. See what happens. I was so
I
glad
don't-
you know that. Yeah, Chicken Chaser. I was like, you son
I
of a bitch.
remember getting that one. I don't remember any other titles or anything. That was the most important one, and I kept it like the whole game.
I'd walk through town and they're like, look, it's the Chicken Chaser. And I
Yeah,
was
the
like,
Chicken Chaser. What you know about that? Come on. Why don't you get in my van? In Fable. Oh, Amanda Thomas, love the Fable. I didn't play any of them except the first one. I briefly started up number 3, and it was like, this is not what I remember. This feels like a political intrigue game, and I wanted like I wanted to be the Chicken Chaser again. This is my
see,
legacy.
I've been a menace in Baldur's Gate 3. I've been playing like the evil run, and anyone who irritates me, I'm like, huh. I don't think I need you around at all.
The evil run?
Yeah, you can play as a ball spawn, dude.
A ball spawn?
Okay, so there's 3 gods of death, right?
Okay.
And
tracking.
one of them you can play as like their spawn. So all the options, like in a regular vanilla playthrough, you get extra options for like the most heinous shit. And you can
Just
like
by
resist
the
or
race
go with it.
choice? This sounds fun. I haven't
No.
played it. I never bought it because I mean I don't remember why. Oh, time commitment. Yeah, that too.
Oh, dude, I all jokes aside, I will pay for you to play it now. Like, I'll buy it for you on Steam. That's how much I love it.
I have such a backlog, and Mech Warrior 5 Clans just came out, so I have to stream not only... Okay, so I not only have to stream that game, but I have to stream, and I got the key lights, the unboxing of all the controls, and the, like, cockpit seat thing, but I have to, like, stream building it all, and then I can stream the game, and I just found, like, it just came out, and I wasn't planning on it being out for actually another 6 months. Because I'm that also nerd that when I was a teenager, I bought a circular saw from Sears as my... Never mind about that. That's silly. That's a silly story. Never mind about that. But I built a simulator cockpit for Mech Warrior 2 in the 90s. It wasn't great. It was not
Have
good.
you checked out Space Marine 2 that just came out?
I am not into Warhammer at all, and like at this point, I'm kind of scared to ask. Except that, so I was a real Marine, and like Space Marine kind of is like, I mean, oh, it's definitely tickling that, you know, like moto, but it's tickling the moto boner, if I could put it that way.
So my brother, the Ranger, he taught my oldest nephew, he's only 6, right? He was walking around and the kid's talking and I went, "What the fuck did you say?" And he goes, "Purge the heretics." And I was like, "Oh my god, you've been teaching him Warhammer.
I only know the
You're
memes.
grooming him as a son of Horus."
That's great.
And his wife was like, "Motherfucker, knock it off. He's gonna take this to kindergarten."
I mean, I'd be okay with going to having to get my child from the principal's office for. However, my kids are in private school, so like, I think they'd be okay anyway.
Yeah. This little 6-year-old's walking around saying like, "Burn the heretic, purge the unclean," and my poor brother's wife is like, "Can you stop fucking teaching our son this shit?"
Amanda Thomas, thank you. I did get a haircut fairly recently, and I am a little worried about... You know what? I'm not going to mention what I'm worried about. It'll be a mystery. It'll be a fun little secret. You can guess. Don't worry about it. But yeah, burn the... brother, get the flamer. No, the heavy flamer.
Oh god, the furry one.
Oh, it's in... that meme is on, like, a lot of stuff. I would imagine a lot of them are in relation to furries, though. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I get it. 100% get it. Salty? What? You're in the Round Fire General VC. That's not my Discord, dude. I don't know what the Round Fire is. Mine is the Bastriarchy, and it has the logo that's the same as I use for my branding on everything. Wait, are you... Hang on, are you in my Discord? I think you are. I can't be... It's in stream remote. I can't, like, see. We just, for one more time... posting my Discord into, you know, for God and everybody to see.
Round Fire.
All over the place. Yeah, I don't publish it, but I do.
My VC, huh?
Wait, Salty, you're in Clocks?
No.
Wait.
Mine is Line of Eld.
Do you mean Glockwork Orange's VC? Because that's not who's here. Your name is very similar to somebody who has some interesting takes in the Twitch Hall arena. Yeah, Salty, we're in mine. Why would I go? That's
No, not mine. My.
now, Clock. So just be very aware. Salty is very Australian. So like, I don't know if this is my version of a trigger warning or whatever. Just, you know, FYI. Salty. Killing me, Smalls.
Australian, as in. No freedom of speech?
That'll be an interesting conversation. No, Salty, I'm live. I'm in mine. This should be the default assumption.
I'm not Glock.
Oh,
I'm
there.
Glock.
Yeah, so Orion or Orion, that's him. I'm gonna drag him in now. There you go. Destroy 'em, mate. Intensifies. Good evening, Salty.
Yeah,
Saltosaurus.
What do you know?
You sexy mother lover. Wait, so hang on. In that video, that short with the wallabies, which one was me and which one was... Hang on. Y'all, okay, so this is Clockwork Happy. This is Orion, aka Saltosaurus, my salty lover in some circles. That's what they call you. I wasn't saying that you're my salty lover. I'm saying that's what some people call you.
Secret's out now, mate.
No, I was saying it wasn't me specifically. It was some people call you that. I was just referring to your,
sorry, not Glock. I'm
your
Glock.
nickname. Yeah, there's somebody else in the kind of the space called Glockwork Orange, and your name is just.
God.
It's a really cool name. Just your name is kind of similar to that, and that's where I'm guessing that Salty went.
You guess right.
Why would you think I was out of...
I was sitting there, I was like, my Discord? No?
Okay, this... Okay, I'm going to pull it up one more time. So this video, Salty, which one is me and which one's Bimmy?
Well, one of them's a Jenny, mate. So I'd say the one face in the camera, that's a Sheila, right? So I'd reckon that'd be Bimmy. Fucking PPG versus Grumple right here. Give him a kick, Rafa. Kick him in the nuts, son.
Are wallabies like as big as pest as roos are?
Yeah, where I am, there's like everywhere you go, you see them. They're like rabbits in England or whatever, or foxes or whatever the pest you've got lying around.
That's a way better nuisance animal. There's a lot more meat on them.
Yeah, they taste good. Yeah, they're real good eating.
But also they have thumbs, which I think some people can't get past about eating them. Like raccoons have thumbs. Like critters that have opposable thumbs. I think that's a hang up for a lot of people on eating them. Not me. but some people.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
I'd eat the shit out of that. Our pests are coyotes, but a lot of time like the mange. So you don't want to.
Is mange more than a topical skin malady? Because
Yeah, it like sinks
might
into
go
their
deeper.
brain. Not quite like rabies, but like close enough.
Really?
So they
I
get
did
like
not know
real
this.
scrawny, real fucked up looking.
Does
Fur
cutting
like falls out in chunks.
so the fur gets matted and stuff? I thought that was the extent of it. That's why I asked. Like, what in the world is this?
No, I think it's like neurological.
Yeah,
Because they get real weird.
If you cut
too.
off all the matted fur, is that like the source, or if it's penetrated into the brain, it's already
No, it
too late?
penetrates. Yeah, kind of like rabies, but not exact. But they'll start coming into like more populated areas, like skulking around. Like lack of impulse control. Like I said, my buddy and I like put
And
one
self-preservation.
down, and then like a college nearby like had a protest. They were like, someone shot a coyote, and we were like, oh my god, who could have done that? This is crazy.
Oh, clockwork.
Weird.
Just FYI, on my Twitch. Wait, did you come in from Kick?
Twitch.
Oh, you just are also on Kick. Okay, cool. So on my Twitch channel, there is a channel point redeem to report a hate crime and to report a war crime. It's two separate redeems. So you not for you necessarily, because you've done it in the VC, but anybody out there, you're able to report a hate crime and a war crime in my Twitch chat. If you feel like you need to do that.
I looked. Okay, so I'm not there yet.
It'll be reported directly to The Hague, and Geneva and her conventions might even be updated based on my Twitch channel redeem. This is important stuff.
Nice. I've only got 700, so I'll let it load up a bit more.
But I interrupted. Please continue.
Oh no, I was just talking about like.
You're talking about how much you like to eat nuisance animals.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
No, we raised like rabbits for a minute. But they're like super stringy.
So rabbits. Okay, so because I've looked into this on more than one occasion. So to start rabbiting, I guess, I'm not sure what the... German is a great language. If there's not a word for something, you just smash words together until it's something that kind of comes close to it. We don't have that in English. Auf Deutsch?
Yeah. I know enough.
Sprechen
Nine, just enough to know when someone's talking shit, and that's about it.
Ablame auf Deutsch. See, now, if you speak the languages, I used a reflexive tense verb in Spanish, and then followed it up with in German. Yeah, if you know
no,
a
you
bunch of
mentioned
languages
Okinawa a couple
poorly.
times, and I was like, I know enough to be like, Watashi
Migi and
wa
Hidari.
Robin onegaishimasu.
The funny thing, the super funny thing about Okinawa and the Japanese language, and servicemen, we'll say over there, which is mostly Marines, There is Kadena, which is an Air Force base. That's the one. And then Fort Buckner, which is Army, and that's at the very north end of the island. And that's where all the comms, the military and DoD comms come in and out of. It's out of Fort Buckner. It's on the very north side of the island. The funny thing is, mostly Marines stationed on Okinawa. So, most of the stores that you go into, it's women working there as retail. So, you got a lot of like very masculine dudes, very masculine dudes that are learning, like, just via mimic monkey experience, Japanese language from women that are working retail. And so drawing out the last syllable, I guess, of the word of the last word of the sentence.
You guys hit the fem syllable.
Is a very feminine thing to do. It's like men don't do that in Japan. And you got all these alcoholic athlete, very masculine men learning that like as
very
how to speak. So to Japanese, like, proper society and men, a lot of Marines sound very gay. And it's just a side product of the way that things are set up.
So you just answer yabai to everything.
Dude, I had a buddy who, like, we were lit walking down this, like, went into an A&W is like a classy restaurant in Japan. Also McDonald's is, by the way. But yeah, we went into an A&W. We were lit, and dude starts saying, like, French fries des, hamburger des. Like, dude, fuck, just saying des at the end of it doesn't make it Japanese, you fucking degenerate.
No.
Pardon my French.
It doesn't at all.
That's not how that works. I didn't speak Japanese any better than him at the time, like, or at all. I still don't. That's my least, like, even conversational toddler level that I know languages. I think Japanese is one of my least. It's not how that works, though, dude.
That's like weed
French
speak,
fries.
dude.
Yes. We were way into Initial D at the time, like when we weren't deployed. Yeah, no, when we weren't deployed, we were all like, because I, like, the race car that I have now is essentially the one that I bought when I was stationed in Okinawa. I have a Nissan S13 Silvia that I brought most of it back and rebuilt onto a US S13.
See, I'm bummed because I would love to visit. Like, that's like
ago.
one of my bucket places. But my dumbass, so I was 16.
Scuba
and
dive.
I went to,
if you do, go. Please, hang on.
Oh.
Just please continue your story. However, if you do ever visit Okinawa, you have to scuba dive.
I don't know if
you
I
have to
can
go down
my tattoos.
under with your tattoos. What? No,
I have
you wear
to
a
go to a
wetsuit.
very, very like touristy accepting of that place.
You
'Cause a
mean,
lot of
hang on,
onsen won't
you
let me in
you
either.
mean the under the sea, the sea, yeah, that's more accepting
they
of
won't
tourists.
fuck around if you cover. Like,
It's
I
no, you're wearing a wetsuit. You're scuba diving. You're wearing a wetsuit. What are you talking about, you silly bitch? Pardon my French.
No. If you have like visible still.
That's in like a bathhouse. I'm talking about scuba diving, and you don't need to like what?
Well, I have one behind my ear. I'd have to cover that with makeup probably.
What are you talking
'Cause
about?
I know they
though?
don't fuck around with that.
It's scuba diving. You don't like. You need to go into a building to do that.
Well, I thought to like okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me
You
out.
can
I know
cover
what you're
up
saying.
to go get
But
your
even
tanks
like
filled.
going into a lot of
Patty
businesses, they're
exists
like,
in Okinawa.
get the fuck out. Is what I
Yeah,
was
they do
told.
because of Yakuza. That's they just like, yeah, no ink at all. But you just cover up when you're going to get your tanks filled. Like you just go rent tanks.
Okay, because I like this is something I've thought about a lot where I'm like I fucked up. Which again, backtracking. So when I was 16, I thought I was so fucking smart. No, I got fucking koi fish and the yin and yang on my back, which is like a huge Yakuza thing. I didn't
Wait, you
know.
got your you got your vac? What?
My back tattooed in like a koi fish and the yin and yang, which is a Yakuza thing. I didn't know that. I just thought I was like
super interesting.
artistic as a kid, and I was like, no one will ever have this. I'm so like artistic and so cool. So I paid the guy like $40. Again, I was 16, underage. Paid the guy $40, got him a burger from a local place. The second I walked out, I was like, oh fuck me, there's like 15 people on this stupid fucking beach with the same tattoo. Oh my god, I'm not special. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Oh, yeah, I'm lucky I didn't get tetanus.
You very much, because I'm remembering. So I have one tattoo. The back portion, especially. Man, I have over 24 hours of ink time. I think I was paying more than $40 an hour. So if you have a full back with
this was
fish,
Venice
dude, like
Beach.
what?
Well, have you heard like California Venice Beach, like with the freak shows and stuff?
No.
It's a shithole. Yeah, I was underage. They didn't card me. So again, I'm lucky. I didn't like pick something off the needle. But again, I walked out and I was like,
Oh yeah,
God.
hepatitis is a real thing.
Oh my god, I'm not special. Oh my god, what the fuck have I done?
Was it like the outline of a yin yang that was just made to look kind of like fish and not colored in or anything?
No, it's
or?
two stupid fish in a circle. One's black and one's white with the spots on their head. They're koi fish.
That's the yin yang.
Yeah, which apparently is a huge thing with the Yakuza, and I'm like, God damn it.
Okay, well, yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. And I
Six-year-old me was a sped.
Clockwork. I don't know you all that well. However, if keeping your shirt on is that much of a problem, maybe scuba diving in Okinawa isn't for you.
No, well, I have like 2 arm sleeves too, which are different, but
well,
like
if it's covered up, that's how you get around that being an inked individual in Okinawa. That's how you get around that is you wear long sleeves when you're interacting with, normal populace, because yeah, it is a thing, and they are very wary, even though they understand. Hey,
like,
Migi.
Like you're saying, like onsen, you can't I'd have to go to a super like touristy place for an onsen, because they won't. I've got my back and I've got a whole like side piece too. They won't be cool with that shit.
Nobody's caring about your side dick right now. We're not talking about that. We're talking about ink and Yakuza and like Japanese mafia.
It's the whole. Do you know Stephen King's The Dark Tower?
I do not. I remember reading actually. Green Mile? No, I didn't read. I saw the movie.
Okay. So Stephen King.
I never
wrote
actually
a book
saw The
series.
Shining either.
It took him over 40 years, but it links all those books together.
Wait, what now?
Mhm.
He did a video or wrote a book or something that links all of his
book series,
work together?
Yeah.
That links
like
all of his books
it.
together?
Yeah. Like, have you watched on Netflix, what was it? Gerald's Game?
I canceled Netflix after Cuties. That was the last straw for me.
Gross. Yeah.
It's like, okay, this is not great. It's been not great for a while. I've been contemplating canceling my subscription. Cuties was the last straw. Like, okay, yeah, we're done.
That was awful.
Our business
what
relationship
streamer
is
was
over.
the one? What streamer was the one who was like, "You guys just don't get it. It's artistic."
What about cute?
Yeah,
I
there
wouldn't
was
doubt
that
if it
one
was Hassan.
streamer.
Yeah, actively exploiting preteen girls
Okay,
to make the
it
movie
wasn't-
about exploiting preteen girls. Yeah,
It
totally.
was the other one. Not his son. It was oh shit, what's his fucking name? Where he was like, it's actually artistic, and I was like,
Voosh.
it's pedophilia. It is not.
You're talking about Vouch, I
Vosh,
think.
yeah, it was Vosh. It was Vosh. It was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's we don't talk about that person here.
Sorry, we don't. Yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry. But it was him.
If you could avoid talking about him.
Okay, I won't. Yeah, no, sorry.
This is Grumple's space is not a safe space for anybody except horses, or Horson. Excuse me. This is a safe space for Horson. So
Sorry,
we don't
the
talk about that
unnamed
person
one.
here.
It was the unnamed one that was like, this is a work of art. It was like, I don't think it is, dude.
It was actually
I really
exploiting
don't think it
preteen
is.
girls in the creation of
I
it.
think this is pretty fucking awful.
It's
It was like, if you're a woman who don't like it, you're a pick me, and I was like, okay.
what the fuck is a pick me?
A pick me is like a woman who like agrees with men no matter what.
So a correct
And I was
woman?
like, sure.
Yeah, normal Sheila, mate.
Like
I
normal
was like,
chick?
sure, if that's what it's called, like fuck it. I don't know. I just don't want to see a child twerking. That's cool.
See, now what your take is the normal take. I don't
Oh,
want to
dude,
see
I work with kids, and they're
preteen
they're so dumb.
child twerking.
No, like
even
the children
even
I work
casually or incidentally. Sorry, no. Wait, why did this happen? I'm not no.
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 Like I've had kids who were like, Robin, is my yacht cool in this? And I'm like, I'm not. That's fucking weird, dude. Not answering that. No.
Oh. Yeah, you're a teacher and you have. Oh, that's an awkward. Yeah, you got to clip that up, like.
And I'm like, no. No.
Post-haste.
Or they'll be like, don't you think so-and-so's cute? And I'm like, I think so-and-so's a child. So, no.
On the radar, on the example of, hey, conversations that normal adults don't have with children for 300, Alex?
Huh.
Hey, teacher person, what do you think about this other child's gyat, which I'm assuming means ass? Like a bottom?
Yeah.
Ooh, what? No, the correct answer is obviously no, I'm not talking to you about this at all, ever. And please, if you try to again, I'm gonna send you to the principal for
Oh, exactly.
corrective
I had a group of kids once be like, hey, clock, are you tits or ass? And I looked over and I was like, what the fuck did you say to me? And they were like, you know, are you tits or ass? And I went, I'm a fucking adult. You guys are children. So, no.
We're A, never having this conversation, and then B, also never having this because you're young.
No.
And then B, never ever having this conversation because you are currently, and then so in the future will have previously been students of mine. So that would be inappropriate for forever. That's
Oh no, I got one of my coworkers in trouble once because, like, there was a kid. He was a dummy, and I was like, I like this kid. He's dumb, you know, the silly Billy. And she was like, don't you know he fucks the football moms? And I was like, great. You know I'm a mandated reporter, right?
Quoi?
Which moms? And she was like, well, I didn't mean. And I'm like, no, you said it. Which ones?
This was a
Like, I'm not fucking around with this.
this was one of the children that said it, or
Nah, coworker. I mean, she's been fired, but
I mean, I would imagine, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, when she said it to me, it was like supposed to be this joke, and I was like, this isn't. I'm sorry, I'm not fucking laughing. Like, that's abuse. Give me fucking names, dude.
It's so. I mean, it's funny.
I think boys get
not
swept
ha-ha.
under the rug more.
Oh yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah.
Where I was going into. It's funny, ha ha, or strange, when it's the female teacher with the male, like, teen or preteen.
Yes, like let's say
student.
if it was a cheerleader with someone, then they'd be like, oh my god, what's the man's name? This
Well,
and that.
female cheerleader.
And
There's
they
boy
take care of
cheerleaders,
it,
too.
right?
But
if
yeah,
it's a
that's
boy,
exactly what I'm
they're
saying.
like, oh, that's a boy learning things. And I'm like, no, that's abuse. Give me the fucking name. So I
Which I'm not
yeah, it was
saying
just
that
a huge
I mean,
fucking thing.
I'm not saying I wouldn't have said the exact same thing because I am a simple monkey, but then my, like, thinking brain says, nah, that's the same thing as if it was a girl, 14-year-old or whatever, cheerleader, and
Well,
like
like imagine if you had a kid, right?
30-year-old
Like if you had a
plus
son
dude.
and you found out about
It's
that.
the same thing. So my thinking brain,
Yeah.
which I get what they're saying because my monkey brain is like, oh yeah, but then my thinking brain is like, wait, no, that's literally the same thing, and it is corrupting a
When you
child.
talk to these kids, they're fucking dumb. They're kids,
They're kids, yeah.
And we're supposed to be there to protect. So we had this huge thing recently where
Don't dox yourself now.
not doxing. Mine wasn't. So I got accused of like smoking weed with kids, right? And I laughed and I was like, dude, drug test me. I don't do it. Gives me anxiety. Test me now, brother. I don't give a fuck. Like, and the person who had spearheaded that was actually someone
About spearheading,
fucking
accusing
around
you.
with kids.
You're saying?
Yeah, was the one who was dicking around with kids.
Ooh.
Because I was mouthy enough to be like, I don't like this shit. This is weird. So they tried like a campaign, and I was like, great, test me. Right here, right now. I don't give a fuck. And it came out they had been doing wild shit. But like, it's sad because, again, I feel like boys don't get enough recognition when that happens to them.
No,
Because like
not
you
at
said,
all.
monkey brain kicks in and it's like, oh, that's cool. But if you sit and you think and you're like, oh shit, this is the same. This is fucked.
It's
like
same.
this is
It
gonna
but
destroy
different,
like
but
little
still
boys.
same.
Yeah. So we went through this whole thing recently about that. And then, like I said, I got like branded this fucking pick me. Where they're like, you don't support women. And I'm like, I don't support fucking pedos, dude. Like, man or woman, I don't support them. I don't know what you want from me.
How in the world are we in a society where calling out a chomo, which also that word that begins with P?
I haven't heard that in a minute, but yeah.
Yeah, calling that out is considered being a traitor of some type. If you consider that a traitor, I have to question the team that you're on.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, brother, like, wait. I was stunned when all this shit happened. Because like I said, so in my job, a mandated reporter is someone where if you hear or see or like suspect anything, we are like legally obligated to report it.
I know this, but I want you to explain as much as you can for the chat. And
yeah, now there's some things like, let's say a kid walks by and they're like, oh, I'm gonna kill myself. You don't report that. It's just a kid talking shit, right? They're not actually in danger. They're just like, oh, I hate this test. I'm gonna kill myself. I don't want to do it. That's not. They're not being serious. They're just running their mouths off, right? Now, if you hear a rumor of so-and-so is sleeping with this coach, that's something you gotta look into. That's a serious fucking problem.
Is there a negative consequence for mandatory reporters who report something that isn't true? Or
no,
whether intentional or not?
Because there's like an investigation, you know? So like I've had times where, like, let's say a kid is getting real bruised up and I'm like, this isn't fucking normal. And then it turns out nothing happened, like they're with an age appropriate boyfriend or whatever, and they're giving each other hickeys, let's say, right? Nothing pans out. There's no penalization for that. They just kind of check into it, and it's like, oh no, they're dumbass kids being dumbass kids, right? There can be like
this type of system with mandatory reporters, which I don't, I'm not saying I disagree with at all, because it feels like that's a thing that maybe should be, but having then somebody who has that have carte blanche to then accuse, and then investigations happen.
If you're talking, if it goes to court, like let's say like someone
or at all, because that
reporting
can,
a rape or something, that's different.
An accusation just without, I mean, where I was going is, like, an accusation can ruin lives.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily legally, but it can.
No. Okay. So perfect example, right? So we had a girl who was spurned by a boy, right?
Good word, spurned. People don't use that word enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
So she
better
was
than spurging. Spurning is better than spurging.
Super into this boy, and he turned her down. She turned around and started telling us, this boy forced himself on me, he forced himself on other girls, right? So our job, we report it, we start looking into it. And immediately we find all the holes in it, right? Like,
well, that's what she was accusing him of doing.
She was accusing him of doing.
Of finding all the holes in it. And again,
our job is to, like, yeah. So we look and we're like, actually,
that was a joke. That was come on.
that was a good joke. That was a funny joke, mate.
I could have let it just slide and like be a small thing.
You
but
had
no,
me on a roll. What
one.
am I supposed to do? So we find out immediately, like, oh, this kid's innocent. She's pissed because he's dating 4 other girls. The problem is, and this happened. Do you remember the what was it, mattress girl?
Mattress.
I don't think she got any jail time. There was a girl in a college where she accused like a kid of like essay, and total lie. She wrote it for like a college essay, and she got no. Let me Google this. I don't think she got any jail time, but the kids.
I think there was no repercussion. That was she was like a Native American. Yeah.
Yeah. She was a performance artist, and she was like, "Just kidding, it was for an act." And that kid's life was ruined. That's the problem now. Is So like, let's say this
Yeah.
kid in my school. Now, is he a putz? Yeah, totally. Keeps parking in like
Oh, I identify
non-parking
with that.
spaces and handicap spaces. Like, he parks in handicap all the time, and I'm like, dude, you can't fucking park there. And he's like, my dad'll pay it. Is he irritating? Yeah.
Oh man.
Does he
Should
deserve
bring
to
back
have his
corporal
life ruined?
punishment for that shit.
No. Yeah. Like, I want to
You should
karate
slap
chop
him
him
in
for
the head.
that. But like, is life ruined? No, doesn't deserve that. But there was zero repercussion for it. For the false reporting, for anything. And that's where it gets fucked up. Because again, the kid didn't actually do anything. And she admitted later she was pissed because he had 4 other girlfriends. Unfortunately, there's not like... There wasn't laws that could get her in trouble for false reporting. Which isn't fair. Because, like, I have 2 nephews, right? And I look at them and I'm like, dude, if someone, like, false reported something just because they were pissy with them, I'm gonna be the one in fucking prison.
Yeah.
But, like, at least, like, U.S. federal law for minors, there's nothing... It just kind of gets... They're like, okay, didn't happen, drop it. And that's it. Which, like I said, not right. It's just how it is. And it's, like I said, my job to kind of suss that shit out. Before it gets to that higher life-altering, like, detrimental level. But yeah, fucking Mattress Girl. I don't think she faced any legal repercussion, right?
Yeah, I didn't follow up on her, but she was in like the YouTube news for months, man. Like she walked around campus or something carrying a mattress, like doing
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
a
She was she was
protest and-
carrying the mattress around, and then turns out like nothing had happened. Actually no. I just looked it up. Someone sued her for it, but the settlement was confidential.
Right.
Which was fucked, because like I said, I got nephews, man. Like, ha! Holy shit.
Yeah, no, there should be criminal repercussions for stuff like that, mate.
Oh, absolutely.
Knowingly falsely accusing should be a lot of... Even in a civil, I'm pretty sure, even in a civil, knowingly falsely accusing, and then knowingly is the barrier there. That's the element. Knowingly doing it should have a criminal charge. I'm a very not like small government, less rules, less regulations. That's one I think needs to be a thing that isn't.
I think
yeah, we
there's
only
now,
need a
well,
government of a
okay,
couple of
I looked it
units.
up. It's a misdemeanor for falsely accusing, which is fucked.
It should be whatever the penalty for the accusation was.
That's right.
I think it should at least be a felony.
Well, I mean, if you're accusing somebody of, keying your car, I mean, that's probably not a felony. If you're accusing somebody of murder knowingly, yeah, you should probably get, I'm okay with like Uno reverse card. No, you get the death penalty now for falsely accusing.
Yeah, and the problem is like this was with like Me Too and all that. I can understand to some extent where there was a lot of like wacky shit coming out that needed to be, right? And then you had a lot of women jumping on it for attention and to get their like 5 minutes in the sun, right?
Women do be loving
And
attention.
that's right? And that's
True.
where it turned dangerous.
The whole Me Too movement, you mean?
Yeah, because everyone and their mom wanted like the accolades and the attention and all this, and I like, I'll tell you, man,
And
like,
not thinking
in
about
the,
how is this gonna hose somebody who didn't do anything.
yeah, and
The actual
like,
victim.
yeah, as someone who is in this field and has a horrific experience with this, you don't go around like parading that shit around. That's not how it works.
That's exactly. You remember what I brought up? I said just it's been a little bit now, but yeah, if you've been there, done that, you don't generally like keep talking about how you've been there, done that.
Well, that's something you talk about in therapy. It's horrific.
Yeah.
You don't like fucking announce it to get on fucking Ellen. Like, it's
Or
crazy.
likes on Facebook.
Yeah, or like likes on Facebook and all that, and it blew up to this massive proportion where, and this is where I get called pick me a lot, because I said I've got a lot of like men in my life that I love, and I want them protected and I want them taken care of, right? Like I love my boss. My boss is a Marine vet, right? Love him to death.
Oh, one of me.
Yeah, he's great. The fucker always
Except good
startles
looking.
me in the morning.
DM us.
But he's always popping around corners, and I'm like, son of a bitch. Like, but I adore him. He's a good man. Even he's had someone who got pissy with him and tried to make a claim. And it's like, no. No. We don't do that. Meanwhile, at my job, I had an employee, this old fucker, kept putting his hands on me. And I was like, stop touching me.
By putting hands on, do you mean punching or like
shoulder rub?
Getting
gropey?
grabby.
Grabby. That's
Getting
a better way.
gropey.
Yeah.
Yeah, grabby.
Okay.
Gropey.
Wait, with the 6-foot chick?
Yeah. You'd be surprised. It happens more than you think, dude.
Was he taller? Just out of curiosity, was he taller?
No, it was really little.
That's brave.
So what was he grabbing? Yeah, it's very brave.
It was really little. And like he kept like he grabbed my thighs or this, and I was like, you need to fucking knock it off, dude.
Oh.
Stop. Because I'm pretty direct. And when I went to HR, they were like, did you lead him on? I'm like, son of goddamn.
Oh.
No, I did not lead on a 70-year-old. No.
70?
Oh, he was 70.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I can't even like beat him down. His bones will break.
Oh, that's it. Oh man, that's a curve. Oh, that the plot thickens. This is yeah. What do you do? Like
Granddad's
so
found the blue pill, mate.
Dude, they made us have this like sexual assault meeting where they're like, don't touch
Just push
people
him
who
over,
don't
he'll break
wanna
a
be,"
hip.
This and that. Yeah, and I'm sitting there the whole time like, God damn it. And again, I went to war for my boss who was accused, wrongfully so. But at the same time, like I can understand being a woman where they made me run through many hoops where they're like, are you sure you didn't lead him on? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I didn't lead on the 70-year-old with a wife and multiple grandchildren. I'm pretty sure. I did not do a come hither to this old fucker. Guys. Long story short, world's fucked. Laissez-faire capitalism and Rand is the best. It just John Galt it. I found it the way. What was it with John Galt when he's like, "You have it the way I found it." It's.
I actually read, which is a feat because I don't know how to read, both the Atlas Shrugged, the Reardon Steele book, and the Fountainhead, and the Reardon Steele book was way better. Also, like a full length movie trilogy about who is John Galt. That's a way easier way to get people into it. And Ayn Rand and hey, monopolies and hey, government interference and wait, Frozen? Test 1, 2. Yeah, OBS is looking good. Clock.
Yeah, and I think my Discord went down but reconnected straight away. Don't know what's going on.
Yeah, interesting. It was so I was trying to catch it just because Kick is interesting. I just caught it when I was like right at 5 viewers. I rated out on Kick. Oh man. The viewers were not happy about this entire night conversation. I was, so fuck them. But yeah, the numbers were not good for this. It's fine. I am I do have to do some things in the morning. So I was actually rating out, and I'm gonna rate out did Average Joe Patriot 1776 on Kick. What do I do? Gibbs? Oh no, we're gonna do Shrum.
Shrum. Don't think I've heard of him.
He is not a politics. He is a retro gaming streamer. No.
Ah, right.
No, we're not doing that. Gibbs? What's Gibbs doing? He's playing MechWarrior 5? No, the fuck he's not.
Yeah, he's been playing for Yonks. Gorps rated out to him earlier.
Well, that makes sense. Oh, Clockwork. Hello. Good evening.
I got booted.
Yeah, did you not give your FBI guy like a Christmas present last year? Because I mean, it's probably remembering.
Like, knock it off, you silly bitch. I was like, oh. Mid rant, and I'm like, what do you guys think about that? And it's silent, and I was like, oh. Well, fuck.
Yeah, it was, I think you disconnected in like a natural pause in what you were saying. Because I think both of us responded. I think like both Salty and I responded, and then it was like...
No.
Did it?
none of your shit.
It doesn't help that Mr. Saltosaurus has entirely just blacked out Discord profile now, so it's like if you're not mousing over, you don't know he's there. Like a cat.
Really? I can see me.
Wait, do you
can
have
see
your
the
camera?
name.
Yeah, just your name. But it's all blacked out.
Yeah,
Besides
right.
that. Yeah, I can do the same, like whoop, like that. Just it's having the camera on but covered gets that done. Is that what you're doing, Saltosaurus?
No, it's just my avatar. It's transparent.
So you're trans?
I'm trans, mate. Very, very trans, Grumble.
Hey, I heard that's dangerous in Australia.
Apparently. I do have long hair though, so I'll get away with it. So that's.
You know what? That's
Picking one.
I don't think I've ever seen you cam up at all ever. That's interesting. Yeah.
No, I haven't. I can send you a photo of me if you really want it. You want feet pics as well, or?
I mean,
Do you have the mullet long hair, or
only of the really gross bunions.
No, I'm a metler, mate.
I do have a collection of like absurdly gross feet pics that I've collected over the years that I just randomly send to people, along with pictures of decks, like built decks, because unsolicited deck pics is what everybody wants on Discord, right? But then
Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, or Pokemon?
Oh no, like made out of wood.
What?
Hang on.
Wooden deck?
Clockwork. Okay, hang on. Just give me just a moment.
Like a deck?
Like a ship?
Okay, so clockwork. Let me. Okay. Here we go. Clockwork, check your DMs.
Like those? Okay, fair.
Unsolicited deck pic.
That's a very nice deck.
Oh, Clockwork said I have a very nice deck. Oh, from that deck pic. See, the funny thing about it is, much like most deck pics that are sent on the internet, that's not mine. Mine's very nice, but I don't have any pictures of it that I send to people. That would be silly. So, yeah, sending people pictures of somebody else's deck, especially one that's... Oh, man, that one's put together pretty well, eh? That's kind of...
It's very lovely.
It's also very bare, like there's not much on it. You might even say shaved on that one. Interesting though, right? I'm not sure if that's the right word. I don't just not having furniture, you know, in the area. I'm not sure if that's
Very bare. Very minimalist.
yeah, very bare. You know, because bears. Okay.
One of my coworkers was going on, you know, the like a bear versus man thing going on.
The thing about women
they're
choosing
like-
a bear versus a dude in the woods.
Yeah. So
Oh, that was incredibly insane, wasn't it?
one of my coworkers camps like I do solo, and she had a bear come into her camp, and she was like, Go on now. Get out of here.
She showed her yacht
bear was
to
like-
the bear?
Yeah, and the bear was like, oh, oh, oh.
This had to be a black bear.
It was, yeah, it was.
Because those ones, you can manhandle black bears
Just
and
yell
you'll
at
probably
those,
be
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and they're like, oh.
Yeah, they just
okay."
get sad and wander away.
Yeah, they just get sad and like fuck
Gr-
off.
brown, like grizzly bears and polar bears, no, they are going
no,
to
polar bears are dead.
eat your,
Yeah.
like, they're going to eat your lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Polar bear will track you for miles. Will not give up if he's hungry.
Oh no, those things are, no, you're dead.
You're hosed.
Grizzlies, I mean, depending on the season. But like normal brown and black bears, if you scold them, they're like, oh.
Wait, no, not brown. That's grizzlies.
The little ones. No. Black bears and brown bears, like small ones, like Northern California.
No, brown, I mean, isn't...
No.
aren't all brown
There's
bears
grizzly. Mm-mm. There's some brown bears like black bears where they're same like cousins. Like
Same,
little
but
fuckers. You can
different?
find them in like, yeah, you can find them in like mammoth, where instead of black fur they have brown fur, but they're still like small.
Oh, they're black bears, but like tan black bears.
Yeah, they're coloring. Yeah.
Okay. If you say brown
'Cause
bear to me, I assume like because a brown bear is a grizzly bear.
Oh,
But
no,
no,
'cause
if it's a black bear
scouted
that happens to
it,
be tannish, okay, that's very different.
Yeah, no,
I didn't
no,
know that
no.
was a
like,
thing
like,
either.
Oh god, because I go up to Mammoth a lot, and there's a shit ton of those, and you just kind of like yell at them, and they're like, "Oh,
Oh, so sad. Aw.
are you sure?" And I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here!" And they're like, "Oh, okay." Like in California, we have like laws where if you're in a national forest, you can have a weapon. It can't be. That's so stupid. It can't be loaded, but you
What?
can open carry. So you have to be like, hold on 1 second, Mr. Bear. Let me load up real quick. Give me 2 seconds.
Wait, in bear country, you can carry a personal protection weapon of sorts, or one of which is a
But the
firearm.
magazine has to be
However-
separate.
Oh, well, hang on. So here's a hack, right? Glocks at least, things that are not Ruger, because Rugers have, or at least some of them anyway, have a magazine disconnect.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a round in the chamber and no magazine in on a
You can with Glocks, yes.
on a Glock or sensible firearms, and you can
That
shoot that round
is a tricky
without a
loophole.
magazine in. I don't even think it's a loophole necessarily. It's following the letter of the law, which yeah, technically that's kind of a loophole.
Yeah. So
But-
as long as there isn't a magazine connected,
Yeah, then you still
can
have
carry an LA Forest.
all around. So the trick there is just carry 4 Glock 20s.
So let's say
Just have
theoretically,
4 of them.
if I have a Glock 19 and I'm up in Mammoth, I may have one in the chamber, but my magazine in a side pouch.
So while I 100%, so I just happen to have a box that says like a few of them right here, and then like my that I carry. So here's a little holster. You got little.
Mhm.
We got little like here's
No, whoopsie
These are all
doopsie, just a little.
Glocky type things.
Mhm.
I hate it. It's gayer than AIDS, and I hate everything about it. Can't have a magazine in. What the actual dog shit, Batman? At what point is it legal to put the magazine?
As in an LA forest, as you're being attacked, or in a California residence, as they're bursting into your house.
Jeez.
So it's not castle doctrine where it's like they're on your property. It has to be like kicking into your door.
This is some Pelosi shit. I bet that
it's worse here, mate.
I bet it comes back to there. No, I know in Aussie land you can have shotguns, but that's it.
Oh no, you can have you can have
like
all
farming,
sorts of
right?
weapons. You can't have semi-automatic. They've got to be bolt action, and there's a limit on the magazine.
Why are you gay?
Well,
I don't know.
Why is your island gay?
Don't know, mate. They're worried about the bikies.
That's silly.
Bikies and the drug dealers, and those blokes have got all the gear, you know.
So, wait, what? I'm sorry, I'm so interested in because I have a buddy who comes from Australia, and all he does is bitch about like iced coffee here, because he's like, it's not a slush, and I'm like, no, it's coffee over ice. He's like, it should be blended, and I'm like, is this your biggest fucking problem? So I needed to know, like, what's your limit on a magazine? Like,
was 10, now it's 5.
Oh.
Yeah, and you can only have like bolt action. Can't have semi-auto. You can get license for semi-auto, but they don't just hand them out. You don't just go and get a rifle license or a gun license.
And don't you have to like you can only
get each one individually?
You can only transport it like to a range and back and stuff. Like you can't.
Do you have to like prove you're on? Not to bombard you. Like, do you have to prove you're like on a farm or?
No, anyone can get one. But you've got to go take a course. It has to be, your weapons have to be locked up. Handguns separate from rifles. So, like the house I'm in at the moment, we've got about 300 weapons in the side room here. You can only have up to 10 weapons per safe. We've got a lot of safes. Your powder room and your ammo room has to be totally separate and locked separately from the weapons.
This is such nonsense.
So you can't just.
No, please saying things.
California, dude. So in California, like, let's say I have a personal safe next to my bed, right? Magazine can be loaded, but it has to be separate from the weapon. So like, I can't have it like loaded up, ready to go.
Oh, that's gay. Also, pardon my French.
Yeah, pain in the ass.
It's pronounced G. It's
but
G-H-U-I.
then again, like, I can do it pretty quick, but still.
Well, I mean, you're 6 feet, so I would assume.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I got
the
cattle
safes,
dogs. They're very noisy.
Like we've got five gun
But a
and
separate
10 gun
room?
safes, but you've got to like unlock the big safe, and there's your rifles, and you can have a fucking separate safe inside that. The magazines, but they have to be separate, and the magazines can't be loaded. They have to be boxes of ammo and empty magazines.
Oh my god.
So if someone's kicking down your door, you're screwed, mate. You know. Thankfully,
What about-
kicking down your door doesn't happen here.
What
Is
about like
it-
a revolver, like a wheel?
No, it can't be
Salt-
loaded, and the ammunition has to be separate in a separate
Salty,
lockbox.
is New Zealand the same laws? It's a separate country, technically,
I'm not sure.
right?
I think they're like a little bit stricter, actually.
Okay,
Don't quote me on that. They
ne-
might not be as strict.
thanks for convincing me, mate. Never going there. That's the worst.
Yeah,
Until
well, the
that
idea
changes.
is that it's only supposed to be for sport. It's not for protection. You can't use weapons as protection here. Like if you get house invaded, right? And you smash the cunt out of if you smash up the person
You're
that's
good.
like
Oh no, you
kicking
can
down
say
your
cunt
door.
on my stream.
That's my favorite.
All right.
You're good.
Yeah. If you smash them up and give them a good bashing, right, and send them to hospital, you can get charged.
So like, what if? Okay, as
like
opposed to like a
Chicago.
firearm, like what about like a shillelagh? Like, does that you could
For
get
those who
charged for
don't
that?
know, a shillelagh is it's an Irish stick with a knot on the end.
It's a big
And they're used
stick.
as canes, but there's also fighting ones. And there's a whole martial art about Irish stick fighting that's different. It's a little bit different than other stick fighting like Cali and Eskrima. It's a little bit different than those.
My granddad, one of my granddads came from Derry, Ireland, and he had a big fucking shillelagh he used to have in the house. So like, that being my question, Salty, like, does that count too, or is it just firearms?
Yeah.
From
that'd be counted as a weapon.
Cod
You don't have
Milfalce.
to have it locked up. You don't have to have those locked up. But if you use one, you're getting in trouble.
Because
See-
I
No
thought
matter
we were
the
harsh in
circumstance.
California.
So Salty,
I thought we were.
it sounds like this is a disincentive to allow the body of a person who does anything to ever be found.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking.
If there were to be a
ordinary,
person
mate.
that were to be like doing home invasions, or a crew of people that were doing home invasions, and you happen to take care of it, it sounds like this is a very big incentive to make sure those bodies never get found, and just like, nope, nothing ever happened.
Oh yeah, that's right. You get the shovel
Nah,
out.
don't know what you're talking about, Mai. Yeah, I know what that van's doing outside. It's been there for weeks.
Dude, when I went to Culinary, there was a guy who accidentally killed his wife, and then he wound up in his restaurant rendering her fat, pouring it down the grease trap.
Wait, you said he wound up. No, he meant to do that. That's not wound up. Come on.
Oh,
Like
no,
he
she was coked
oopsies
out.
rendered her
Never mind,
fat in
right.
his cooking environment because he was a chef.
yeah.
No,
So,
come on now.
the
That's not he
story
ended up
goes-
doing that.
The story goes he accidentally duct taped her nose. Because she was like crazy coked out. So he did her mouth and then whoopsie nose. Freaked out, rendered her fat, poured it down the grease trap. Wouldn't have been caught
Just
at all.
rendered her fat like just saying, hey, that sequence of events that implies a whole bunch of other shit that he did.
Oh, dude, this was right next to where I was going to culinary school. Like, right under our noses. And then he jumped off the roof and got caught. But, as you do.
Like you do, yeah, like you do.
As
No,
you
just
do,
hey, just saying, hey, he
Oopsie,
suffocated his
oopsie.
wife accidentally, according to him, with duct tape on her mouth and nose. Yeah, totally accidentally, and then rendered her fat in his restaurant.
Yes.
That's seriously implying a whole bunch of other stuff. Like it
No
honestly,
shovel. My point being
it's
was
by
no shovel
omission.
needed.
It does paint the picture. So that was a great storytelling. Honestly.
No. My point being, no shovel needed. You just need a restaurant to mix in with the.
I mean,
grease
I got a
trap.
cast iron skillet. What?
Oh, hello, Hannibal. I'm sorry, I read the books. They were great books. They were so good. He goes on for like 10 pages about cast iron skillets.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I'm almost on board with. I've almost been convinced that stainless steel is the way to go, because if you get over like 400 and something high, just be 500 to be safe. With algae oil is the high smoke point. So like right around 500, 500 degrees on a stainless steel, it causes non-stick to happen because water, like it causes the water to evaporate and makes like a slick. So things that are close to the same temperature.
Stoves aren't gonna get to that.
I can bring it. No, you're incorrect, ma'am. My electric stove indoors, I can get a cast iron up to almost 900 degrees, and that's where I prefer on an electric, yeah. And that's where I prefer to do steaks, because I really like to make a good bark and make it all absolutely raw in the middle. Blue rare they call it in some circles. I just like to flame kiss, just bark kiss the outside. So, yeah, no, I still do eat raw meat. What's that? Salty again.
Yummy yum.
I always tell him, I'm like, let it moo at me and then bring it back.
Yes.
Thank you.
C. 100%. No, that's what I do. That's where the flavor is. You don't.
Oh yeah, I went to culinary school first before regular college.
Wait, a girl who cooks? Oh, interesting.
Oh shit! Oh my god! I ran a wedding cake business for 8 years. Wait,
wow.
That's what I was talking about, taxes. And I was like, cash is king. It was wonderful.
Yes.
I got a mate that married a baker. She did like custom wedding cakes. Man, did she rake in the cash?
Oh,
dude,
dude,
so
it
much
was
money.
so much money. Like I could do, let's say, a 3-tiered wedding cake. Base price was $550, no decorations. Then I charged
No
$30
shit.
an hour, depending on decorations, plus delivery, plus setup. And it would cost me maybe $50 to make.
Wow.
Like money hand over foot. I'll send you Grump, I'll send you my old business Discord. That was the name of it. Oh, dude, again, money hand over foot. I love that business. Then the vid hit, and I went from doing like 500-person weddings to 12. And then I kind of got
Wait,
a
to
taste
12
of
or
having
1,200?
weekends. 12 people.
Oh.
And then I got a taste of what it was like having weekends off, and I was like, oh shit, that's kind of nice.
Oh, it's nice, eh? Yeah.
I kind of love having a
Taste
Saturday
of
off.
life.
Oh yeah, I got a taste of life again, and I was like, oh no, I like this. This is wonderful. Oh shit. But oh yeah, no, I don't doubt she made good money. Weddings. Oh, that's good.
Oh yeah, she rakes it in, man.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of cash money too. Like people will order because they know her. It's just like, oh, you know, do me this, do me that, blah blah blah. And it's like cash in hand. Yeah, she's cruising, absolutely cruising.
Mm-hmm. Back when I used to work for another bakery in LA, and I did Nancy Reagan's birthday cake.
What?
Really?
Yeah, you can Google it, dude.
That's super fun.
Peonies on it. Like I did a shit ton of cakes. That was before, like I was kind of starting my own business, but I was still working for another person, and they kept getting the credit for things. And after a while, I was like, this sucks. I want to do this myself. I like money. So I started my own. But like I said, after the vid hit, and then I got a taste of like living normal life, I was like, oh shit, this is also cool. I like going to the beach on weekends.
No, that's racist.
Typical white person, you know.
All right. Typical
Very
tall bitch white
very,
person.
very tall white bitch of you. I mean, come on.
Oh, dude. I had a corgi at the time too. And I used to
Oh,
put him
that
like in a
makes it
Hawaiian shirt.
even like that's the
Oh,
worst
yeah.
part. Oh.
Oh, dude, it was the
Yeah.
best. I'd stuff him in a Hawaiian shirt and I'd get free drinks. It was fucking amazing. They'd be like, look at his stubby legs. And I'm like, yeah. My dog now, she's a freak. I can't pull it off.
Funny thing, just real quick for the topic of dogs, corgis, long, like not skinny, they're kind of chunky, but like little stubby short legs. The funniest, so there's two funny dogs, like funniest dogs that I've seen ever. None of them are mine, mind you. One was Castle Dog. This was a corgi mixed with whatever in Ireland. And it lived in a castle, and it would count rocks with its mouth. But outside of that one, the actual funniest, the number one funniest dog that I've ever seen that brought a smile to my face every single time. It was a neighbor. I was living in an apartment at the time. His neighbor had a dog that was a half dachshund, half pit bull.
Oh my god.
What? Is that even possible?
So, yeah, oh,
Fucking freak of nature.
yeah, like looking
That
from the
must have been hard,
front,
yeah.
it's like, oh, this is a bully dog, good boy. But then you look, wait, why are your legs so short? And then you look from the side, why are you so long? And furry, like a pity, but like it had to be a 30-pound dog too, so much bigger than like a standard dachshund, but still those dimensions. However, just take a pit bull and make it in the dimensions, like with the same weight, like a 60-pound dog, right? Maybe 70 pounds, depending. Just kind of shovel that down, make the legs stumpy and make it longer. That's what this was. And every single time I smiled, that dog brought me joy from just seeing it. It was.
See, I have a.
God, it was like a
Queensland
platypus.
corgi
God's
mix
joke.
now.
It's a Malamute. What?
Yeah. I have a Queensland Healer corgi mix now. So like, she's
That
got
sounds
the
also funny.
like Bluey. Yeah, oh, dude, she's a freak. She's got like Queensland Healer colors, face, everything.
I don't
but
know
this
what Queensland Healer is. I'm assuming
stump-ass
that's a
body.
breed.
I think
Like a blue heeler, but it's red.
Bluey.
Yeah. Blue heeler.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out a little bit. Is it like a blue healer? It's similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like the cartoon Bluey.
Oh, yeah, the kids love that. But I mean, the cartoon dog doesn't really give a lot of like. What is the real dog?
They kind of they look stump like that.
They're actually blue.
They're like grayish, but they call it blue.
Yeah, dark gray.
Like
Yeah,
a
it sort of
blue
looks blue though.
Like a blue nose pit isn't. The nose isn't actually blue.
Exactly. So the blue nose pit is like a grayish color, and blue healer is the same, where they're like blue but they have spots.
Okay.
They're blue and white. Yeah. They're sheepdogs. Real intelligent and real bitey. If you don't train them, they'll bite everybody. They love chasing everything.
Yeah, I have horses too. So
Sorry, I believe the plural is horsen. Just
horse.
so we're not spreading misinformation.
He's a dumbass, so you can call him what you want.
I believe I did.
My horsen is an American Mustang who's a little soft in the head, I guess. I don't.
Oh, that's my people.
Like, we got him from a reserve in Nevada. And if you crack like a beer or a White Claw around him, he loses his shit.
If you lose a beer or White Claw around him, he loses his shit? What?
Yeah, like if you crack one open, like the can.
Not like any can, just it has to be in like a low alcohol.
It has to be
alcohol
boozy.
beer?
And then he'll freak out and like try and drink from it.
Oh, the beer from my horses complex. Oh, yeah, that's a thing.
I know you're giving me shit. I have picture proof.
No, I'm not giving you. Why do you assume? No, I know I troll a lot, but however, I'm not on this. Like, it is a thing where animals sometimes like alcohol. It goes back to like monkeys eating fermented fruit, like waiting for fruit to get like way past ripe because it was fermented
my
and
Mustang
became
is
alcohol.
the same. Like, I think it's the smell. So like, let's say you cracked open a soda, he wouldn't really give a shit. But if you crack open like something alcoholic and he smells it, freaks out.
I'm not doubting.
But yeah, Grump, the pictures I sent you, that's of my old corgi, the ones where I get free shit from.
Oh, and wait, you slid into my DMs? Oh.
I did. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look
Stalker
at that
alert.
good boy.
Oh, dude, on Ventura like beach, I used to get so much free shit. Because I pop his
Wait, as a
stuffy ass
chick,
in,
you
like,
weren't getting free
Hawaiian
shit
shirt.
anyway?
I mean, I'm tall. That usually like.
You think that counts against you for getting free shit on
Oh yeah.
like
yeah.
Sunset Boulevard? Let's say.
People get weirded out, or they're like, "Can you reach this off the top shelf?"
People get intimidated by tall people. You know, I'm aware. I am a little bit taller than you. I say a little bit. It's
So you get, when they're like, "Can you get this?" and I'm like,
quarter
"I
of a
don't
foot.
want to." But having a stumping animal, they were like, "Look at this party guy." I'm like, "Fuck yeah, it's a party dude. Can I please have a beer?"
That is actually hot exploitation of the system. Yeah, I know. Dig it. You're good.
That's animal abuse.
You loved it. Do you have any animals, boys? And no.
I have a
I
bulldog
don't at the moment.
and boys. I have a bulldog and boys, like kids. It's all the same shit. They need structure, discipline, and the most important is consistency.
And food.
No. Most important is consistency.
Okay, if you don't mind me asking, how old?
7, 4, and 1.
Oh.
and they've been some amount of ruined, and it's only my absolutely no exceptions ever that has saved them. That's literally why the 18-month-old baby, I can get him into bed in like 5 minutes. He's asleep.
I was gonna say that age is fun. Like my nephews are 6 and 3.
It's all fun. I love it. The entire, like, you're training. You're literally training little mini-me. You're training tiny humans. You're like, how? What do I want to impart on these little tiny humans? Because then they're gonna grow up and then take all this stuff with them. What do I want to do? It's like, it's such a responsibility, and at the same time, you can have a little fun with it too.
Do you remember the South Park?
Like you can teach them that armadillo eggs are a real thing.
You son of a bitch. No, you didn't. No, I found a recipe. Don't lie to me. Grump, that's fucked up. That's.
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean right now? Like, write me out.
Treat me like a 7-year-old. That's really fucked up.
I'm not saying I'm playing chess or checkers or.
I was gonna say something fun. They don't have eggs.
Oh, don't be racist.
God damn it! I was so sold on that.
No, I guarantee. No, you can go into any Tex-Mex place and say, "Hey, got any armadillo eggs?" and you'll definitely get something, and it's going to be wrapped in bacon.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, and there'll be an egg in there.
God damn it!
Oh no, there probably
So it makes it real.
There probably won't really actually be any egg in it.
Son of a bitch. I'm so fucking ashamed of myself right now.
Clockwork. Welcome to Grumpleland.
Yeah. Thanks.
This is not the first, and it won't be the last.
Yeah, spilling my guts with you, telling you how my nephews are saying purge the heretics, and here I am believing armadillos have fucking eggs.
Armadillo eggs are definitely a thing. Just
It's like Scotch eggs. Scottish
Yeah,
Persian.
Scotch eggs. That's it. Yeah.
They are delicious.
oh, there you go. So you obviously
well,
those.
As I was saying, my brother kept saying from South Park, the Big Gay Owl. When my nephew would be like, "What sound does the lion make?" He'd go, "A roar."
Oh,
and his wife
gay.
was like, "You need to fucking knock this shit off, because he's gonna take this into kindergarten." Stop.
That's funny. And the best part about the funniest things is like there's no audience. It's just funny.
Oh yeah. The kid is just like, "Rawr," and she's like, "Stop."
Okay, Twitch. Gibbs is doing something that I approve of. He's playing the new MechWarrior game, which I still have to. So I got new key lights. I'm gonna do unboxings of all the components, like all the boutique controllers, like left and right handed. What country are they from? KGB, VKM, whatever. The sticks, I have a Virpil Mongoose, the first generation one, because the detents are better. left and right-handed sticks, and then the angle things to make it so it's a throttle, but it's a 3-way. Oh man, yeah, 3-way. That's what the controllers that we're talking about right now. This is going to be the Grumple 3-way that we're going to have on stream, doing unboxings and then assembling the cockpit scenario. So Gibbs is playing MechWarrior 5 Clans, which is the new game. It's on rails, not as much of a roguelite as the Mercenaries, MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, which is a badass game. It is missing a few key things that would make it much better, but that's okay. We're gonna raid over to Gibbs. If you could spin a monkey in his general direction, that's all I ask. There we go. 10 seconds. It's been great, everybody. We're right out Twitch. I'm still live on YouTube. Oh, actually, I'm still live on everything.
They are prepping to take off. Inform them there is a system-wide grounding in effect.
Hey, Grumble, thanks for the raid.
I want to.
How y'all doing? Y'all doing all right?
About something.
We're finishing up this mission here. Oh no.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder
Oh, a
of
fucking
Angie,
ad
and one
comes
thing
in. I
I've
can't troll
learned
him now
is that
because I
you
can't
buy
see
a
it.
house, but you
Okay.
make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation.
Yeah, Angie's List. I don't. No, seriously, I was about to ask him, like, in Clanner speak, because I know, like, Battletech lore, and I've read the books from way back. In Clan speak, memeing on Gibbs. Oh, unmute.
Hostile down. The DCMS Union landed on the northwestern platform. It looks like it is still refueling for a hard burn out of the system. Taking out the spaceport fuel reserves should slow it down and buy you some time. Marking the target on your map. Good hunting.
Mudfoot Sloth.
Star Colonel, Cobalt Star is on
that
site.
Pig Latin?
East side of the spaceport.
Good.
Doc, we're happy at night stuff. We do a lot of politics here. I don't know if you've ever been here before, but we do a lot of politics. But we already did that for the night, and now I'm finishing up with some gaming.
Roger. I will try to buy ourselves
Back to my normal full-time streaming ways. Now that Modi's gone, we're gonna be getting back to it. That's
Rebirth.
Yeah, well, I don't fucking speak bullshit. I'm not gonna sit here and try to speak with no pronunciation. Or no, what is it? They don't use conjunctions.
Nice shot. Reactor going critical.
Oh no, that's a supernova.
I mean, I dabble. I play most of the games. I've read a couple of the books. I'm not like any kind of fanatic. Like I have about like 40K of Star Wars though.
No, one of my brothers, like, old fucking. My brother's 6 years older than me. One of his friends was like, I want to buy this game for you, and I'm like, I don't know, do it then. But it looks fun.
Hey, thanks for the follow. The game's good. It's free on Game Pass. It's a lot better than MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries.
Mostly, I just want a whole group to play, like I said, Space Marines 2.
I've been enjoying it quite a bit.
It kind of sucks it's only 3-player, not 4 for co-op. Huh?
Hang on, I'm trying to think and type the kids at the same time.
Enemy mech down and out.
Weapons destroyed. Weapons online.
Yeah, I like, I started with 3, but I went back and played 2.
Fuel tanks destroyed. Good. That will slow them down for a bit. But we can buy ourselves even more. I am marking the spaceport's power relay station. Take that out, and this place will be down to emergency generators. There, I see the relay station.
You were gonna light him?
Target destroyed.
Salty, you mind if I add you as a friend or not?
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Weapons online.
Yeah, I do. I play a lot of Space Marine 2. We'll get back in the game in this month. You'll probably see a lot. I'm probably gonna play through this and then get back on the Space Marine 2 quite a bit.
Unit down. Destroyed. Weapons online.
Okay.
Alright, that Gobble. Thank you.
Twisted is bugged me about. You know, MechWarrior is a big thing for me when new ones come out. However, this one is going to be very on rails. I imagine the story is going to be pretty cool.
Because my buddy has been, like I said, he was like, you gotta play Mech Warriors, you gotta play Mech Warriors. I was like, I haven't played any of the others, though.
It doesn't really matter. However, the previous one is more like it's a roguelite, whereas this one's going to be very much on rails, like a story-driven, or like a story-driven experience that you finish, you go like beginning, middle, end, and done. Versus the Mercenaries games, there was a 2. There was a Mercenaries version of MechWarrior 2, and then MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. It's a roguelite. You can play it twice and have a totally different experience.
Okay.
Or any time. And I don't know how this one's going to be because it's brand new. It's like less than a week old. The MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. Oh man, I have 100, not quite 100. Somewhere close to 100 mods that
Okay, because that was
address all
like I
the
said,
stuff.
my brother's
Oh.
friend was the one who was like, I'll get it for you, and I'm like, okay, do it, but
Shit, we're still live
don't know
on
what I'm getting
YouTube.
into.
Hang on, just YouTube. Y'all have a great day. I can't rate anybody because I don't have 1,000 subscribers. Y'all have a great night and good evening and good night.